Hi, everyone, wherever you may be, whenever you may be, if you're watching live or recorded, welcome. I'm James Phillips, president of Microsoft's Business Applications Group, and I'm super excited to be with you today at the Global Power Platform Bootcamp. Really appreciate the opportunity to be with you. We've got some great information, some great conversations, so strap in and let's get started. You know, it's amazing how resilient the community has been in putting this together. It's a tough time with the pandemic still raging in many parts of the globe. If there's any silver lining, I think the the digital first aspect that we've all sort of been living in, where video conferencing or Teams meetings or online gatherings have become the norm. It means that we can get more people together in a first class way. So welcome. And really deeply, thank you for being part of this community. I think the Power Platform really has all of its success, the community to thank for it. It's been staggering over the last 6 years to watch this growth. Almost 2 million community members, 500 independent community groups worldwide. You can see the dots on this slide here. Just about everywhere on planet Earth, we've got representation in a community building for the Power Platform on the ideas. You're helping shape the products. For those who know, the Power Platform and Dynamics 365 and really most of the Microsoft Cloud really is user and community driven from a feature functionality perspective. We take very seriously the ideas that are provided. And in the case of the Power Platform, over 200,000 users have submitted tens of thousands of ideas that have delivered in product. So if there's anyone to thank, it's you for the success that we've seen in the Power Platform. And I thought today I'd spend a little bit of time talking about the Power Platform all up, how it fits into the broader Microsoft Cloud. And we've got some very special guests at the end that I feel very fortunate to have the opportunity to talk with. So let's dive in. I think, it's interesting. If you go back about 10 years ago when Apple first shipped the iPhone and started to develop the iTunes ecosystem, they always said there's an app for that. And lots of commercials talking about, there's an app for this, there's an app for that. But the reality is there isn't an app for most of the high value things that many of us care about in business. The number of new applications that will be built over the next 5 years, the number of challenges that we will face over that period of time that really need a technology solution, the opportunities that we have to be agile and to be responsive, as we have in the pandemic, requires applications, automation, the ability to analyze data that just straight up outstrips our capacity to do it without something like the Power Platform. You cannot go to the App Store and find the kind of applications that we needed, for example, last year, where the Swedish hospital system in the state of Washington was faced with a global pandemic. They needed to keep track of personal protective equipment. They needed to keep track of their emergency room beds. They needed to communicate across the entire system to ensure they had the right resources at the right place at the right time to respond. There was no app for that. You don't go to an app store and download an app for pandemic management, and yet they needed that application. Or Chipotle, a family dining restaurant, primarily in the United States today, that was suddenly faced with the inability to have customers in their store. They couldn't deliver their product and service because the pandemic mandated that they had to close their stores to customers. They needed a way to meet customers curbside, to deliver their products and services to customers in a new way when they couldn't be in the store with their existing commerce system. They needed an app for curbside meat delivery of product service. You certainly can't go find an app that's the Chipotle integrated system for delivering at the curbside, but they needed it in order to continue to thrive. And so for these applications and many, many others, thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of applications that really represent sort of the core of a business, there isn't an app for that. And I would argue for the most important applications, the ones that make an organization what it is, that really embody the brand, that sort of embody the special sauce, you're not going to find an app for that. And that's where the opportunity is. And that's what the Power Platform is all about. It was specifically designed to permit modern applications to be built very rapidly by those who aren't necessarily professional developers, but certainly accelerating the work of even professional developers. And so what do we mean by a modern application? Well, data. Data comes first. Our thesis at Microsoft that continues to sort of bear out in the world is that the big change, the big opportunity for all of us is that data is starting to come first, and it's coming out of everything. I'm sitting in an office here in California. As soon as I walk out my door, there's a thermostat on the wall out there that will tell, unfortunately, it'll tell Google that I'm home. They know I'm here. They know my temperature preferences. When I drive my car to the office, Tesla knows the route I took, the songs I listened to, how hard I braked. When I update my LinkedIn profile, the world knows I have a new job. Everything is increasingly creating data, and it's coming first. And so starting from data, the ability to capture that, analyze that in whatever form it comes in, and then to take that data, analyze it, turn it into action, whether automated or through an application that a human uses, is the opportunity. That, of course, creates even more data, which fuels this ability to understand the world and react or predict an act based on this signal that's now coming out of everything. And that is precisely the vision for the Power Platform, from our connector family, Dataverse Synapse on the data side, to Power BI to connect and understand, to PowerApps and Power Automate to create applications that people can use, or automated actions that then feed right back into that ecosystem. This is what the Power Platform provides for, and it offers a level of agility that, frankly, that's unique both in the industry and the completeness being unique in the industry. And you've helped us build this. Again, this is all about the community. It's your feedback. It's your encouragement of each other. It's your engagement with the product teams and with the broader community that have allowed us to bring this to market and grow this now to one of the most, certainly the fastest growing product line at Microsoft, and one of our most highly used product lines, with tens of millions of people on a daily basis using applications, using Power BI reports, using automations. But Power Platform lives in a broader portfolio, and it's part of a broader portfolio at Microsoft. I often think of the Power Platform in some ways as being connective tissue, if you will, with the other parts of the Microsoft cloud. You think about Azure at the core, where we've got this planet scale infrastructure, this ability to bring exabyte class of data, nearly limitless compute, and an application platform designed for professional developers, data scientists to build logic and value. Above the Power Platform, we've got Microsoft 365 Office and the Windows client, and Dynamics 365, our family of business applications. But they're all built in a unified way to allow you in the community and our customers to pick the right piece at the right time, knowing it's all integrated. I can start with an application in Dynamics 365 that might be showing through a Teams client that is extended with a Power App, fueled by Power BI, with an Azure machine learning model beneath that, with an Azure API being managed by Azure APIM, feeding that application. The ability to pull all of this together, the real intentionality that we've driven to pull these together and to unify them into a collective whole, is ultimately how the Power Platform fits. And so in some ways, as the community of the Power Platform, you really are at the center of the action, looking up at Dynamics and Office 365, down in Azure, and connecting those pieces together. There's really no better place to be in the stack, as far as I'm concerned, and the impact that all of you have had on your organizations, on the community, and frankly, the world at large, as we'll discuss, is unmatched as a result of this position. The last thing I would add is that there's a unified, and this is super important for those of you who are part of large organizations, or really any organization that's concerned with, and who's not, security, privacy, regulatory compliance, the ability to administer and govern and really make all of this work together, a consistent, unified point of view and set of systems for managing information rights, managing security, ensuring regulatory compliance, and connecting the dots between all these pieces with a single unified identity framework. So an incredibly powerful palette in some ways of paints, if you will, that you can use to paint beautiful solutions, leveraging the right parts of the palette for any individual problem. It's this I think, very powerful and yet approachable framework that has allowed the Power Platform to so quickly pervade across industries and across the globe. Over 500,000 organizations today on planet Earth use the Power Platform to build applications, to automate processes, to analyze data, and to do it in the context of their broader IT landscape. 97% of the Fortune 500 using the Power Platform today, again, across industries, across regions. And so with that, very quick sort of introduction to what's happening, I want to spend some time now talking to your friends and ours, some members of the community, and we're going to start with Telstra. First, we'll look at a video, and then we'll come back and have a conversation.
The biggest changes for our business has been the way that we communicate things out to our technicians.
When we looked at the ecosystem for a field technician, there were lots of different applications and systems and links and places to go and get information, having to manage and service all of that. It can be quite challenging. And what we really wanted to do is we wanted to really bring that together into one place for them. Microsoft Teams has been really important to running our field services. We saw this amazing opportunity to integrate PowerApps. We created 2 platforms, Technician Plus and Leader Plus, linked into Microsoft Teams, has made that cohesive experience for our users.
It really has everything. It's more about automating and digitizing a lot of those manual processes which were typically done via paper. It's really been an integral part of ensuring that the rest of the technician workforce is up to speed.
First thing in the morning, I log onto my tablet, jump onto Technician Plus to make sure I'm across all the new communications and news that is uploaded there daily. Then I travel to my first job.
I think the foundations that we laid has really helped create that platform for crisis management, whether it be fires or floods or obviously the most recent pandemic. We have to be quite agile in the way that we develop solutions to be able to manage those. And I spent about 7 years in the field servicing our customers. I then transitioned to a role in the field digitization team. I don't have a typical software engineering or IT background, and what the Power Platform has allowed me to do is really develop an application within 48 hours with end-to-end reporting. We've automated and digitized around 70 processes.
We had visibility of weather warnings, and we have meetings on MS Teams daily with our field leads just to ensure our safety before we are mobilising.
Technicians will go out to those sites and they'll capture photos through their tablet, and then our resource coordinators can visualise that information in a Power BI report.
Being in the field, we knew where to go for the updates and communications. It's increased our efficiency dramatically. We can service our customers quicker.
Power Platform has helped us get about 10 million minutes back into our business, which has increased the productivity of our people. I'm really passionate about building that community of problem solvers, seeing those guys out there using the tools that I've developed, and it makes you want to provide a better experience.
I like resolving customers' issues, and the tools that we've been given definitely improved our experience and the customer's experience.
Okay, great. And so joining me is Nathan Backers with Telstra. He's a senior lead at Telstra, running something called the Power Factory. And so I'm super excited to welcome Nathan. Welcome.
Thanks for joining. How are you?
Good. I hope you're not in the middle of the night, are you there?
No, it's 7:50 in the morning, so it's not too bad.
Well, thanks for getting up early. So it's, I think you've gone on a heck of a journey with the Power Platform. I think it'd be interesting just to sort of share how you got started. I mean, what were you doing at Telstra, and then how did you get introduced to the Power Platform and get up and running?
Yeah, sure. So I started at Telstra a tad over 10 years ago when I started as a field technician. So primarily my job was out in the field fixing customer services, installing telecommunications line, IP networking, more of like a tradesperson style role. A few years ago, I started doing some extra jobs. One of those jobs that I was tasked with looking at was revitalizing or looking at ways to improve the process around our complaints that we had for our field-specific tasks. And that was sort of where I got introduced to Microsoft products, I guess. That was, I used a combination of SharePoint and InfoPath back then to be able to sort of provide some visibility across those complaints, and we've seen some really good results. So I guess from there, that's sort of where I sort of dipped my toes into the water when it came to that stuff. And then the next project that I had was building an issues and opportunities register for our field technicians to be able to get some visibility of I guess, issues that our field technicians had that were out in the field. And to be honest, it was quite difficult to get it up to those senior manager levels from the field, because most of the guys that are out in the field on a day-to-day basis will go the whole day without actually seeing any of their colleagues in person. They'll just go around in their vans and fix customer services. So we built a tool called Tide, which was built on PowerApps using SharePoint as the place where we stored the data. And I guess that's sort of where the whole PowerApps movement, I guess, for field and also in Telstra more broadly started. We had some great success with Tide, a lot of positive user feedback. From there, we just built a lot of apps to automate and digitize a number of things for our field workforce. And I guess we created our own problem in the sense that we built all these apps to solve all these different problems. We sort of needed to just strip it back and bring it all into one platform. And we developed an application called Technician Plus, which essentially housed all of these different processes and tools that we've digitized into the one place. And we automated and digitized around 70 or 80 processes and still counting. And from that point there, I guess the exposure across the rest of the business and all the great work that we were doing, a lot of other business units were basically wanting to leech off the great work that we've done, which is great stuff. So we've noticed that we had pockets of excellence around the business using the Power Platform, and the field was obviously one of those. So we started a new team, which is called the Power Factory, which is the team that I'm the leader of now. And that team specifically focused at building that capability across the rest of the business to basically do the same great work that our field's done. And we play the role of a center of excellence and, help out with community. So we have a community sessions that we run once every 2 weeks to help people within their own business units solve their own problems like we did in field. So that's a very quick overview of some of the stuff that we've done.
That's quite the journey. And so you're now full-time, not in the field. This is your full-time job now, is ensuring that the Power Platform is sort of available and that the organization is able to go innovate.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit of a change for myself. I mean, it's more of a leadership role now. But in saying that, I still develop on the Power Platform mainly just because I enjoy it. I think it's fun. It sort of gives an avenue to sort of be able to express some of your creative skills and solve problems. And that's sort of what we've found as well with our community sessions is we've got so many people from around the business in different areas, procurement, global financial services, our field workforce, customer connecting care, places like that just have their own problems that they want to be able to solve for themselves. And these tools sort of give them the power to do that within their own hands without too much reliance on any other areas. They just sort of need to be guided as to how to get started. And that's kind of what our team does.
Yeah, I mean, it's cliche-ish, but I always think about the real power of the Power Platform is empowerment. It's empowering organizations and people to go express their creativity, to solve real problems. And usually, as you've articulated, it's those folks who are on the front end, that are doing the work of an organization that see the opportunities to improve and to solve real problems, and giving them the tools that they can use to go make a difference. I think it's really empowering. So any advice that you give to anyone that's listening today that has not, that's maybe just beginning to dabble in the Power Platform on how to move forward, how to think about expanding its use across an organization, anything you learned in your process?
Yeah, I think it's probably important that when you're just starting in the Power Platform to make sure that you really have your governance and all your processes around the Power Platform and how that really fits into your IT ecosystem at whichever company you're at, how that actually works beforehand. I guess we were sort of one of the early adopters at Telstra of the Power Platform, so it was kind of a bit of unknown waters, and I guess there was a bit of there wasn't a lot of governance around the platform when it was first rolled out. And I guess we're kind of in the process now of going back and trying to fix some of those things. So I think that's probably a good word of advice would be to sort of, I guess, have that governance stuff in check beforehand as much as you can. But also, probably one of the things I've found as well is these tools are great because not only does it really give the power into anybody's hands to be able to build digital solutions, but also the time that it takes to develop. There's not really a lot of reliance on other teams. You're able to go out there and make these connections to different services and be able to build stuff quite quickly. So it's quite easily to build these processes and try and manage it like a typical sort of IT pipeline, which will add time to the development. So just to find the balance where you can still have that, some sort of governance and some sort of structure around what you're doing, but not detracting from one of the great assets, which is how quickly you can get stuff delivered.
Got it. Yeah, it's the balance between sanity and agility. Sane agility. Hey, Nathan, thank you. Really appreciate you taking the time to do this. And I know it's going to be valuable for those who are trying to follow the same path that you've taken. So thanks for taking the time to join us.
No problem, James. Thank you. Cheers.
See you soon. Okay, we're going to shift gears now and have a conversation with two friends, John Russell, Mary Thompson. But before they join me, look, I just want to come back and recognize the importance of the community, the impact that the community has had, both on folks like Nathan at Telstra, who are part of a large organization, but also those individuals who are on an individual journey, who are discovering Power Apps and really trying to understand, or the broader Power Platform, how it could make a difference in their lives. And I really do think that for me, the most gratifying part of my job is to see the individual human impact. I mean, it's really amazing the number of lives that have been touched by, and in many cases transformed by, the Power Platform, always in the context of the community though. And so to talk a little bit more about that, I'm going to invite John Russell and Mary Thompson to join me. And we're going to have a conversation about their experience, their journey with the Power Platform, and the role of the community. So welcome, John. Welcome, Mary.
Hey.
So thank you so much for joining me. It's awesome to be able to make these connections. We've had an opportunity to spend a little bit of time together prior to the call, and what a journey each of you has been on. Mary, I think the Power Platform has made a huge difference in your life. Tell us a bit about your journey.
Yeah, so it's been a short and long journey, kind of all at the same time. Once upon a time, I was a struggling single mom and not in the tech world, and just working a lot of hours and really jobs that weren't going anywhere and not making a lot of money. And then I got a really lucky opportunity to get into tech, and I showed up at a app in a day class in New York City, and it really changed my life. I saw an opportunity that not just myself, but anyone else could make and take and change things without having to have a big fancy degree in coding or something like that. So ever since then, I've been incredibly passionate about sharing the Power Platform with basically with as many people as possible, so that they can understand that they can change their lives just like I did with mine.
And where are you? I mean, so are you working now in an organization where you're leveraging these capabilities?
It's really funny. I'm not really. So I work for Bamboo Cloud, and I work in the business application space. I work with Business Central, but then I'm also a very big advocate of tying in the Power Platforms with other solutions and really showing how you can take that and empower a user or an organization. And then I spend a lot of my free time, kind of creating apps and solutions and really just kind of sharing the knowledge with other people so that they can kind of put that together for themselves as well. Because I think it's easier to jump in maybe as a citizen developer creating small solutions than to maybe jump in as an ERP, consultant, right? Yes. Like there's a different skill set there. So that's what I work on.
And how did you stumble into the app in a day thing?
You know what? Literally, I was on community.com, like the community for Dynamics. When I got into consulting, I had no idea what I was doing. And so I was like always in there, like asking questions. And then on the sidebar, it was like app in a day. And I convinced my boss that it was free and he just had to pay for a plane ticket. And so there I went. And I met the most amazing people that I'm still really close with and have had such an impact on my journey. So
that's super cool. Thank you, Mary. John, how about yourself? Tell me about your journey and how you discovered the Power Platform.
Sure. So, I discovered the Power Platform probably about 2.5 years ago, something like that, through John Levesque and through his amazing YouTube channel. But what really spoke out to me was the fact that it was, the low code aspect of it, being able to do lots of things very quickly. But more recently, in the last year or so, I've been on a bit of a personal journey around mental health. I've suffered with anxiety for about 5 years or so, but I'm very big on, passionate about mental health, about community, and about the Power Platform. And kind of all of those things kind of came together last year. It started off with me going to the Humans of IT pathway at Ignite in London, and I wrote a blog post about that and realized that I kind of felt like I needed to give back a little bit. So I developed a mental health check-in Canvas Power App, which was a bit of a proof of concept, basically. And then, began designing it. And because I was an anxiety sufferer and because I knew the Power Platform as well, I was able to kind of look at it from both sides. And then coronavirus hit and, the UK was on lockdown, and I started helping out in our local community. And through the Power Platform, we onboarded 250 volunteers to look after 320 streets in Berkhamsted. And that was all done through Microsoft Forms, Power Automate, and SharePoint lists. It just blew me away how easy it was to do, how easy it was to set up. And then I've kind of come full circle. And 2 days before Christmas last year, I accepted a job at a Microsoft Gold partner called Quantic here in the UK as a Power Platform consultant. And continuing on that journey, I'm also going to speak at the Humans of IT Pathway series at Ignite again on the 2nd of March. So I'm really looking forward to that.
What a journey. I can remember when Quantic was founded too, by the way, the day that consultancy was stood up. It's a great firm. So congratulations on joining a great group of people. It sounds, it's fascinating because each of you have said, for all practical purposes, the Power Platform is kind of easy to pick up. It's approachable. It's something that just about anyone can do. And yet, I know the community has been central to your success, being able to engage with folks who've been on the path before you, perhaps. And I know you've both given back big time to the community. Say a little bit, if you will, Mary, perhaps about the role the community has played for you as you've been on your journey.
Man, the community is such a passionate part of my heart and my life, really. I often say that, I waited my whole life to feel like I belonged in a place like I do in the Power Platform community. Everyone is so supportive, and if you have a question, you just put it out there and magically it gets answered. And if you're having a bad day, you can share that. I mean, it's just whoever you are, people really meet you right there. And then everyone's so amazing at giving back as well. Actually, I had the opportunity this summer. I started a tech center at a local women's shelter, and the community was epic in helping me support and fundraise that to where we could get them computers and printers and all of that. And so it's just, I think, a really fun way to show the full circle of not only is the community amazing to me, mentally and through my progress, but it doesn't stop there. Anyone that needs help, they're ready to come in full force and support. And it's just a really beautiful place and a really great thing.
Fantastic. And John, I know you've been active in giving back in the community. What does that mean for you to be able to share what was given to you?
Yeah, so one story that I can tell you, which it was very special for me to hear it. So we empowered those 250 street volunteers to go out and look after their community. They became very hyper locally focused on their street. They were setting up WhatsApp groups and just talking to each other, just engaging with each other. And I remember it was sometime in August, I think, we got an email from a guy who was another guy called John. John's are quite popular on the Power Platform. And he was 75 years old. And he was basically telling us that it was one of the first emails he'd ever written. And he said that his wife had died 15 years ago. And ever since then, he had just basically stayed in his home, or he'd gone to the supermarket, and he'd kind of been institutionalized, and that's kind of what his new normal had been like for the last 15 years. And then one day this lady 3 doors down or something came to his door, knocked on his door and asked him if he was okay. And that started a conversation about, how he was feeling, and they were able to help him out with a phone, get him on the internet. And, that the message that I'm trying to get from there, trying to tell you there, is that if it wasn't for coronavirus really, or for the Power Platform, or my anxiety, I don't think I'd probably be speaking to you right now. So I have to be very careful how I talk about coronavirus, because obviously a lot of people have gone through a lot of bad stuff with that. But, I can see the power that all of this situation has kind of come together and really helped our community here. And that's testament to what John has said to us.
That's beautiful. Thanks for sharing that, John. And John and Mary, thank you so much for being here today and for sharing your story. Really powerful. And I think the role the community has played in your lives and that you're giving back now is really behind, I think, the success that we've seen globally with these systems. And for me, it's really, really all about the people and the impact that it's made on lives like yours. So thanks again for joining me. And I wish everyone who's watching a wonderful remainder of the boot camp. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak with you. And I'm excited to go with you on the journey for the rest of the day. Thanks very much.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2021. I'm Yash Agarwal and I'm a Microsoft MVP and MCT for Business Applications from India. This is the second time I'm organizing the Bootcamp, and I'm super excited to be a part of this amazing event again. Last year, we organized an in-person event and also launched the Hyderabad PowerApps and Power Automate user group at that time. Since then, we've been meeting every month virtually to discuss all the cool stuff on the Power Platform. This time, as the event is virtual, all the user groups and communities from India are collaborating together to organize a country-level bootcamp, and I'm super excited for that as well. I would like to thank the global organizers for providing me with this opportunity, and I'm looking on to a rocking bootcamp this year. Thank you so much for joining. See you all there.
So hello everyone, I'm Anshu Kumari and I welcome you all to today's session. So before starting, let's have a little introduction of myself. So who am I? I am a global CEO at Blockchain Kids, which is an organization that aims to eliminate child trafficking from this world. by developing a blockchain that can sustain on its own and help save every child in this world from child trafficking. But to do so, we need your support so that together we can fight for a cause and change this world into a better place for children. So these are the different platforms through which you can connect with us. You can also check out our website, which is blockchainkids.net. Now moving on to today's session, why is it worth spending your time? Well, that's the obvious question, right? What value are you gonna generate after this session? Well, after this session, you will have a basic knowledge of Power Apps, so you can take it as a zero to hero edition. But what exactly are we gonna learn? Well, that's where today's agenda comes in. So first, we will learn what is Power Apps. Second, we will learn why Power Apps. So by why Power Apps, I mean that why you would be interested in putting Power Apps in your business so that you can gain some profit. And then we will discuss that if you're a student or a teacher, how you can use Power Apps. So basically, how you can use Power Apps in education. And then we will discuss how social organizations can use Power Apps to achieve their vision. Next, we will discuss the key features of Power Apps. And after that, we will have a demo where I will simulate a French dictionary so that you get an idea of how Power Apps works. And the last but not the least, the Q&A, the most interactive part of the session. So without any further ado, let's get started. So, what is Power Apps? So Power Apps is a tool that can help you create custom apps leveraging many of the features of Office 365 and Microsoft Power Platform. But what sets Power Apps apart is that while it can be used by developers, it can also be used by non-technical people. And just like its cousin Microsoft Flow, Power Apps also successfully brings the power of process automation to a non-technical audience. And if you have a particular process that uses different parts of the Microsoft universe, for example, Excel, Dynamics 365, SharePoint Online, then an app based on Power Apps has the potential to bring all of that together into a one handy, convenient experience. Okay, so now let's come to why Power Apps. So what I mean over here is that why it is a good idea to implement Power Apps in business, education, or with social organizations. So as a student myself, let's first discuss education. So I would say that Power Apps has helped me a lot in my studies. One of the apps that I made was a Sanskrit dictionary, and I remember after that I also made a French version of that, and I'm going to show you guys the demo of the same today, the French version. But before that, let's see why Power Apps can be a good choice for students. So students like to do things that pull out their creativity and gives instant results. And both of these things are fulfilled by Power Apps, making it a good option for students. And while with all of this, it also has a drag and drop system, which makes it even more appealing to the non-technical audience. And it can also be used by teachers to do many of their work. So after learning all of these things, I would definitely say that Power Apps can bring a good change in education. Okay, so now let's talk about business. So when your business in its initial days and you lack both money and manpower, but you guess what? You need automation. Then Power Apps can count as a lifesaver for you because it's low cost and you don't need a lot of technical knowledge to work with it. And to top it all off, it also has speed, which is sort of a great advantage in business. Because of its tons of features, it makes it a lot easier to do the work fast and get the things done on the time that you want them, right? So after hearing all of this, we can definitely say that Power Apps is like a ready-to-cook meal, that you have all the instructions, ingredients. All you have to do is put all of that together. Okay, so now let's talk about social organizations. So often a lot of social organization wants to make apps to support their vision, like Blockchain Kids has a vision to eliminate child trafficking. Just like that, many other social organizations have their visions to achieve. But the biggest problem over here is that when they want to make apps or they want to bring automation, they don't have enough funds, which acts as a big barrier and stops them from achieving their vision and bringing a change in the society. But with Power Apps, this problem is solved because it's low cost and you don't need quite of an experienced developer to work with it. So you save a lot of money over there also. So overall, we can say that Power Apps is a good option to support all those social organizations that want to be technically advanced, they want to bring automation and achieve their vision. So now let's talk about the key features of Power Apps. So in a world where next month can be too late, getting the apps when you need them is critical. And one of the biggest advantages of Power Apps is that anyone can quickly make functioning and useful apps. And the reason behind it is that PowerApps extracts many of the time-consuming elements from the normal development process and replaces it with a drag-and-drop interface, which gives it the feature or the advantage of being fast. In other sense, speed. And with that, we move on to our second feature, which is streamlined development. So at most companies, there are these typical professional developers or consulting companies or a team of developers who are there for you to make apps. But unfortunately, they aren't just sitting around waiting for you. You will have to wait for your turn. And between a lot of work that you have, making a new app can be quite of a challenge, and most of the times departments often suffer doing it manually or limping along an old application. But with Power Apps, apps can be conceived, built, and distributed all in the group that needs them. Okay, so now let's discuss the third feature, which is easier app creation. So talking about easier app creation, so with all of those APIs, functions, and objects, creating an app can be quite daunting for the non-programmer. But with Power Apps, majority, if not all, of the coding can be done with dragging and dropping. And with Power Apps, you also don't need to worry about the pros and cons of the framework, dependencies, and the libraries, because most of it is handled behind the scenes by Power Apps. Okay, so now let's talk about easy standard connectors. So one of the hardest parts for non-professional developers is to know how to connect to data. But with Power Apps connectors, many of the standard data storage services are easy to connect and use with Power Apps. Okay, so now let's discuss the fifth feature, which is Office 365 integration. So you have got the data from an app. Great, but where should the data go? Thanks to Power Apps integration with Office 365, Microsoft Flow, Microsoft Power BI, you can get data into and out of SharePoint or Excel or any other Office 365 app that your business depends on. Okay, so now let's talk about the sixth feature of Power Apps, which is Microsoft Flow. So PowerApps comes integrated with Microsoft Flow. This PowerApps benefits lets apps react to changing or updating data without the need to build your own poll or check to alert the app to run when there is an update. Various PowerApps subscriptions come with different number of flows that can be run each month, but the number can be increased. Okay, so I have discussed a lot about the next feature, which is low cost. So I'm not going to discuss more and move on to the next part of the session, which is the demo. Okay, so when you come on the home page of PowerApps, you will see something like this. So before we start making the French dictionary, I want to tell you guys that there are a total of two different types of apps that you can make. So the first one is known as a Canvas app, and these apps provide a comfortable environment to create what you need. Rather than using complicated coding or programming tools, you have something much different for use. To create the app, you can drag and drop various elements into your canvas from whatever you require. Throughout, you can format the right conditions and settings that are needed to make the application work. And if you're utilizing existing data sources, you can create apps that integrate directly with them without any issue. So all of which can be done using a whole selection of Microsoft and third-party sources that are compatible. Microsoft has developed over 200 unique sources of data integration, including Office 365, Dynamics 365, SQL, SharePoint, and the Common Data Service. So the rest is fully customized apps that can be easily shared by any member of your organization. So the next type of app that we have is the model app. So if the app that you are designing requires complex business logic, you may need to have what is called a model app. So model apps can run as either a standalone or as the backend to a Canvas app. So one of the core benefits of model-driven apps is that their ability to generate data models. So when inputted, the data is defined as a structure which allows the app to conform to your information. No matter the source, the app conforms to your data and not the other way around. Similarly, whenever you develop an application, having consistent business processes can be a deciding factor. So the various steps that make up your process can be the guide to an app's successful creation. So once this is all finished, you can use your app designer to develop the final product. No matter how complex or easy, what matters is the steps that you provide the basis for its completion. The simple application architecture allows you to customize the app without creating new code. So with that, we completed both types of apps, and now let's move on to our dictionary. So before making the dictionary, let me just show you guys the Excel sheet that I've prepared, where I have the data of both the French words and their meanings in English. So we are just gonna go over here, come over here, and go into Excel. Go in French Dick. So this is the spreadsheet that I've made, and it has the data. So there's the word in French, and oh, there's some error over here. What? Okay, it's loading. It's loading. So you'll just wait for a moment. Okay, it's loaded. I don't know what happened over here. There should be meaning as the title. So let me just write meaning over here. Meaning. Okay, now we are good to go. So these are the words, their meanings, and I have added around 70 words. I can add more when I'm like when you're making the dictionary on a very high scale, but this was just a demo, so I only added 70 words. So the name of the spreadsheet is French Tick. Now coming back to Power Apps, so when you want to create your app, you have to go in other data sources. You have this over here. So you just need to click on other data sources. And then just use the connection that you want. So I'm going to use Google Sheets and going to choose the one that I want. I don't know. Okay, it's over here, French Tick. And just going to choose a table, then connect. Okay, so it's getting the things ready. This might take some time. And there you have it, your very own French dictionary just created in like 10 to 20 minutes. It's amazing because normally it will take a lot of time in a normal development process, but with Power Apps, it's just a piece of cake. So now I'm going to tell you guys how you can customize your app in a more better way, like add colors, icons, basically customization. So before we start customizing the app, let's just see how it works. So I'm gonna search bonjour, and here we have the meaning good morning, word bonjour. So let me just go back first. Yeah. So this, you have kind of app, but it's raw. We need to customize it. So what we are going to do first of all is that we're going to delete the unnecessary icons, like this plus sign icon is not needed, so I'm just going to delete it. So to delete, you need to select on the icon, then you will see it in the tree view, just delete. And you need to remember the name, so the name of this, now you need to remember the name of the icon because you will get error in the code because the icon was there and it was written in the code, but now that you have deleted it, the code is clueless. The code doesn't know like which icon are you talking about. So this is a small error, we can fix it. All you need to do is edit in the formula bar and just delete the name of that icon and you will be good to go. So let's delete it over here. And yeah, we are good to go. Now coming to color. So when you want to change the color or customize any icon, just click on it and you go in properties and then you can change the text. So let's change the text to French Dick, short for dictionary. And then you can change the font size. So let's change it to 30. And then you can change the color of the font. So I'm gonna change it to black. Yeah. And then you can also change the color of the icon. So I'm gonna change it to this one. Yeah. And we're gonna do the same for the other icons. And yeah, we have changed the colors. So let me just bring it over here. Now let's change the color of the search box. So we're gonna select it, go in properties, and first let's change the hint text to just search. and then change the color. So we're gonna change the color to this one, yeah. And then change the color of the body, which is going to be, let's keep it this one. Yeah. So now that we have customized the first page, now let's move on to the second page. So we're gonna go on to the second page, and yeah. Now, both of these icons that you see over here are not important, so let's just delete. Now, as I told you before, you're gonna get an error, but no need to worry. Just delete the name of those icons, and you will be good to go. Now let's change the color. First of all, let's change the text to French Dick, and then change the font size to 30. Change the color to, we're gonna change the color to light pink or whatever the shade is. And then we're gonna do the same for this icon. Change the color and use black, like use the color black for the word. Black. We're gonna do the same for this one. Black. Okay, so first of all, let's change the color of the body to this. Yeah. Then change the word advanced. Change this to word. Then we're gonna just increase the font size of word to 27 and change the font to this and change the color to black. Then we're gonna change the font size of this to change the color to black. Gonna do the same for this. I think we can increase this size to 30, that would be better. And it's to 27. Yeah, now it's looking good. Then we're gonna go in meaning. We're gonna change its font. We're gonna change the font size to 30. Change the color to black. Then we're gonna go over here. We're gonna change the color to black. Change the font size to 27. And yeah, with that, we completed our French dictionary, our very own French dictionary. So now let's see how it works. So we're gonna go in, we're gonna play this, go back, and search for a word. So like if I search for bonjour, and I get the word, I'm gonna click it, and I get the meaning, good morning, and the word is bonjour. So you can see how we just made our very own French dictionary in just few minutes, and you can also make it. And with this, we come towards the end of the session, and I hope that you guys liked it. So all of you can fill out the survey and win swags. So do fill out the survey and get some swags. Yeah, thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm so happy to be here today with you within the Global Power Platform Bootcamp and share with you how we can build a pretty user interface for your Power Apps applications. And many of people they come and ask me through my Twitter, LinkedIn account how I'm building my user interface. What kind of tools should I use to build any user interface? And today I will share with you all my secrets. I will answer all your questions and we will go through the main steps that you need to follow before you create or you build your application and what kind of things you need to put it on your consideration before you build any application. So, before I start, let me introduce myself. My name is Mail Hajri. I have been graduated with a computer engineering bachelor degree. I'm working now with Schlumberger for almost 4 years, and my current position is a digital analyst. I learned Power Platform actually while I'm in this position, and also I started to be part of Power Platform and Power Addicts community before almost 1 year. I start to learn a lot of amazing things from this community. Even I start to share my sessions, share a lot of cool stuff within the community. So if you are not part of Power Addicts, go there, share what you have, learn from the community. For sure you will learn a lot of amazing stuff. So let me share with you now a few slides or a few screenshots of what I built so far and what kind of user interface, a different user interface that I have. Then I will share with you what we will learn. So if you look at this screen now, you will notice that I have a several pictures or several user interface and several style. So my most important things, I need to understand the story or the idea or the business case before I build the user interface. You cannot, for example, you cannot build an application for kids and you are putting something not related to kids. So most important things, you need to deal with your application. It's like you are dealing with a specific story. You need to understand the whole idea before you build your user interface. That's why make sure to match the topic with user interface. Otherwise, they will confuse or the topic or similar when you are buying any book. If the topic or if the title not matching the book or the content of the book, for sure you'll see why the title is not matching what I'm reading. It's something really strange. Similar thing with user interface. Deal with like you need to understand the whole concept of your application or the whole idea, which is you will implement while you are doing the UX before you build your user interface. And today I will share with you the main important part or main important steps you need to follow before you build your user interface and build your application. So what we will learn today, we will learn what's user interface, what's the difference between UX and UI design, what's the importance of learning about user interface or put on our consideration the user interface before we build any application, and what's the key components of user interface and UX design. And for sure I will do with you a quick live demo to show you how we can create a user interface in easiest way. So let's start with the first one. What's user interface or what's UI? Why do we need UI? What's the meaning of user interface? To know why do we need user interface, we need to understand what's the meaning of UI. UI, it's a user interface. The user interface is the graphical layout of an application. It's focused on the buttons user they click, focus on the text they read from your application, the images, even the text that you are the text they will enter. So it's mean the interaction between the application and the user, we can call it user interface. This is the simplest way to explain what's the user interface. So actually it's include the screen of your application, that what we call it transactions and the animation and the images, all this stuff we can call it a user interface. Similar to this one, for example, here we have a several screens. What kind of things that you want to show to the end user? What kind of images you want to add to your application, we can consider it as a user interface. So the user interface person or designer, they will decide what the application is going to look like. So you have to choose the colors, and you have to choose the potentials. You have to choose what kind of font of text you would like to add to your application. It's something really cool. So this is the meaning of what's user interface. So now we know what's the meaning of user interface. So what's the difference now between UX and UI? We know UX it's a stand for user experience, and the difference between user experience and the user interface, actually, it's at the end they will interact together. So the UX designer or the UX person who will decide how the user interact or interface works, while the UI designer will focus or decide how the user interface look like. This is very collaborative process actually, and the two design terms tend to work closely together. So as the UX, it's working out to the flow of the app, how the workflow of your application will look like. What if the user will, if the user click here, what kind of flow I need to do. This is what we call it UX. But for the user interface, they will work, or you need to focus on how the application, the final product will look like. So this is the main difference between UX and UI. So let us move to the third topic. Why do we need UI and UX? Why should I make my application very pretty to the user? What the idea behind making my application really cool, and at the same time I'm giving a value to my application? Actually, user interface and UX is very important things for me and for most of us. It's like you are providing a new things to the customer or to the client or to the end user. In order to make your app really amazing and valuable to the end user, you must provide an amazing user interface and amazing user experience through your application. So user interface and user experience, it's linked together. You cannot provide a pretty application, but there is no functionality of this app. So it's linked together at the end. So by understanding the need of your target audience and their market, you can make your app interactive and more engaged, and the people, they will ask for more and more actually while they are using your application. But now, why you need, or why do we need to have a good design within our application? First, it's enhanced customer satisfaction. So a great design or an amazing design provide your customer with engaging content and easy navigation. This make customers satisfied actually with the service, with your application. They will, as I mentioned, they will keep asking for more. They will wait for your upcoming application or upcoming promo video about your applications, and also they will recommend your name to a different people. So with this point, you will make sure that you are starting to build your brand, starting to show the people who you are and what kind of application you can provide. Then second, it's help you to understand your audience while you are building your user interface actually, and before you build your application, you will understand what they need, what they are looking for, what they are looking exactly with this application, how I can deliver this application. So your app must attract your audience, must attract the end user or the customer. So you need to understand their actual need. As I mentioned, while you are building your application, you need to think about the story, the business case, how you can link everything together. Third, it will help you to start building your brand. So if you look at my Twitter account, how the people they know that, or how the people they come and ask me how you are creating your user interface, because I'm starting to build my own brand, because I show the people I'm building a lot of application with amazing user interface. So the people they will start talking about my application. I'm starting to build Agent 008 brand or Mail Hadri brand. It depends on what you are delivering. So while you are building your amazing user interface, you are building your own brand actually. Number 4, it saves time and money. So how it saves time and money? Because if you invest in a great interface and a great user experience design, there is a minimum chance that your client will find any problem with your application, because you already understand what kind of they are looking, what kind of experience they are looking for this application, what kind of functionality you will add, what kind of user interface you can build for them. So you are saving your time to avoid any issue or any problem in the future. And a perfect application will not need frequent upgrades actually, and therefore it saves your money and time you would have to spend on developing and update. So because from the first step, it's you are sitting with your client focusing on what they need, you are still you are building your user interface and show the people how they can easily use your application. So this is the main steps why we are needing to think about user interface, build our user interface, and learn how we can build. So now it's the time to learn the main components of the user interface, user experience design. And I will go one by one and show you and give you a brief description about it. So let us move. What's the main or the first one is about IA, or we call it information architecture. Information architecture is all about satisfying the business strategies by designing the applications or the site's information structure. And the major role of IA is to provide to the user an easy navigation no matter which browser they are using. It's all about how they will use your application in an easiest way and with a top level navigation menu. So you need to make sure that you are delivering your application to the end user in easiest way. At the same time, it's attractive. This is for IA. Let us move to the second one, which is interaction design. Interaction design is about creating the design with which the user interact with the product or with the application or your application at the end that you will deliver it. The interaction include a different type of elements such as color, a font, icons, images, even the motion. If you would like to add some motion within your application, if you would like to add a sound, you need to be very careful when you are selecting the colors, the graph, all this stuff. I notice many of people they are putting a random pictures on their application by taking from the Google actually, and they put it within the application, and we have a copyright and all this stuff, and the images is not matching the topic itself. So make sure when you are putting an images or all these, it match everything. So you cannot put an image with a purple color and the background is another color, and it feel like the end user will not feel comfortable while they are using the application actually. Let us now move to the third one, which is usability. Usability actually, it's how the user will use your application, how long they will stay using this application, or how they will get the information they want to use this application, or visiting the site of the first time, and how they will react to your application. And if they really liked or love your application from the beginning and they keep asking for upgrade, for sure every time they will come to you or they will stay for to see what's coming next. So make sure your application is look really attractive, user interface very attractive, and the user they for sure they will come back to you and they will ask for more and more. And number 4 is wireframing actually. How we build our wireframing. What kind of steps should we need? Wireframing, or what the meaning of wireframing. Actually, before you build your actual user interface, wireframing, we can consider it actually as a part of UX, because it's you are building how the functionality of your application, how the application will look like. You are creating a sample of the application to test the features, look and usability of the application before it's actual launched. So wireframing is the easiest way to test a functionality and evaluate if the application will be serve the purpose or not. So this is the meaning of wireframing. You can, if you are not familiar with XD tool, you can use other tool or a different tools, and we have a lot of free tools actually online. You can use it to build your wireframing, or the easiest way, you can build your wireframing or even your user interface by using a PowerPoint. So this is the easiest way to build your wireframing or user interface. Let us move to the last step, or before the last step, which is, we call it, is a visual design. What the meaning of visual design? Visual design of your application or your dashboard or whatever you are building, it's like defining the brand, it's defining the final product, it's the finalization of your visual design, can affect actually the user's behavior, and you will see the interaction and you will see the feedback from the user at the beginning. So when you deliver your product with the user interface, if it's attractive, they will be happy, they will come to you and ask for more. If not, and they feel like the color is not matching, or they don't like your colors, or they don't love your user experience with your application, for sure they will come to you to do some modification, and it will take time. So you need to be very careful while you are selecting the best images, the colors, the icons, the font, and the user interface. Actually, what I need to mention here, it's not about only to select the best images or all this stuff. It's also to identifying the appearance of the application, impact the interaction of the user. So this is the main things with the user interface, how to make the user feel like they are really willing to use this application. They are really happy to use this application and to make your application alive for a while of time. This is the meaning of visual design. And while you are following all this step, your application will be ready to go and you will be ready to publish it to the people. Make sure to follow all these steps actually, and for me, I'm following all these steps while I'm building or working on any project. I cannot build direct my user interface without understanding the concept or the idea behind this application. You need to put on your consideration that you need to focus on the story behind this application. This is the main things of following a specific steps to build your user interface or build your user experience. And as I mentioned, user interface and user experience is linked together. You cannot build your user interface without understanding what kind of functionality or experience you would like the user to use while you are building your application. And now it's time to show you a quick live demo about how we can create a pretty user interface in easiest way. So now I'm planning to create a user interface at the same time to build my application within Power Apps. The idea is I would like to create an application for employee onboarding, and I'm planning to build my user interface at the same time. So open your Power Apps, connect to your data source. In my example, it will be a SharePoint, and today I will show you how we can build our user interface and make it really attractive, and by using a simplest tool actually. So first, after I open my application, now I need to think about what kind of colors and what kind of icons and should I add it to my application. So first I need to make sure that I have a logo to my application, or what I will call my application. So here I will call it employee employee onboarding. So I will share with you this link. Actually, it's a logo design tool which is free. You just need to go there, add the name of your logo, for example, edit the text, or you can link or type whatever you want. And from there, after you type your text, you will be able to select anything. For example, we have a several type here, and you can select anyone or any logo that it fits you to your application. In my example here, actually, I would like to use this one, which is this logo, employee onboarding. And if you want to edit your logo, you can edit easily. Let me edit from here. What if I want to change the text, or what if I want to change the size, and so on. So let us play around with this one. Actually, I would like to make it darker because my application will be the user interface similar to this color. So let me make it like this, and I will copy the hexadecimal color later on, because while I'm building my images and all this stuff within the PowerPoint, I can have the same color. Cool. Okay, from here, if you want to change, so the reflection, or let me check how we can make it. Let us make it normal. No, I think it's better if we can make it like this. Okay. Background, I don't want to have any background. It will be much easier for me, because while I'm adding to my application, I don't need to remove any background, so I will make it like this. So let me go back to the text to check the font size. Maybe I want to make it bigger, or I think this size will be okay for me. It depends on you. Let us press done. Actually, this site it's free, so you can use it and you don't need to buy the logo. Just download it from here. And here we go. We have our logo together now. Great. Okay. Let me go back. So now I'm thinking what kind of interface or the main page should look like. So what I need to have here, actually, the logo, the user of username, the picture of the user, and a few message, and get started. Then second page, it will be the form of the employee onboarding to fill the form. So let's start with the first page. Let me open. If you are not familiar with the designer or the advanced tool, you can use PowerPoint, and I will show you how we can do it very easy. So let me add this. You can use all the shapes that we have it from here. For example, I would like to use this one, and here we go. Let's assume this is the main application page. And what kind of color should I use? I'm thinking with this color, and no outline. Let me download the logo that I already downloaded on my PC from download. Here we go. I will keep it here with me, so to make sure everything is fit together. Employee onboarding, we can add it similar to this one. So let me make it bigger like this. Here we go. Okay, cool. So what I will do now, I want to make my application really simple, at the same time attractive with the design and the professional. So I will go insert from the shape that we have it already here, all the style we have it here. I can do whatever I want. For example, I will select this one. Let me do it in this way, or let me rotate it. Okay, here we go. Let me keep this one here. And what if I want to change the size or to change the color? For sure, I want to change the color. It's because I don't want to use this color. Maybe I can use this one and make it similar to this one, or yeah, let us see. And maybe I would like to, no, not now. Okay, now I go to edit from here, because I don't want to have similar to this one. I want to play around with the style of this one. So from here you can make it like this, for example, and start play around. And maybe from here I can No, sorry. And let's try it again. And maybe I can make it like this. Cool. Let me keep the logo here. And let me change or rotate this one. Okay. I prefer to put it on the right side, not left side. And it's feel like you have two pages at the same time. It's really something really attractive. And what I can do here, I can add one more, make it bigger from this like this, and change the color. Maybe I can add it, make it gray or something, and no, and here we go. Okay, just a minute, and put it on background. And for this one, we can make it similar like this. Okay, cool. And for this one, I think I can make some shadow. It will be more attractive. Let me see what. No, I think this one. Yeah, this one. It's really cool. And for employee onboarding, we can add the logo here. But see, still we have a space here. So I'm thinking what we can add here. I don't want to put the logo here, so we can add the logo here, somewhere here. And maybe what we can add here, for example, a specific message, or it depends on our scenario, or we can keep it like empty, there is nothing, or we can make this one smaller to make sure that we are using all the space. And let me do something here from edit. Where is it? Design, no, format, edit, and I can make this one like this. I think this one. Let us try to see if. And you can play around with all the things that you have it every time while you are building your user interface. You will see a lot of things, and every time you feel you want to change your mind while you are doing the user interface. So let me make it like this, and this one. But I want to make sure that we have the same size and everything is matching correctly. Okay, here we go. And we can make it like employee onboarding. Now it's better for me, but here I need to do some small change, and which is like this and like this. See, we can do a lot of things with PowerPoint actually. Maybe we can make it similar like this. So at the end, it's up to you how you want to change the style or how you want to make it. So let me make it bigger. Okay, here we go. Okay, so you agree that you want to have this style. Maybe you can change it later or you can keep it. It's up to you at the end. And I'm still curious about this one. I just need to do some modification. Maybe I can make it smaller and so on. Cool. Now we have our logo, and I would like to see the picture of the users, view messages, and a few messages, and so on. So how can I take this one and add it to my application? How I can do it easily? So I already saved my logo. I need to save each page for each picture or as a picture. So I will save this one as a picture. Let me put it on my desktop and I call it picture one. Okay, and the second one I would like to do a few changes before. Let me change this one. Here we go. Before I do anything, and I think now it's much better. And I will save this one again as a picture. P2. Cool. Now let me open the application here and I will start to import all the images that I already saved. For example, here I will go to insert image. From here I will, from desktop I will choose picture number 1 and picture number 2. Cool. Okay, how we can do it? Oh, sorry, I save it on the same. Let me go here, picture number 1. So let us do it together. From here, you just need to click on fill and try to match whatever you have in your PowerPoint to be matching here. Let me put it, maybe it will fit, or sometimes it's really difficult to work with the images here, but every time I managed how to do it. From here, let me see, because I don't want to see any spaces here. Okay, let me try with this one. Okay, this is the main one, so I need to make sure. Maybe I can use this one as a main one, or I can keep it like this, or let me, cool. Now, but I don't want to make it very big. Or what we can, let's try this one. No, it's really too big, so I will use fit, and from here I can make it similar to this one. Cool. And for this one I can do a similar thing, but here, see, I have still a space. Maybe I can make it fit, but still I have a space here, which is, it doesn't make any sense. Maybe fill, the same issue. Maybe I can make it smaller still. See, I have spaces here, which is, it's look like. So I will remove this one. I don't need this one. I can stay with this one, and actually it's much better. Just let me make sure, because here I would like to give a feeling to the user, like we have a 2 pages and this is the main page and this is the second page. So this is what we already added to the application. Now let me add the logo. Let me add it from the place I already downloaded, and I will make it little. No, it's too big. So the logo should be like this. Onboarding. Here we can add it. Now the background, I don't want to have it like it's with a white color, so I need to change it. So let me go here. No need to take the one that I have it here. This one I can do it with while I'm building my application. You can change the background color, for example, to this color or to this one actually, or this one. or this. Let me try. No. So we can choose this one. And from here, let us add the user picture. For example, from here, you need to add a Office 365, for example, to make sure that we are getting the user picture. And let me add. So I suggest for you to add a picture here for the user. Dot image. And see now what we will do. I prefer to change, maybe we can make it here 22. No, I don't want to have a border, none, sorry, 0. From here, I can play around with here border, and I can make it, for example, 44. Let's see. I want to make it like a circle. Still, maybe we can make it 200. Let's see. And still, see, you can make it similar to this one. No, maybe I can make it, let's see, 400. Depends on the user picture. Cool, but I want to make it smaller, because if you make it very big, it will look like too much. Okay, here we go. And if you want to add a border, you can make it so here and make it, for example, 4, and you can make it with a gray color, or even we can change it to be as like this. It's much better. And we can add a username. Sorry, we can add a text here like hello May or something. And see now how I'm changing the font. For example, welcome. And we can, and user dot, okay. So now I want to have a space here. Cool. So make sure when you are changing the font, use the same font for all your screens. It's better. For example, I would choose this one here, and don't make it too much big, because they will open it through their phone. So it will be very big for them, and like the text bigger than the logo, so it will be look like something strange. So make sure your font size it's for all the screen the same, and don't make it big, because at the end they will open it through your phone. And if it's desktop application, the same scenario, don't make it that much big, because at the end when you run the application, the size will be very big for them, and it will look like um it will be look bigger than the logo that you will add it to your application. So here I will make it, let's try to make it 13. Let's see. No, it's too small. Maybe we can make it 14, and try to run the application to see. Maybe I can make it, let us try 16. Okay, I would like to add it to be in the middle. And from here, what if I want, don't make it bold that much, because you have a logo, otherwise make it normal. Let me change, maybe I want to change it to be like this. Or no, let me go back to the Arial font. And what about the color? Let me try to use a dark blue. No. So I will make it even this one, no. For me, it's better to use a black now, because here we have a blue. If you are using a blue everywhere, it's better to change the color, but make sure it's matching for everything. So we can add here welcome mail Hadrim, and see. Now what we will do. Okay. Now I want to add a few message, for example, here with the same font. So what I will add here, get started by adding your employee names to our forms. For example, you can change whatever you want, or if you have a specific quotation or something you want to add, so you can. So here we go. For this one, let me try to make it 15, not 16, because it's a message, and we can make it lighter than the message that we have it here. And it's better if you change the color here. Don't make everything black. So make sure it's see, because it's a message. I don't want to see the same font color twice at the same time. Maybe you can make it like this and add it in the middle. Try to make spaces between each part and dot. And okay, here we go. Cool. Now I would like to add a button like get started. Let me add a button as a get started. Don't add similar to this font. It's really too big to the user. Make sure to have the same font size. Here I will make it 15. So it's here 25, 15, and I will change the font size to similar to this one. And I don't like this color, so I will change it to be yes, and make it from here. Maybe I will make it 44 and make it smaller like this. And we can add get started. Here, what I will do, I will make sure, see, I would like to show you something. When you click, the color it changes. Sometimes the color, here it's okay with me, it's white and the blue, but sometimes make sure you change the color when the user click on the button. Some people they forget and they get a wrong color, so it's really important, because while you are using the application, for example, if you have here a white or you have a yellow or purple, it depends on your application, and once you click and they are getting a blue color, some color, you need to make sure to change it from here, which is if it's disabled color, pressed color, over color, and so on. So let me change. I will make a space between here and like this. I would like to add some icons here, or there is a huge space here and here or everywhere. So I would like to add a small picture that give a touch to my application. So let me move it down and make the logo bigger like this. And here we go. I can put a space between the image. Here I would like to add some images or something. How I can add icons? I have another site. Actually, I can get the icons free, no need to pay anything. For example, maybe I can, let me find some icons that fit to my application and attractive. So you can search from here, or if you want to see from here, it's better. So make sure to choose the same icons that fit to your application. So maybe I can use this one or use this one. Let me see, or let's try to use this one. So I will download, maybe it's really cool. We have a lot of attractive icons, so I can download it. So let me register. You need to register if you are not registered to the site, but you can download it for free. So let me go here and register. Cool. I have an account to this site, so download. So you just need to download, a free download. Cool. And now let me show it in the folder and we can start using the icons. It's downloading now. So what I will use, maybe I will use this one or I will use this one. Let us try to add both the application and we can see. Still downloading. Let me see. I will extract it to be here because we are downloading the whole package. So it takes times. Okay, here we go. So we will use this file, PNG. Let me go to the application now and start to add an image. Insert image. And from there, I can go add an image, which is down from here, and PNG. Or maybe I can use this one. Let me see from here if it fit the colors, or I would like to use both the gender. Maybe I can use this one. I think. Let's try. It's really cool. Yeah. And it's feel like it's something to the HR because employee onboarding, it's for the HR, so it's really attractive. Maybe I can make this down and make it bigger. And now what I can do, I can move this one up and I can move this one up. Here we go. Simple, attractive, and you are using a PowerPoint to build all this cool stuff and a free tools to add an icons. Maybe I can make this one bigger and so on. Here we go. And if you want to move your application, you just need to see if you want to do any small modification. It's easy. Let me run it. It's really something attractive and simple at the same time. And I'm adding a few things, not that much of things. But what I'm thinking, I need to change this one. Maybe later on I can add more colors or add two images. It's up to you at the end. But this one, it's for HR. I would like to make it really professional at the same time using easiest tool. Now let us try to create the second one, second screen for the form and see how I can copy paste easy without that much of duplication or do all the job. For me, I'm duplicate the screen and what I'm doing actually, let me see form page, just delete whatever I want to delete from here and here we go. And for the onboarding now, you need to keep your logo not on the middle because this is not the home page. You can keep it here. For example, like this. Because for the main page, and you can change the font size of your logo, but let me make it bigger. Similar to this one or whatever you have, or you can make it here, but I suggest for you to keep it here like this. Or here. Like this. Don't make it in the middle because you already have it here on the main page, no need. And you can start add your form. For example, here you want to make it really easy for you, just add a form, add it to your list. And now we have a lot of styled form. You have two options. Either you put each table or each button or each text label and text input by yourself and customize it, or you can use this one and you can customize whatever you want to have here. But here, if you notice, the size is really, really big. So for example, I don't want to see this one. Remove whatever you want to remove and keep the main things. But here, what I suggest for you, you can keep it similar to this one. Don't make it big to the user. And if you notice, the button, it's really huge. So what I will do, I will make sure I'm having the same font size, the same font color, the same things that we have it. For example, here it's not, I need to change the font size to be, make it 13. No, it's too small. Maybe I can make it 15. and so on. For this one, you need to change it. Even for this one, maybe it's a description actually, so you need to make it a multi-line, not single line. So here it's a multi-line. Make sure you have a spaces here. And for this one, and here, very important, it's you need to change even the font size for this one. And there's a trick actually to do all the form together. No need to do one by one, but the purpose of this one to show you how we can change the font and how we can make everything matching to the main design. And even for this one, make sure to have it. Okay, I will make it 15, and maybe we can make it like this. Change it to be smaller. And before I move forward, let me change the theme that we have it here. It's better to make it light. Let's try to make it light. See, I prefer the light one better than the blue one actually. And for this one, the same thing, you need to make it 15 and change this one to be 15 and change the font size similar to this one. And what I suggest for you, make this one bold actually, or like this, and keep this one as a normal. Okay, this one it's really big, so I can make it smaller, and you can put it on this side 15 and change the size even here. Sometimes you need to unlock to change, otherwise if you do it without unlock it will not be reflected. And change the font size and so on. And what else? And even if you would like to add a few icons here, which is we will add it if it's necessarily, so you can just add a few icons to your form. And here we go. Let me add, no, I want to keep it as it is. I just need to change the font and so on. And make sure the drop down menu and all these, it's matching the same size and everything. You can do it manually, or you can do it from the setting itself to each button or each text label. You can go there and change the size, copy and paste. But it's up to you at the end. From here you can change the same thing. And here make sure you have the same font size and so on. Here we go. We can make it multi-line, not single line. And the font size the same. Now what I will do, we have a description and so on. Let me move it up. Do not make it like this. It's really wrong. You need to make sure you still have this one. Or if you want to make it smaller and keep the logo, maybe I can make the logo bigger actually. Because here maybe I can add a home button or something. Or back button. Or you know what I will do here? For the form, I will add a few icons here. So let me give us here a space to the icon, and we will add submit button. To add a submit button, I can use this one, copy, and go here and paste it actually and click. But for submit or save, let us save it, for example, save, make it smaller, similar to this one. Do not make the save button or submit similar to get started, because yeah, it's better. So you can put it in the middle. For example, here I would like to add a few icons. Let me see what icons should I add, or what kind? For example, I need to add here a back icon here to make sure the user will be able to go back to the main page. And I need to change the color. No, this one to be as dark gray. Yeah, it's matching the color. Let me move up this one and make sure to put it as a on the back, because otherwise the user will not be able to click on the back icon. And here we go. Okay, let me add one small image here or icon to make sure we have some colors, other colors here to make it really attractive. Maybe here we can add, I can add both gender here maybe, but here I cannot select two. So what I can do, I can add one like this, copy and paste, and the second one. Let me see, maybe it will not look nice, or I can add this one. It's much better actually because it's a form. So this one, it's matching the concept or matching the form idea, and make it in the middle like this. So now we have our form. You can make it similar to this one. So we have our form, we have a save button, we have everything. Let me try to, I forget, let us make it in edit mode. A new. Here we go. Oh, I forget to make this one bold, so you need to make it not normal, because it will be like better if you make this one bold and this one normal, because it's a form within the gallery. Even within the gallery, I prefer to put the title or description or whatever as a bold, and the text itself as a normal style. And here we go. But I feel this one, it's not okay. So simple, attractive, and a few things to do, not that much. You don't need to be advanced level to create a few things. And if you would like to add more colors or more background, you can add, but make sure it's fit the colors. So for example, here we're adding a blue color with a gray, with red, with the blue, but it's really something attractive and simple at the same time. Do not put that much of colors, do not put that much of text, and make it simple as much as you can and attractive even. So this is what I have for you today. Hopefully that you learned how to build your user interface in easiest way. And the floor is open now for you. If you have any question, you can ask now. And thank you for attending the session today.
Hello everyone, I am Ritika Agarwal and I am from Hyderabad, India. This is my second Global Power Platform Bootcamp and I'm so excited to be a part of this awesome event. I'm looking forward to interact with the Power Platform enthusiasts around the globe. Last year we did our first Global Power Platform Bootcamp in Hyderabad and it was really an amazing experience. One of the things that I like most about that event was the combination of people who gathered from different streams and departments to share their thoughts on the Power Platform toolset. So this year, the event being virtual, I think we'll be able to reach to a wider set of audience. So see you there. Thank you.
this year not locally but virtually brought to you. Today, I will present to you about Power BI external tools, what exactly it is, and how you can create them yourself. I hope you will learn something new today and have fun. Before we get started, I will tell you a little bit more about what exactly external tools is and where you might have seen them already. So let me run to a few things before we get started with my own built external tool. You might be familiar with these three tools: DAX Studio, Tabular Editor, and ALM Toolkit. You might have seen them before, wherever you use them in either Visual Studio with good old analysis services, or maybe you use them already with Power BI. Today I will tell you more about what these tools are, how you can use them, and how you can set up your own external tool to integrate nicely with Power BI Desktop. Before we do that, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Mark. I'm working as a data and analytics consultant at Macaw in the Netherlands. Other than that, I'm a frequent blogger on my own website, data-mark.com, where I blog about everything related to Power BI. Besides that, I'm for 2 years in a row now awarded as Microsoft's Most Valuable Professional in the category Data Platform with a specialization in Power BI. As I'm a huge Power BI fan as well as a beer fan, I also like to combine my both hobbies. That's how I came up with Power Beer. As you can see, I also created some swag for that, like t-shirts, sweaters, and many more things that you can find on my website. Enough about me, let's get started with today's session. Today's agenda. First of all, I will tell you a little bit more about what exactly an external tool is and how it works. Secondly, I will talk a little bit about analysis services in memory, what it is, how it works, and why it is important to understand what analysis services in memory is meaning to you when it relates to external tools. As a third topic, we will quickly stop at building external tools. What components are important in order to build your own external tool, and how can you do this yourself? And last but not least, I also want to hear from you. Although this is a virtual session that is pre-recorded, I really would like to engage with you and hear from you what you think is important in order to make my external tool even more powerful where you can use it on a daily basis. So let's get started. First, documentation. My own external tool is completely built around setting up documentation for your Power BI models. As you might know, in Power BI you create and build data models as well as reports inside Power BI Desktop, and after that you will publish it to the Power BI service. All that together is something that happens inside Power BI Desktop. But what happens often is that people directly move on after that, but do not document what they did, why they did it, and how they built it. So at a certain moment when they need to hand over something to their client or to a colleague, it's pretty hard to explain and understand why something was built in a certain way and how. So normally when I do this session live, I also have a Kahoot integrated. But as that's a little bit more challenging, I will talk over these different questions and tell you a little bit more about what topics are interesting when we look at this external tool and documentation topic for Power BI. Usually I always start with the question, is documentation overrated? Luckily, the majority of people that attended my session said no. We all think that documentation is a pretty important topic when we are building something in Power BI. Although, at the same time, we are challenged when it comes to how to document our Power BI solutions. So, documenting our solutions can be challenging, but with my external tool, you might be able to fix this. And if we look at the image on the right hand side, honestly this is a situation where I've been in before. And when a colleague or even someone else handed over a solution to me and I asked them, why do you build specifically this logic in Power Query in a certain way? They were always like, yeah, there was a reason for it, but honestly, I don't remember it. And in the end, it turns out that nothing was documented, or they didn't have time to document it, or what was at that moment a valid reason to not write anything down about why you built something in a certain way and how you did it. All that is why I think it should be easier to document your Power BI solutions. That was for me the main driver to set up an external tool that will help you to document your Power BI solutions. When I posted this idea on Twitter, and I asked people on Twitter, if you deliver or use a Power BI solution which results in a shared data set, does it come with a proper documentation? Actually, the majority of people said, no, what is documentation? In other words, or the documentation was not delivered, or they don't care about it, or whatever reason, but there was no documentation involved. Luckily, also 18% said, yes, it is nicely shared in Power BI, so the documentation is part of my solution. While at the other hand, there's also 30% that said, yeah, I care about documentation if I have time left, because we're all in a rush in today's life. It can be pretty challenging to also save some time to work on documentation. When I posted this, another MVP also added an option or suggested an option like, yeah, if you're missing an option in your question, if it is prioritized. I always ask for it to be part of the task, but too often it's not prioritized. Even though clients pay me for advice, documentation is sadly one of those they most often ignore. In other words, we as IT people, we do care about documentation, but mostly our clients don't, or they want us to build new functionality in order to care about writing down what we did and why we did it. So, what other topics are interesting when we look at documentation for our solutions? If I ask people if they currently document their models and how they do it, I always ask them like, you have 4 options. You always describe it in every detail. You manually put something together, you generate something and that's it. Or they don't care about documentation at all. Well, most of the people are, if they document something, are manually putting something together. But on the other hand, it shouldn't be too much at the same time, because then we will have archives full of documentation. And if it is too much, looking at my own experience, I probably wouldn't read it at all. If it is too much, I will just open the solution and see what it looks like and find it out myself. Though I strongly believe that if you hand over a project to your client, if your project is finished, or to your colleague if he takes over your project, it is really important that at least something is written down. At least something about why you built that one-to-many relationship but set it to bidirectional for a specific reason. Or you built that one-to-one relationship instead of joining the 2 tables in Power Query. Or whatever can be relevant for your solution. Having that said, it also adds value to your solution if you nicely document it, and it also helps you in succeeding your work. So if you document your solutions, there are of course a lot of things that you can document about your Power BI solution. Think about Power Query, so all your data transformations, relationships and the data model, DAX expressions, or even column and table properties, like data types, or like if you have calculated columns, it's partly overlapping with DAX expressions obviously, but if you have calculated columns, what is the expression for this column? In the end, all these items are relevant, and this is all focused on tables, columns in your data model, but not yet on your report itself, not on the visual aspects of Power BI. So let's have a look on how we can document these model capabilities of Power BI in an easier way with an external tool. So I already mentioned it shortly. What's not included in my external tool is typically visuals, so the visual layer of Power BI, bookmarks, page navigation, or let's say the report in general. I'm mainly focused on the data model and how the data model is set up in terms of tables, columns, and everything other than that. There's a reason for that. And let me go there in a second. But first, let me quickly show you what the external tool looks like. The external tool that I have personally built allows you to generate a new Power BI report with just one click, and that generates a new Power BI report that includes everything about your tables, your columns in your model, how it is saved, if you maybe have auto-date time columns in your model, as well as your complete overview of all your relationships in your model, measures that are in your model, including the DAX expressions and possible descriptions, and many more things. The latest version even includes row level security. So before I'm going to show you how I set up this tool and how you can take advantage of this and start using it today, let's first have a quick look at what exactly external tools are. External tools in Power BI. There are tons of different external tools in Power BI. All these different external tools are built by third parties. Only a few of them are built by Microsoft employees, although it is not owned by Microsoft. So external tools are third-party integrations that you can integrate in Power BI Desktop. As of September 2020, the new metadata format of analysis services was also part of the Power BI metadata. And the new metadata is what is called tabular object model, is general available as of September 2020, which allows us to read this metadata as it is a JSON structured format. This format is much easier to read and easier to also extract from Power BI, and allows third parties to connect to this new metadata format with read and write functionalities, as you might know from ALM Toolkit or Tabular Editor. So all these external tools is what you will find in the top ribbon of Power BI. In this top ribbon, you will find the three known external tools, Tabular Editor, DAX Studio, and ALM Toolkit, which you can install by just the next finish installer. Other than that, as you can see on my screenshot, I have much more external tools. The reason why I have more is because other third parties, like other MVPs, and so did I, created a new external tool that you can add to Power BI yourself. So this opens up a lot of possibilities for other people to start collaborating and start integrating new tools in Power BI. So let's have a look at what we can do. So it is not only these three tools, but your tool can be part of it tomorrow, maybe even today. Personally, when I started building my new external tool, it took me one day to have my first version. I strongly believe that this is easy to do. Although I'm not a developer, I managed to build my own external tool within a day. Of course, I had some help from other MVPs, just looked at how they did it and tried to do the same thing myself. That's also what you will see in a little bit when I demo how I built my external tool. Still, even other third-party fully integrated applications can be installed and integrate with Power BI. So, how do you install these external tools? Well, I already mentioned the three famous ones have a next finish installer. But all the other external tools need to be added one by one. You need to install them yourself, and you need to put them in a specific folder of your computer, which is actually right here in your documents or in your program files, where you have a section about Microsoft Shared, where you will find all the external tools that I have in my top ribbon of Power BI. Each of these files is what we call an PBI tool.json and represents one of the icons in the top ribbon. As you can see, for example, the Open a Report Builder, here my own one, the Model Documenter, as well as the Tabular Editor version, DAX Studio, and ALM Toolkit. So all of them are here. So why is this such a pity if you want to add your own external tool? Well, as it is part of your program files, it might be that you're not allowed to install this yourself, and you might need your administrator to help you installing this tool. The guys from Power BI Tips, Mike Carlo in specific, he worked on an integration or a new application which is called Business Ops, which helps you to easier add a bunch of external tools in one go to your own Power BI environment. Business Ops can be downloaded from PowerBI.tips, and this will show you a new way of installing your Power BI tools to your ribbon in Power BI without caring about the specific location. He sorted all that in his installer. So what typical add-ons can you add here by leveraging the PowerBI.tips Business Ops installer? Well, there's a bunch of external tools already available to you. For example, another MVP from Denmark, Erik Twensen, he built already 3 external tools, which allows you to connect Excel directly to your open Power BI model. A similar functionality like Analyze in Excel. And so did the guys from SQL BI. Other than that, he also allows you to open your Power BI desktop model in Power BI Report Builder. So you can build paginated report on top of your locally hosted on your computer Power BI model. Or even if you really want to, you can open your Power BI model in Tableau. Personally, I shouldn't do that, to be very honest. Another one that I'm really a big fan of is the one that is built by David Sang. David Sang leveraged the DAXformatter.com API in order to format all your DAX expressions in one go in your model. So by just one click of a button, you can format them all nicely in the format that they should be. This helps you to easily format all your measures without caring too much about it while building them. And there are a bunch more. You should just have a look at it and find out yourself, have a play with it, and see how this can add value to your developer experience in Power BI. So, if we look at a documentation tooling for Power BI, what should it be? I've asked this question to a bunch of people and asked them, like, you have 3 options. You can either say it's an application on its own, like DAX Studio, Tableau Editor. You just need to install a tool and that's it. The current version in Power BI is fine to me because I demoed it to them first. So opening a new Power BI report was okay for them. Or the last option, it should be easy and flexible to customize up to your own requirements and your own wishes. The majority of people are either fine with the current version or they want it to be flexible. Well, lucky enough, these 2 are combined in my cool tool because you can easily customize them if you like, as well as the current version in Power BI is what I use today. I also have an Excel version of it that you can leverage as well while you run the tool. You will get to choose between open my documentation in Excel or open my documentation in Power BI. I will demo that to you in a second. Before we go into the tool itself, there's one more thing that's important to understand, and that is analysis services in memory. But we were talking about Power BI, right? Yes, that's true. But as I already mentioned, analysis service and Power BI are both leveraging the tabular object model that is running under the hood in Power BI. So let me show you how you can see this. If you open Power BI desktop on your computer, and you after that open your task manager of your computer, what you will see is that Power BI actually spins up a Microsoft SQL Server Analysis Services instance where your data model is hosted at the time. If you open multiple Power BI models, it will nicely combine them. So under the hood, Power BI is just running analysis services. But as we know that, in the past, why wasn't it the same? Well, Power BI was built upon existing components like Power Pivot, Power View, and Power Query. But as of September 2020, they nicely integrated all this with a tabular object model that is part of the Power BI metadata structure now. And this is exactly matching the metadata structure of analysis services. Okay, there are a few minor differences, but in general, it is almost the same. And with that, Power BI has something that we can compare to a model.pim file that we know from analysis services. This is an open format, it's a JSON format in the structure as you can see on the right hand side. So the JSON format of our model looks like a nicely set up readable JSON structure that includes, for example, everything about your columns, about your tables, about relationships. And this is all a separate array in your JSON structure. But if we know the structure, we should also be capable of reading this, of course. And that's exactly what I did by building my own external tool. So let's run into this and let's see how you can build your own external tool. Building an external tool requires you to do a few things. In the next section, I will explain you shortly which of the components you need, which are actually 3 different components, in order to build your own tool. These 3 different components will either help you to integrate it in Power BI Desktop, run the application of course, and you want to make it look nice. So the 3 components that we need here are the application of self, obviously, the application that we're going to run, that's going to read the metadata from Power BI and maybe even write to the metadata if you like to. Then we need to create a fancy icon. So why do we care about an icon? Well, you will see in a second. And the third one is, we need a specific file, as you might have already seen in the previous quick overview that I showed you about the external tools. We need an integration file for Power BI Desktop, which is the typical pbitool.json file. These 3 components together will give you the ability to create your own external tool. When I was building my own external tool, as I already mentioned, I'm not a developer. As I'm not a developer, how am I going to build an application? Well, of course you can take a course or a class in developing in whatever language you prefer. Other MVPs build external tools in, for example, Python or any other language that they preferred. Personally, none of them really fits me. So, as I'm also a little bit lazy in developing my Power BI solutions, every now and then I leverage PowerShell to automate tasks and maybe even to call the Power BI API. So I was a little bit familiar with PowerShell. That's also the reason why I decided to go for PowerShell in order to run my application. Other than that, there's another advantage of using PowerShell. PowerShell is installed on every Windows client computer, and with that, my external tool will be capable to rerun on every computer. So I think that's a big advantage, to be honest. So I decided to set up my own external tool in PowerShell. And the very first version that I got running was like, I think maybe even 30, maybe 40 lines long. But as I started to expand this tool and build up on the one that I already had and expanding it with new functionality, in the end it turns out that at this moment it's about 200 lines of PowerShell script. Of course, your very first own version doesn't need to be 200 lines. Just get started by reading from the tabular object model and maybe just print it to the screen to see what it looks like. The second thing that we need is the image. And the image is something that we need to integrate in our pbitool.json file. This image will also be represented in the top ribbon of Power BI. And this will be the icon of your tool. The icon where people will click on if they want to run your tool. As this needs to be in a base64 format, which converts an image type like in a PNG or any other image type into a code-based base64, I needed to find a way to do this. Luckily, online there are a bunch of websites that help you to do this. If you simply Google convert image to base64, you will end up, or at least I did, on this website where I can just drop in my image and it will convert to the base64 format file. If I know that, I have my image. Where do I keep it? Well, the next thing is setting up the pbitool.json file. And typically this file is what we needed to integrate in the folder I just showed you, and I will show you again in a second. That is also a JSON file in a specific structure that is requested by Power BI. So let me show you what this looks like. In here I have my pbitool.json file opened, and what you will see is it first includes the version. By default, just keep it 1.0. Then you give it a name. This is the name that's also represented in the top ribbon of Power BI. So whatever name you put here, that will be the name that your external tool is called in Power BI. You can give it a description. This is not represented in Power BI, but Of course, please do add a description. This is very useful. If you ever look up all these external tools, that you at least know what this specific file is representing. The third one is path. And in path, you need to specify the application that you want to run. As I'm running PowerShell, I need to tell Power BI where PowerShell is located. For every computer, this should be the same. In your system folder, you will find the PowerShell application. The PowerShell application will be started up once someone clicks the button, and then the tool will read the arguments that are part of it. And in the arguments, I put the location of my PowerShell script. And this is the script that will be started up once PowerShell is started up. And this is what will be executed. Other than that, we have two more components here, which is server and database. This is what we will get from Analysis Services metadata infrastructure. I briefly told you that Power BI runs Analysis Services under the hood. And with that, it has a server and a database location. This is also what you will see once you look at, for example, DAX Studio. If you connect DAX Studio to your Power BI environment or to your Power BI desktop file, on the right bottom side, you will see local host. And this local host is the representation of the server where your Power BI file is running, as well as the database name is what you can find when you go to the DMVs, the dynamic management views. More about that in a second. And if I run the very top one, the select db schema.catalogs, if I run that one, I will see my catalog name, also known as database name. And that is a GUID, so not very easy to read. This is what you can get from DAX Studio if you like, but by including it here in the pbitool.json file, this will be automatically pushed by Power BI to my tool. And in my tool, this is just the script. Last but not least, we need to insert the just extracted image or logo that we created in base64 format. In the property icon data, here we put in the entire string that was generated in the base64 format of our image. As soon as we've done this, we are good to go. If we have built all these three components, we're good to go and can start running our own external tool. So as this is the one that I use, let's quickly compare it to, for example, another external tool that was installed by just a normal installer. So let's, for example, take DAX Studio. If I'm going to open the pbitool.json from DAX Studio, you'll see a very similar setup. But here, as this is just a client application, they will directly open the application instead of including in the arguments another location where the script is located, because this is part of their application. So if you really build a client application, you should be good to go with only server and database in here. Well, I needed to specify in the arguments also the script that I want to run, just as a quick comparison. Having that said, let's go back to the slides and see what we can do with our own external tool. All these files from the external tools are defined in this specific location, and it's also documented in the Power BI documentation. And of course, these slides will be available after the session for review, so you can have a look at it yourself. So, let's have a look at the Power BI Model Documenter. This is the tool that I built myself. For two reasons. I didn't like documentation. I didn't like to write it down. And as most of the people didn't document anything, I wanted to make it easier to document your Power BI solution. So before I can show you what I exactly built, I want to show you a few things that I leverage on the back end in order to make my tool work. And this is what we call dynamic management views. In DAX Studio, I already very quickly showed you what you can do with dynamic management views and how you can, for example, get insights in your database name. But there's much more that you can do here. If we look at dynamic management views, this is actually Analysis Services dynamic management views that are queries that run information or return information about your model objects, server operations, and server health of analysis services. But as these two structures of analysis services and Power BI became the same, it also works with Power BI. You have to know there are like 4 different types of dynamic management views that you can run. First one is the DB schema. This is all about the database model. That's also one that I just used. Then you have discover operations that typically return you operations that are running at this time. For example, a refresh that is running or sessions of active users that are running. This only works if you connect to Power BI XML endpoints that are already published to the Power BI service. This doesn't work in Power BI Desktop, or at least you will only see one session, which is your active client of Power BI Desktop. Then we have TM schema, and TM schema stands for Tabular Model Schema. This is typical what you will find for Power BI as well as Azure Analysis Services. Other than that, there are also dynamic management views called MD schema, which are multi-dimensional schema, typically MDX, and actually something that personally I didn't use that much. Although there's a huge overlap in TM schema and MD schema. I want to show you a few of these dynamic management views that are really important and can be really easy for you to leverage in the future as well if you quickly want to get some more insights in your Power BI model. So let's have a look at a few of these operations. Before I'm going to do that, there are typical things that you can do. Let's say you can do analysis services metadata, you can read it and you can get a list of all your tables in your model, or all the columns that are part of all these tables, all the measures that you created in the model, as well as perspectives if you use them. Although perspectives are only possible in one way in Power BI at this moment, specifically for visual customizations. But you might have perspectives in your model, so you can be interested to see this. And if you have partitions, for example, generated by incremental refresh, you can also see them in here. You can query this by using DAX Studio, what I will show you in a second. Or you can decide to go for example, SQL Server Management Studio. It's possible as well. So, let me show you a few of these things what you can do. But let me quickly show you the few things that I want to show you. So, first, just a list of all the tables that we have. This DAX Studio instance is connected to my Power BI file that I already opened, and this is what I call my crap file. It looks very ugly. It does everything except best practices. If we look at a relationship overview, for example, we will see that there are too many relationships, there are bidirectional relationships, and well, a lot of things that you shouldn't do normally. I call this crap file for a reason, so I will go there in a second. But first let me show you a few of the things that you can extract while leveraging these dynamic management views. Once we connect Power BI and DAX Studio, on the left hand side we will directly see here all the tables that are part of our model. All these tables are representing the tables that are generated by Power Query, but also the local date tables here that are generated by Power BI as part of the auto date time functionality. Although we don't see everything that we want to know here, let's go on the very bottom to DMVs, and that's what we call dynamic management views, where we get a full list of everything that's possible to do. So first of all, we wanted to see something more about the tables. I already noticed that there is a slight overlap in it, but let's just go for TM schema underscore tables. I can just double click them. Let me zoom this in a little bit. And once I hit run, the result of this set will actually be a list of all the tables that I have in my model. And here you see the model ID is always 1. That's because Power BI has only one a model that can be run. While if you have analysis service, you might have multiple models next to each other on the same server. A table also has an ID, as well as you can have a data category description, if it is hidden, yes or no, and many other properties that are related to these tables. As all these tables are also including columns, of course, we want to know a little bit more about our columns. So let's search for columns. And personally, I go directly for the TM schema again, as I know that it's a tabular model, which is Power BI, and this will show me all the columns that are part of my data model in Power BI. Know that here is the table ID as well. So with that, I can join both tables and get a full overview of tables and columns in one overview if I like to. It's a very long list, typically because it also includes all the auto-date time tables that are generated. But there's one thing that we're missing. And that is actually, we wanted to have the table expressions as well. So table expressions is what we can call the Power Query expressions. But if I search for expressions and I go for the TM schema expressions, this will not work. And that's actually, it's just empty. It will work for analysis, but it won't for Power BI. But if we search for partitions, because in fact every table is a new partition, and if I go for partitions and run that, then I will get a full list of all the Power Query, the query definition here, that I can link to the table ID again. And of course it already has a name here, but that's concatenated with a GUID. So in this way I can also extract all my Power Query code and even the DAX calculated tables like we can see here. So I can extract all the logic, the query definitions for all my tables as part of my model. This can be really powerful to get an overview of your partitions if you have incremental refresh. Other than that, also if you want to get an overview of all your Power Query definitions and all the transformations that you built in there. Such as, for example, that I did a change type here, filtered rows, replaced values, all those type of transformations. Well, so far we talked about tables, columns, but there's one more thing that, if you ask me, is super important, because we also have something like row level security. And row level security is something that only exists in Power BI or analysis services. It doesn't exist in your source system. So it is something new that we added to the solution. So we also might want to know, what are our roles in Power BI? Again, let's go for discover Power BI roles. We were talking about Power BI, right? And let's see what this looks like. It directly shows me an error actually stating, sorry, this one is in Dutch, Power BI roles are only supported for Power BI Premium and Service. So this only works if you connect it to a Power BI Premium instance that is published to the Power BI service. Though, there is a way how you can do this, like if you do this, for example, you go for the TM schema roles and run that, then I will see all my roles that are generated inside Power BI. And I will just see the name, but not yet the expression. And that is covered in another dynamic management view, which is called permissions, the table permissions to be specific. And if I run the table permissions, I will see the role ID again, as well as the filter expression that comes with it, which defines my row level security role. Other than row level security, there's something more that we only know in Power BI and doesn't exist in our source system, which is measures. So let's have a look at our measures. Again, here both will work, the MD schema measures as well as the TM schema measures. So this will also result in a table full of all my measures. Personally, I always go for the TM schema just to be sure that it works, because tabular model is Power BI. What this will look like is a table ID again. So where is this measure located? The name of the measure, a description if you did add it, and here you see that there are 2 descriptions added. I will tell you a little bit more about that in a second. As well as the expressions of the measure itself. So all the measure expressions are also in here. If you put comments in your measure expressions by doing a double slash in the front of that line, of course you will see them here as well. Personally, I would suggest to start using the description field of your measures. And the description field of your measures is something that you can add in Power BI Desktop. If you are in Power BI Desktop and you go to the model view, and then you go, for example, to your the table where you put in a measure. So here on the right hand side, I go to my customer table and then to my customer measure. In the model view, I have a description field. And this description field populates the description field in the tabular object model with whatever text I add in here. By doing this, I can easily just add a textual description to my measure, why I created it, and why this measure is useful for users to start using in their report. Especially if you start sharing this report for self-service purposes, it can be interesting for people to see what this measure represents. It is not only in here, because if I go to the report view here and I hover over that specific measure that I just talked about, let me see where it is in the customer table. If I hover over that specific measure, you will also see that the description of this measure is represented in the pop-up window. So number of customers. This is a very brief description. Of course, you can add whatever text you like here. I would strongly suggest to start using this description field as of today, because this will help you to better understand and describe your model, why you added that measure and what it is representing for your own clarity, but also if you start sharing this model. So we know a little bit more about the dynamic management views and what you can do with this. I showed you something about tables, columns and partitions, as well as measures and roles. Of course, there are many more things that you can discover here by leveraging the dynamic management views. But first, I think these were the most important ones to get you started with dynamics management views. So let's go back to the slide deck. As I wanted to automate all these queries that I can run with the dynamics management views, it was about time to build a tool that is running all these dynamic management views and reporting them back to me. I already showed you quickly that I use PowerShell to do this, but in fact my PowerShell script is not running these dynamic management views, but Power BI is doing that, because I also need to have a layer to present the results of it. So what exactly is my PowerShell script doing? First of all, it retrieves the server and database information from the running Power BI client. After that, I dump that in a temporary file on the C drive of the computer. There's a reason why I do this. As the Power BI file that I will start up afterwards to present the results, I cannot on-demand edit a Power BI file, and therefore I needed to find a way to work around this. So first of all, I dump it in a temporary file, and the Power BI template file that I will start up after that will always read from that template or from the temporary location. So in fact, it's just dropping it in C/temp, or if you installed it with the Business Ops installer, C/Business Ops temp. This will be auto-generated based on the way how you run your tool. So you don't have to create this folder yourself, the script will do this for you. Other than that, there's one more thing that I do here. If you don't have the template file that will document your model, I will automatically download this from my GitHub page, so you always have the latest version. Before I'm going to show you what this tool looks like and how it works today, let me share a few learnings with you. Capturing server and database parameters is something where I struggled a little bit. How do I connect to Power BI? Luckily, Eric Swenson built his own external tool like 1 or 2 days before I started. So I just had a look at his code and learned a lot from that, and actually sort of copy-pasted his code for the PowerShell script. Other than that, there's one massive learning where I spent a lot of time. If you go to a specific file location in your file explorer on your computer, you always use /. Though the script in the PBI or the definition in the PBI tool.json file must have a /. And I spent a lot of time before I figured this out. Because every time I run it again and it failed and it failed. Until I found out that there needed to be a /. This is not well documented in the documentation side, so please take this as a learning and just have a look at what others did, and leverage all the content and everything they found out already. The on-demand editing of the PBI template file, I already mentioned that, is currently not possible, and therefore I choose to dump a temporary file on a specific location as sort of workaround. As soon as I'm able to edit a PBI to a template file on demand, I will get rid of the template file. Please don't be worried that I'm populating your entire C drive with template files, because every time I will overwrite the existing one. So it will be at least 1 or 2 kilobytes that I will take from your computer memory. So I already built a few versions of this tool. So what I did in the latest version 1.2.0, and actually I just released version 1.2.1, I worked a lot on the error handling. With my very first version, I had a lot of people running into issues that they were not sure how to work, or it didn't work for them. They run into failures with the PowerShell script. So I included a lot of error handling, where I do some automatic detection of errors, fix them if possible, or at least show a representative error message to the screen, what's going on and why it doesn't work. In the very first version, I didn't have the automatic folder creation for the temporary file. Now I do. So if your temp folder doesn't exist, it will be automatically generated. In the tool itself, I also built a little menu that will help you to choose between either the Excel version of the report or the Power BI version of the report. And that's also what I also included in version 1.2.0, the 2 different export types. So you can go for the Power BI template or the Excel template. Personally, I love the Power BI template more than the Excel version, but as it is easier to add some more textual explanation to tables, columns, measures, if you like, that's easier to do in Excel, and therefore people ask me if it was possible to have an Excel version as well. Enough talking, let me also show you what this looks like and how it works today. So let me go back to Power BI Desktop and back to my CRAP file. If I go to the top ribbon here, and in this top ribbon, I will see in the external tools section, and in there you will find the button Document Model. Once I click that, a PowerShell window will show up, and this PowerShell window will welcome you to the Power BI document tool at first. It will print to the screen quickly your local host and your database name. Not necessary, because the template file and the temporary file is already dumped on the specified location at this moment. And now it will ask you, what do you want? Do you want to open it in Power BI or in Excel? So let's first go for the Power BI version, and I just click 1, hit enter, and it will now start up a new Power BI template file. While it is opening, it's always a surprise with Power BI, will it open on my left or my right screen. So in a second it will open up, and while it is opening, the very next thing that will happen is that Power BI will ask me, did you dump the temporary file on the specified location, or did you customize it and decide to dump it somewhere else? If you decided to dump it somewhere else, then you need to specify the second parameter. If you leave that one empty, it is good. You're good to go, and you can just click load. While it's opening, there we go. This is what it will ask you. So welcome to the template file. This is the default location. Other than that, if you decided to change the location to whatever you like, please enter it here. I didn't change it obviously, so I just click load. And as a next thing, Power BI will start loading all the information from my computer that I dumped on the specific location. It will also prompt you to sign in, and with this sign in, it will authenticate to the local server and database on your computer. As it is hosted on your computer at this moment, as you have seen in the task manager, please go for Windows authentication and just click connect. That should be sufficient. Power BI will start loading all the information like table metadata, table expressions, and everything that we want to know about our model And as soon as this is done, it will load for you the Power BI template report. This template report, as it is rendered, I will drop it on the corresponding screen, looks like this. So it is just another Power BI report that will be that will show you at least a brief explanation what it is and where you can find an FAQ page if you got stuck somewhere. And then if we quickly navigate through all the different tabs, I will first have something that shows you more about all the tables that are in this model. And as you will see in the top in a second, is that there are also flag tables to be deleted. These are typical the auto-date time tables that are generated. If I click just one of these tables, on the right hand side the source expression, so the Power Query expression, will be shown. As you can see here, and same goes for all the other properties. So in measure expressions, I will show you all the measures that you created, and I will flag which measures don't have a description. I will mark them yellow. If there's a description, I will just give it a green check mark and represent the description as well. And if the measure is broken for whatever reason, I will also flag it as that it needs attention. You need to have a look at this measure because it's broken, it doesn't work. You can slice and dice this by table where the measure is located, by display folder if you like, or even by any other direct measure name, or if you like to. It's completely up to you to customize this report. Finally, there are two more tabs that I want to show you, which is the relationship overview. And in this relationship overview, you will see all the different tables that are connected, what type of relation. If it is, for example, a many-to-many relationship or a bidirectional one, I will also flag that to you like, hey, are you sure that you want to do this? Because there are some risks that come with it. And if you have a row level security relationship, I will also give it a little lock icon here up front. And last but not least, it will also include, since the very last version, so version 1.2.1, it will also include row level security roles. So here you will see the row level security roles, the filter expression, a description if you have one, the status of it, so is it a valid expression or is it broken, and if there's an error message, it will show you the error message here. That is what the model documenter summarizes today. Having that said, there are a few known limitations, or for me irritations, that I want to work on. People run into Power BI execution policies, and execution policies can prevent you from running the tool. This is also integrated in my FAQ, so if you run into this, please look at the FAQ page to see how you can fix this. Same goes for privacy levels. If your privacy levels are set in a specific way in Power BI, it doesn't allow you to combine all these tables. Other than that, native database queries can also be prevented from running in Power BI, and that requires you to hit run button a few times for every query that we're running, for every dynamic management view that we're running. Installation of this tool requires admin approval. That's something I'm not going to fix probably, but yeah, people want to use it, but their admin doesn't allow them to. So that's for me not a supporter of my tool, at least. It also requires MS-OLAP.8 provider to be installed on your computer. Most of the people will have that. If you don't have it, you can install it and download it for free from the internet. And a current limitation at this moment is that the Excel template of the report will not be automatically downloaded. Only the Power BI template will be automatically downloaded, the Excel one doesn't. This is something that I want to fix in the future, so also a few things that are listed down as future enhancements and fixes that I'm going to do. Well, as you can see, the roles and expression is something that I already added in the very latest version, version 1.2.1. What I'm going to add soon is perspectives. Perspectives is currently not included, but will be in the very next version. The automatic download of the Excel template is also what I will fix in the future. And later, I hope to expand this tool with two other things. Support for live connected models. If you currently today connect a Power BI desktop instance to an already published Power BI data model, this tool will not work anymore. Therefore, I think it will be relevant to make it work, or at least show a representative error message that tells you like, hey, this doesn't work, and what you can do to make it work at least. Other than that, the installer at this moment is maybe not very user-friendly, so I want to work on a next finish installer like any other application. So, from now on, I strongly believe that there's no good reason for you to not document your Power BI model. You can at least hit this button in the sub-ribbon of Power BI and document your Power BI model in just a few clicks. Other than that, let me summarize and wrap up what I've told you. External tools in Power BI are depending on the analysis services metadata format. This metadata format is actually tabular object model, and this allows you and other tools to connect with third-party applications to the Power BI metadata, and allows you to connect and with read and write capabilities to Power BI. I strongly believe this opens up tons of opportunities to work with Power BI in a different way than only in Power BI Desktop, and it opens up tons of opportunities for you to contribute to the application Power BI. If we look at the model documenter in specific, it allows me to be lazy, or at least let's call it efficient, by generating documentation. There's no reason anymore to not have at least some very basic documentation like I just showed you. It opens up tons of opportunities to hand over your solution, and it's super powerful for self-service purposes to show people what they're actually looking at, what is the model behind their model that they're looking at. Having that said, I want to thank you all for your attention. And please find all the resources online on data-mark.com/model-documenter. There you can find everything that you might need in the future to get this tool running on your computer, and feel free to reach out to me on any of these social channels. With that, I want to thank you for all your attention, and I want to actually ask you to fill in the feedback form. This feedback form helps me to improve my session for the next time. So please go to the feedback form that I share on the screen right now, and this will help me to improve my session, and also feel free to reach out to me with any other.
Hello everyone, my name is Jeevarajan Kumar. I am from Singapore, and this is my second Global Power Platform Bootcamp. I am very excited to be part of this amazing event again. I believe Singapore was the first country to host it as a virtual event last year due to COVID-19. The response was massive. We had great speakers from Singapore and Malaysia presenting great contents. I am more excited this year as I have additional responsibilities now being part of the global stream along with co-organizing Singapore edition. We are looking forward to making it more awesome this year, and I would like to thank all the organizers who have been working really hard for making this possible, and looking forward to see you all again this year. Thanks for your love and support. Thank you.
Welcome. I hope you're all enjoying your day so far. I've seen some great sessions already. Welcome. I hope everyone is enjoying their day so far. So thank you for coming to my session. So I'm going to talk today about how we can take back our time by letting AI do the work for us. So first, a quick introduction of myself. I'm Elwood Groteboer. I come from the Netherlands, where I work at a company called Motion 10. So I work there as a cloud solution architect. So basically I work with everything that has to do with the cloud, Azure, Power Platform, basically anything that we can do for our clients to help their journey to the cloud go better. I'm also an Azure MVP, so I love working with the community. Of course, that's why I'm here today to speak. I also do writing, blogging, I organize events. Basically, whenever I can work with the community, I will try to. So if you have any questions or if you want to reach out to me, you can always contact me on Twitter. So just let me know if you have questions, remarks, or anything like that. And with that, let's go to the session itself. Because we are going to take back our time. Because our time is precious. Time is money. Time cannot be wasted. So we want to make sure that we spend our time on meaningful tasks and that we don't waste it on repetitive tasks. Because why should we spend our time on repetitive tasks instead of on innovation or something like that? So instead, we want to spend more time on innovation and less time on those repetitive tasks, and we want to hand those off to someone else or something else we will see. Because we can actually hand this work over to AI. Artificial intelligence can actually go and automate our work, and Gartner predicts that by 2024, 69% of this kind of work, that routine work, that tedious work, will actually be automated. Will be done through AI. So how does this work? Well, this is where RPA comes in. RPA, of course, stands for Robotic Process Automation. And RPA allows us to have AI mimic our tasks, mimic our actions, actually do the tasks for us, as we would do as well. So RPA, like I said, Robotic Process Automation. So robots/AI that do our processes in an automated way. And basically, these are workers, virtual workers, that replicate our actions. So they do the same actions as we would do. And they just do this in a natural way, like clicking on things, dragging stuff. So they basically just mimic our behavior as a human. And this allows them to do that repetitive tasks with that repetitive rule-based work, like first do this, then do this, if this shows up, do this, then do this, then do this. Like it's that always in the same manner, in the same pattern that we have to do things. And it can either help us, or it can actually replace human interaction. So this might be just me saying like, I'm now trying to fill in my timesheet, I click on the button and it fills out for me. Or it might actually be like something where an email comes in, this will trigger, spin up one of those bots, and then start to work for me. So like I said, it can actually help me just by me saying, okay, now do this for me. Or it might just completely replace me, just saying, okay, whenever something happens, you go and do your thing. So where would we use RPA? We would use RPA, for example, when we need to do data entry. So we have a large amount of data that has to be moved from one application to another application, for example. Where you cannot really have something like an API or something like that, but you have to move that data over and just a lot of typing. This is perfect for RPA. Or when we need to do system to system. So we have maybe messages or other data that we need to move from one system to another system. Once again, we don't have those APIs here. So we need to have something that will actually just get data from one system, put it into the next system. And we will often see this for legacy applications. Because legacy applications were never thought of like what to do now where everything is connected to cloud. This wasn't the case back then. So back then it was just like you entered something and you had to enter this. So this is where we see a lot of opportunities for RPA. So what are the advantages of RPA? First of all, it allows us to spend less time on those boring, repetitive tasks. Me copying something from here, placing it there. Me filling out my timesheets, copying it from one application to the other application to another application. Those kind of repetitive tasks we can actually get rid of. We can move them to those RPA bots. This allows us to gain higher productivity because we are actually working on interesting stuff that we like to do instead of just copy pasting or something like that. There's less chance for human errors because this is boring repetitive tasks. Chances are that you are just like copy paste or do that data entry all the time and just makes that much more error prone, whereas RPA will never make those mistakes. And it actually allows us to have a 24/7 virtual workforce because those bots will not go on weekends, they don't need to have sleep, they don't take vacation, so they can just continue working all the time. So this is actually much more efficient as well. And of course, this also means there's cost reduction because I can just have those RPAs working all the time. It means I can actually spend less money on having multiple people to make sure that I can actually fail over to someone else if someone gets sick or something like that. And finally, bots are much easier to scale up and down. Like if I need more bots, I can just very easily scale the new bots up. And when I want to get rid of the bots, I can just scale them down again, which is a lot harder when we're talking about humans, of course. Because if I have employees, chances are I cannot just pick 20 people from the street. And even if I could, to get rid of them again, like I don't really want to just kick them out after 2 weeks, for example. So RPA, those bots are very nice to actually do this for us. And we are going to show you today how we can do this with the Microsoft Power Platform. Now, quick recap, Microsoft Power Platform, I think most of you will know all the services, but just quick recap. We have Power BI for when we need to do analytics, so making dashboards and things like that. We have Power Apps for low-code development. So if we need to create applications, this is our go-to place. We have Power Automate, the one we will be focusing most on today. And Power Automate allows us to automate our processes, interact with other applications, call out to RPA. And finally, we have Power Virtual Agents, which we can use to create bots, where we can actually have like a human kind of interaction with the bot. It will respond back to us, ask questions, and make sure that we can do some things there, which we'll see in just a couple of minutes. So the Power Platform really helps us to empower our organization because it's very easy to get started with. Basically, anyone can get started on the Power Platform. So you don't need a pro dev or something like that. Anyone can develop their own applications, their own workflows. It's all no code or low code. Like there might be some code involved. For example, in Power Apps, you have some kind of code, but it's more like an Excel kind of code. So it's very easy to understand. It's not I need to learn C++ or C# or something like that. And a lot of it is just configuration. So basically no code. So this makes it very easy to get started for anyone. Because it's just such a low barrier to get started, we can actually have our citizen developers working with these applications, creating these flows, creating those bots. And so basically this fits into the bigger picture. So on the top we have our Power Platform that we were just talking about, that anyone can use, every developer can use this. So low code, with a lot of configuration. Then on the bottom part, of course, we have our Azure environment, where our pro developers or code first developers will create services that we can then use in Power Platform. So for example, I might create a service where I can get information about the weather, where I can get information about my finance system, all those kind of things. And those code first developers will create these services, will expose them, and then we can use them from our Power Platform, for example, to custom connectors or by using API management. Now, as I already mentioned, Power Automate will be the one that we are going to focus on most today. So Power Automate allows us to create these kind of workflows where we can say, okay, first do this, then maybe go out to another application, get some data in, check the data, clean it up, those kind of things. And so Power Automate are multi-step workflows. So we can have multiple steps where each step can do something different. And there's over 300 plus connectors that we can use in these steps. So we can connect to 300 plus different applications like Outlook, to Azure services, to Google services. And we can do this without having to know how to connect to this. We just configure it. It allows to integrate approvals and conditions. So I could check, okay, what type of data did I get back? Or what kind of answer did I get back? And then make a decision on this. Or I could say, well, before we continue, I first want to have an approval of your manager. And only when we have that approval, we will continue. We can connect to on-premise environments as well. So using on-premise to the data gateway, we can actually connect to on-premise environments, for example, to get data from SQL, to connect to our SAP systems, stuff like that. And this makes it very powerful because now we can actually just have data anywhere and bring it into our flow. And finally, this is where RPA fits in. So Power Automate Desktop is actually the RPA solution of Microsoft on Power Automate. And we will see this in just a few minutes. So RPA works with UI flows. So basically Power Automate Desktop allows us to create Windows and web applications, to integrate with Windows and web applications and create those different steps. So what we do, basically record our actions. So I just start the recorder and then I start doing my work. So I might click on here, then fill this in, then click on here, fill this in, get some data from maybe another application, paste into this cell over here. So that I record, and then once the recording is done, I can test this, play it back. So I can play it back, I can see which steps are being done, I can see if everything is working as I'm expecting. And once it's done, I can then just start playing this back over and over again. So now I could have a trigger, like when an email comes in, or when I click a button or something like that. And it will then just play this back, this recording. And in the meantime, of course, I can monitor this as well. So I can see how many of these actually went well. Are we seeing any failures or something like that? So actually, these days, I think it's just a Power Automate Desktop. I think the Windows Recorder and Selenium, I'm not sure if they are still available. They used to be like separate products. The one that you want to use though, even if they are still available, the one that you want to use is Power Automate Desktop. So use Power Automate Desktop to actually do this, and then start using this to create those flows, create those recordings, play them back, and use this to actually do your RPA. So Power Automate Desktop looks kind of like this. So it's just a UI that you get where you have all these different options in here on the side. I will show this in real life in just a few minutes. But where you have all the options and you can just drag and drop this on your canvas to say, okay, first open up Excel, copy my data, open my Outlook, paste this in, something like that. So it's a really low-code development environment, as you can see. Like you don't have to code anything, it's just there, drag and drop, you do configuration, and then you can just use this. It allows for parallel execution and multitasking, so I can actually do multiple tasks at the same time, so running different things side by side. It's completely integrated with Power Automate in the cloud, so you can actually call from Power Automate in the cloud, you can actually call out to Power Automate Desktop, do some work, get back a result. And finally, there's exception handling in there, there's automation in there, and you can actually create a lot of complex cases where you can do things like first do this, if this happens, then do this. Like you can actually create complex use cases as well. So let's have a look. Let's have a look what it actually does look like in real life. So we are going to create a timesheet. And this timesheet, what I'm going to do, so basically what the scenario here is, I'm a consultant. As a consultant, I have various different customers that I'm working for. So sometimes in a week I can have like 5, 6 or 7 customers. And all of these customers, of course, want me to write the time for them. Because they want to know how much time did you spend with us, so how much are we going to pay you. And so what I have to do, like I have to do this in my company system, so for Motion 10 I have to do this. Then I might have also like some systems for my customers, like some customers I might actually have their own time recording systems. Others might say just send me an Excel with your hours. Even others might say, well, I just will want to have like a timesheet at the end of the month where everything is on there. So depending on the customer, I have to fill out multiple systems, multiple applications. Now this gets tedious very fast, I can tell you. I have to do this every week, and every week I have to First in this system, then this Excel, then this system. So just a lot of work that's basically not really good for anything except for, of course, making sure we actually get paid. But just a lot of work for me, and it's just boring work. So let's see how we can actually automate this. So what we are going to do, we are going to go over to my VM over here. As you will see in this VM, I'm running Power Automate Desktop. This is completely disconnected at the moment. Like I'm not having any connection to the cloud to do anything. I'm just running this on premises in my own environment. Now what I can do, I can create a new flow. So let's call this demo 1. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to create that recording. So I'm going to record my steps while I'm filling out my timesheet, and then I can start playing this back. So what I first do, I start my web recorder because I'm using TimeChimp for this. And TimeChimp is just a web-based application where I can record my hours. So I'm going to go, wait for the recorders to start. There we go. And just put this a bit to the side. I'm going to open TimeChimp over here. As you can see, it now knows, okay, you want to do this in TimeChimp, and I can now start recording. So now I'm going to do my things. So as you can see, as I hover over things, as you can see, I can click on things. It will know where I click. So I'm going to log in first. I'm now logged in, and now I'm going to actually fill in my time. Like, let's say today I spent another for Fabricam, for my Teams implementation, I spent some work. And let's say I spent 2 hours on this. I can now save this. And I will now finish this, so my recording is now done. We close this up. One second, let me just close this window over here. And what you will see now, it actually has that recording over here. So these are the steps I just took, like I clicked on on a link, I clicked on the span apparently, I clicked on the div. Like apparently I clicked on some stuff, at some point I populated the text field, I clicked on a button. So let's actually see what this looks like if we start playing this back. So I can now just play the play button, I'm not doing anything. It's now just going to open up my TimeChimp, it's going to log in, and it's just going to play back everything I just did. So it's going to select my Fabricam, it's going to select my project, it's doing the same work done, it's filling my hours, it's saving, and now it's done. Now this looks already quite fine. There are some things I want to change though. First of all, I want it actually to close the window for me because I don't want to have to click on this close window. So what I'm first going to do, I'm going to go to my web automation, and as you can see there's a lot of different options here. I'm going to go for the web automation at the moment. I'm just going to say I want to close my web browser. Now you see I could launch new windows, I create new tabs, I could download stuff. In this case we are just going to close the browser. It already knows that this is my browser instance, so it actually has this browser instance over here. I'm going to save, and now it will actually close my browser as well. I'm also going to introduce a variable. So let me just grab a variable over here. I'm going to set a variable as the first thing over here. I'm going to call this variable, I'm going to call it text, and let's put this to my awesome work. There we go. And so now instead of this work done, I'm actually going to use this variable. So I can now say, okay, don't put this in, but instead give me my variable text. Now, whatever I say here, so in this case it will be my awesome work, but it could also be something different, like we are going to see later on how I can actually put this in from outside. But now because I have a variable, I can just use the text in this variable. And now I can make this, of course, different when I want to. So let's run this one more time. So now it should actually open it up again, it's going to play it back, but now instead of my work or whatever I said, it's now actually going to my awesome work. Or work done, instead of work done, it's actually going to put a note in with my awesome work. All the steps are still the same, here my awesome work, and it's also going to close my browser. So that was the first demo. And as you could see, it was quite easy to actually get started with this. Like I just clicked on stuff, I recorded it, and from then on I can actually play this back. But probably just having one entry all of the time is not what I'm doing this for. I probably want to do some more complex work as well. So what I can actually do is personalize this and extend on this. So I now have this for start, but now I want to do some more advanced development on this. I just showed you have all these options here. So these options introduce things like looping, conditions, temporal control. So I can actually go over various items, go over a list or something like that. I can do some checks like if this is Monday, I might want to click on another day than when it's Tuesday. And I can just do this very easily as well. I can also interact with other applications or with operating system or with different services. So I could call out to Azure, I can go out to Outlook, I can go out to Excel. I can simulate user actions both in the web or in Windows. So I can actually do the same, both in web and in Windows in the same flow. And this is actually quite a big improvement on back when there was Selenium and the Windows Recorder, because then it was either one or the other. With Power Automate Desktop, I can actually do both within the same flow. And I can use system inputs, user inputs, and I can also use outputs. So let's have a look at retrieving and writing data, because when I'm talking about timesheets, I probably want to have those time entries somewhere in a single place, and then just paste this in all of my different applications. So what I can do, I can communicate with the file system, like I can open files, I can retrieve files, I can copy files. I can send emails, so I can actually say once I have my entries done, I can actually send this out to maybe my manager. And this is what I'm going to show you in just a second, where I can actually get data from Excel. So from Power Automate Desktop, I can actually open up Excel on my file system, get the data out from there, and then use this data to fill in my time entries, and then maybe also send something out to my manager or something like that. So let's have a look at the next demo. So we're going back to my Power Automate. We're not going to save this because I don't need it anymore. I already got this demo 2 over here. So what I did here, I already prepared this because there's just a lot of work that I don't want you to just look at me clicking all the time. But here I've got 2 flows. I've got this main flow over here that we are first going to have a look at. And what this starts with is actually launching Excel. And it's going to launch this demo 2. And in demo 2, I have my information about my working hours. So as you can see, I just have the different days and I do some work, I did some more work, I did some finalization with the hours there. And so this is basically my work hours for Contoso. So what is this going to do? It's going to launch at Excel. It's going to get the rows that are populated. It's going to get, so basically what this does, it gets the first free row, it then does -1 because that's the last populated row. And then it's just going to loop to all of these rows and get the column data. So it's just going to get those 3 entries and going to say, okay, so first entry Monday, second and Tuesday, and third entry, I think it was Thursday. It's just going to get the data with the hours, with the work that was being done. It's then going to close Excel and it's going to launch TimeChimp. And what it's going to do, it's going to log in again. But as you can see, now instead of having those divs and A's and stuff like that, I actually have a TC login here. And what this TC login is, it's a UI element. So I can actually create UI elements. And as you can see, for example, TC login, basically is this login button. And I've got quite a few of these because I've got Contoso, I've got my hours, like I just gave everything a nice name. So instead of like having this like A or div, I now actually know what I'm working with. Next up, it's going to loop through these different entries. So it's going to loop through all the rows in that Excel sheet. And then it's going to call a subflow. And a subflow basically allows me to split up my flow into different steps. So I don't have like a really big flow where it's getting very hard to read. Instead, I can just create a subflow. For in this case, I'm going to check the day. So it's going to Monday, Tuesday, blah, blah, blah. It's going to check, okay, which day is in this row. And it's then going to click on the right button for this. So for example, TC Monday would be this Monday. And for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you get the ID. So it's going to select the day. So it's going to select the day that I want to write my hours on. It's going to get to the customer, so in this case it's Contoso. It's going to select Contoso, it's going for the Azure function. So in this case, I just have like one project in this Excel file. I could, of course, also have some more details about the different clients. And finally, it's going to save my notes to my my second column, because it's zero based, so my second column. So that is the column containing my text about what type of work that I do. And the third column contains those hours that I made. And finally, it's going to save this. And at the end, it's going to, after it's all done, all 3 entries, it's going to close my browser. So let's run this. Now, if you look at the taskbar, you will see that it's going to open up Excel. There we go. It's opening up Excel. Got the data. It's closing Excel again. There we go. It's opening up my timechimp. It's going to log in. It's going to have, it now has 3 entries, so it's going to do this 3 times. It's going to click on the Monday in the first case, going to fill this out, going to set project, going to set the work done, going to set hours, save, next. So Tuesday, same thing. It's going to give all this information, as you can see. And finally, there's one more, Thursday or Friday. Sorry, Friday, where it's going to do the work of Friday, and it's going to say, okay, finalization, and it's done. It closes my browser, and now my entries are done. So this is already much easier, because now I just have to fill this out in Excel once, and I can then use this now in timechimp, but I might also go to other applications, of course, to fill in all the hours for all my different customers. Now this is already very nice. Like, this already saves me a lot of time. Well, what if I could integrate this with Power Automate in the cloud? Well, I can. So I can run those UI flows from the cloud. As you can see, it's the premium connector, so you do actually need a premium license for this, but then you can use this runner flow built by Power Automate Desktop. So from my Power Automate in the cloud, I can call out to my on-premise environment, give it some information, like these variables that we just saw, and then make sure that it's going to run this on-premises, does all that entries, and then comes back to me with the result on this. So there's 2 different ways to run RPA. You have attended and unattended. So attended is about doing interactive automation. So me sitting here and saying, I want to fill in my timesheet now. So it's a manual task. I just start this manually. It does some individual tasks across desk and web, but it's like a single task or maybe like a few tasks. So just me personally saying, I want to automate a task for me. Unattended is background automation. So this is more about if I have a lot of work constantly coming through, like 24 hours per day, 7 days per week, just continuously doing this automated tasks. So for example, this might be things like whenever like orders come in, I scan them in, I push them into my archive, stuff like that. So this is really by high volume without me having to do anything with unattended. Where attended is actually me saying, okay, do this for me now. So attended is really about on demand, like do this for me now, fill in my timesheet now, create an email for me now. Where unattended is really more about company processes. So not my personal processes, but company processes at scale. The audience for attended is a citizen developer that might be building his own flows, that just needs like a few tasks, so in his own business unit. Whereas unattended will probably have like an automation specialist, someone that actually has a lot of knowledge about RPA, and that's just working on this whole RPA thing. Finally, some requirements around this. So for attended, I actually have to be signed in. So it only works if I'm signed in and I actually have my window open. So that's why I just showed you in that VM. I actually saw this, like my window is open. That's when this works. Where unattended, you actually get dedicated machines that do the work for you. Now, attended is also a lot cheaper because like it's just for a few tasks. Like I think attended is like 40 euros per month or something like that. Where unattended is like 1,000 euros per month. But of course, if you have that high throughput, all those tedious tasks that you constantly have to do, 1,000 euros is not that expensive because you can just do a lot of work where you don't need an employee to do this or something like that. So with that, let's have a look at another demo. And for this demo, we are actually going to start with Power Automate in the cloud. So let me just show you what this Power Automate flow looks like. So I start with triggering a flow. So in this case, it might be on my phone, like me saying, okay, please fill in my timesheet now. It's going to initialize some variables, and then it's going to get my calendar entries. So it's going to get these entries from this Power Automate calendar I have here. And so what this is going to do, like I have 4 entries here. So I have an entry for, let's see, Contoso. So I use my categories to make sure that I have this on the right customer. I got an entry for Northwind. I got an entry for Fabricam. And basically this just allows me to just fill out my entries in my calendar. I can then just categorize them. And then when I press this button, it will get these entries and will then start working with these. So it's going to get the entries for the current week. So the entry I just showed you is going to append them all to a string. So I will get 4 strings, and each string will just have like the date of the week, the category, so the name of the customer, the subject, and how long I spent on this. It's then going to call out the Power Automate desktop, and in Power Automate desktop it will start this demo tree. And so this demo tree over here, let's close this. So this demo tree that we have over here, there we go. In this demo tree, what you will see is I got like, I'm getting in, I'm going to launch Timechimp. I'm getting in those 4 entries. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to split those entries, because I said I just created a string with all the information per entry. So I'm going to split this up. And then I'm going to set some variables. So I'm going to set variables around which day, with date, which customer, task, and hours. I'm then going to run the select day flow. So the select day is just like we saw in the previous demo, where it just sets, okay, is this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. It's then going to select my customer. So just going to select, is this Fabricam, is this Contoso or Northwind? It's going to fill out my fields. So it's going to set my notes with the task, my hours with my hours. It's saving the entry. And then I'm going to check if I need to register this in other systems as well. Because I said I have different customers, and each customer might have their own applications or own systems they want to use. So for example, Fabricam has its own application, timetracker.exe, and in this application they want me to fill out these different things and then submit this. Now for Northwind, they actually want me to send an email to them. So I'm going to create an Excel. I'm writing down those hours in the Excel. And then I'm going to append to the Excel when I need, and then I'm going to finally send the Excel to my northwind@ello.org. And so that's the last part where it will send the Excel, and at that point we are done. So let me just push this down. There we go. So I'm going to start this flow. We are going to test this manually. Test. It's going to connect to my Power Automate environment. I'm going to run the flow. We're done. So it's now going to run the flow. It already got my calendar entries. It's now creating those variables for my Power Automate desktop. It's now calling out the Power Automate desktop, and this takes a couple of seconds to actually start. But it's using the on-premise data gateway to go into my on-premise environment, start up an instance of that flow. Now, as you will see, it's going to log in. It's going to create those time entries. There we go, creating those time entries. So in this case, Northwind. So as we just saw, Northwind actually does expect me to also create an Excel, which is doing now. As you see in the bottom, there's an Excel icon blinking. That's my Excel being created. For Fabricam, I actually have to fill out my timetracker.exe. So it first does this, then it's actually starting the time tracker. It's filling out the hours. It's going to submit it. Next up, it's going to do another Northwind. So I have 2 entries Northwind, 1 for Contoso and 1 for Fabricam. As you can see, it created another entry in that Excel. Finally, we have Contoso. Contoso doesn't have anything else, so it's just going to save Contoso. It's going to close this down. It's now going to send an email. So it's going to create an email for me. It's going to send this out to my other email address. And when that is done, I will show you the email that was created. So it should be creating it now. So I'm not going to wait too long for this, because it does take a little bit of time sometimes for it actually to go. So while this is going, let me just go back to my slides. I will come back to this like for the next demo. I will show you that when it has sent the email. So But we have one more thing that we want to do. Because we have now seen how we can create our Power Automate desktop flows. We have seen how we can make them smarter. We have seen how we can actually integrate this with Power Automate in the cloud. But what we haven't seen yet is how we can actually also use chatbots around this. So far I did like I pressed a button or something like that. But what if I could actually ask a bot to get my timesheet for a specific month or something like that? Let's have a look at that. We are going to create smarter solutions now. So we are going to use Power Virtual Agents to create a conversational bot. So Power Virtual Agents allow me to create a bot where I can have a conversation with this bot, like saying, please do something for me. The bot comes back, okay, I'm doing this for you now. I need some more information. Me giving the information. The bot might come back for more information. We have this dialogue going on. At some point, the bot will say, okay, I'm done. Here you go. So it's going to, you create a flow with this, it's like a drag and drop interface, kind of similar to Power Automate when you look at it. So you have a drag and drop interface where I can drop questions on there. I can make decisions. I can call out to Power Automate. It's completely integrated. So like I said, I can call out to Power Automate and actually have a Power Automate flow started, can bring in some information to the flow, get some information back from the flow. And of course, I can incorporate this in different channels. So I could use this from Teams, I could use this from Skype, I could use this on various locations. So very easy to just make this into your own applications. What we're also going to do is add just a bit more power. So this would be an Azure Cognitive Service, and the Azure Cognitive Services allow us to do cognition, so speak, read, write, understand, different kind of things. And what we are going to do is actually understand if I have a signature on my timesheet. Now, quick introduction into Azure Cognitive Services. We have a couple of different Azure Cognitive Services. First, we have decision. And decision is about logical decision making. So, for example, saying if you are interested in this article, you might also be interested in this article. That kind of things. Language helps us to understand the natural language, so it can read text, it can understand entities, it can understand intent, it can understand what I'm trying to say. Speech, of course, is about the spoken language, to text to speech, speak to text, translation. Vision is about everything we can see, so for example, video, images, custom vision. And finally, web search is everything that we can search and look up, and basically are all the Bing services. So the one we are going to use today is Vision. And with that Vision API, I'm going to see if there's a signature on my timesheet. Now, this might have been a code-first developer that created this for us and then just created a service that we can then use from our Power Automate flow. So let's go over to my Power Automate over here. I'm actually not to my Power Automate, to my Power Virtual Agent. And this Power Virtual Agent, what you will see, like I have this Power Virtual Agent and I got some different trigger phrases. So let me just say, I want to say I would like to get the timesheet. So I'm going to tell this bot I would like to get the timesheet. As you will see, this is not actually one of the trigger phrases over here, but what it does, it uses these phrases and learns other phrases around it. So it will understand, like I would like to get a timesheet, is probably me trying to trigger this bot over here. So if I send this in, I start my bot, and what you'll see, I can also see debugging, but it will start with asking a question. So it asks, okay, for which customer would you like to retrieve a timesheet? And because I have this multiple option over here, it will actually give me the chance to click on these. So let's say I want to do this for Contoso. Next, I got these months, so I'm now going to say, okay, for which month? I could now say, for example, let's do February. I could also have clicked, but I just want to show you, I can also type this, it will still understand what I'm trying to say. Now, it called out to my Power Automate, and it got back that the file was not found. So in this case, if the file was found, I would actually have been here, I would get a link to the file. In this case, the file was not found, so I got into this condition over here. And as you can see, it sent out an approval to Contoso. It might take a few days. Okay. So while that is running, I'm going to go over here. So this is the flow that just got started. Let me just refresh this. There we go. So this is the flow that just got started. And in this flow, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a trigger from Power Virtual Agent. I'm going to my SharePoint environment. So in my SharePoint environment, I can check, okay, do you already have this timesheet for January, for February for Contoso? In this case, it didn't. So if it was found, I would just have given back the link. But because in this case, it didn't find it, I got back that response like saying it was not found. And then I started running my Power Automate desktop. So let's go over here. Oh. So that's why it didn't work before. So normally I would have actually sent that email. It would have been sent out to my exit and send later. Yes. Normally that timesheet entry with the Excel would have been sent out for my Outlook, but now I had to sign in again. So I think everyone trusts me that like when Outlook gets started, I'd created an email. At some point it would have sent it if I was actually signed in. So up to the next one, demo 4. So that's the one we are working on now. And so in this demo 4, what this does, it is going to create a timesheet for me. So once again, it gets that information in. It's going to go out to Timechamp. In this case, it's going to run the get report subflow. And so the get report subflow, what this does, there's like in Timechamp, you have the option to create a worksheet for X amount of days. So in this case, for February. So it went to the options like it clicked on Contoso, it clicked on the create time specification. And then it used this, it got the download and then stored the download into my download path, which is on OneDrive. So I store this in my OneDrive, and because it's now in OneDrive, I can now have my Power Automate look at my OneDrive. So it's getting my OneDrive files. At some point it got actually the file that it was looking for. It's sent out an email, and that email I did get because this one over here. So I got this email over here. It's got my timesheet in there. There we go. So it's got my timesheet in here. And because it got my timesheet, I can now sign this timesheet and respond this back. So let me just grab that email back over here. I already have a signed timesheet, so let me just grab that for you. So I already have the signed timesheet over here, signed one. So as you can see, I've got a signed timesheet where it's signed already. And if I now respond with this, reply all, I will have this signed over here. So it's the signed timesheet I just showed you. I send this back. I can close up this one. It's now going to get a response at some point. So because it's just waiting for a response on that email. So it's now just going to keep on checking. Okay, do I already have a response? At some point it gets back the response with the one I just sent. And what's going to do then, and while we are waiting, I can already show you this. It's going to go out to my to the form recognizer. And so the form recognizer basically allows me to say, let's go over here, this one. So the form recognizer allows me to read the form and get text from there. So I have this form recognizer over here, form recognizer. And this is just a cognitive service. So this is a cognitive service that just allows me to recognize those forms. Let me just grab this one for you so you can actually see how I train this. So I should have my, there we go. I have my project over here. Yes. And so what I did, I just had all these different entries where I just said, okay, this is a signature. This is also a signature. This is also a signature. So I just thought this, that like if you see something like this, then there's a signature there. But you'll see I actually don't have the same signature I used in my signed one. So it's actually just using different signatures to understand, okay, what does the signature look like? Now, at some point, like I said, it got the email, it got the response, it went to the email, it got the attachment out. So it called out, it placed this on a blob storage, so just so that I have a URL where I can point this to, because that form recognizer actually requires a URL. That's also the only thing it requires. I don't need to know how to do AI, I don't need to know how to build a form recognizer or anything like that. I just pass this URL over here, that's signed one. I pass this URL to my form recognizer. It's going to analyze this. As you can see, I just said my source is over here. That's the only thing I provided. I trained it with the data I just showed you. I'm waiting for the result, so it takes a bit of time to actually get the result back. Then at this point, I got the result back. And what I want to show you here is this one. So the field signatures. So found the signature field and actually recognized that there was John Doe there. Now I don't really need the text on this, but it actually recognized, like it does, gets the text out. In this case, I just want to know, did you find the signature? Which in this case was true. So because I found the signature, I can now say, okay, create a file on SharePoint and send an email that approval was succeeded. So if I go to my SharePoint, like over here, yes, Contoso is there. And, oh, not this one. Actually, I need this one. Because, of course, someone asked their bot to say, okay, get me the timesheet. Now, because this could that approval might take hours, days, weeks even, at some point they want to know when this file is actually available to them. So the last step I did was I just say, okay, here's your timesheet, you can find it from here, and you can open it. And this will just open this timesheet over here, that we see over here. And as you can see, it's indeed the timesheet I just showed you with that John Doe in there. So this is now finished. So with that, we're almost done. I do have a few takeaways before I leave this session. So first takeaway is automate repetitive tasks. Take back your own time. Don't start spending time on things that you don't want to do. Make sure you work out, like you use Power Automate, you use RPA, you use all those things to actually just make the AI do these things for you. Why would you be the one that actually does all these boring tasks when you can have something else do it? And you can spend time on innovative tasks. And it's very easy to set this up. Like I showed you, it's all configuration. There's pretty much no coding in there. It's just saying, okay, I want to call out to Power Automate. I want to call out to my Power Automate desktop. I want to call out to Excel. I want to create a time entry. It's very easy. You just record it. You play it back. You use it from your Power Automate in the cloud. Very easy, but you can do some very complex work, especially like I showed you in that last one, where you can actually do things like wait for approvals, check for signatures, all those kind of things. It's very easy to set up, but it allows you to create very complex, very powerful workflows. You can easily integrate it with different services. Thanks to Power Automate, I can actually just call out to different services. I can bring in something like my cognitive services. I can bring in my my Outlook calendar. I can just call out all these different services and use this together with my RPA to make more powerful scenarios there as well. And finally, as I just showed you, if you can, please also look at the power of Azure, because Azure has quite a bit of power beyond the Power Platform. That might also bring you some nice scenarios, like in this case, checking something like a signature. It's very easy to set this up, like you just upload a bunch of files, you start saying, okay, this is my signature. It's very easy to teach this as well, and it's very powerful, very nice to have. So with that, I would like to say thank you. If you have any questions, please direct them to the chat. I will be answering them there. If you have questions later on, or you just want to connect, my details are here. You can always contact me on my Twitter. You can always send me an email, and you can always link me on LinkedIn. So with that, I'd like to say thank you. Please fill out the survey. Don't forget, there's swag to win. So fill out the survey. Make sure you let us know what you think. I hope you enjoyed the session. Thank you for attending. Thank you for being here today, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you, everyone.
Hello everyone! My name is Dora Drizzle Pablo, and you can call me Drizzle, and I am from Manila, Philippines. And this is my second Global Power Platform Bootcamp, and I am very excited to be part of this amazing community. What is GPPB here in Manila was the last on-site Microsoft Bootcamp, and I was reminded that I shared the platform. I therefore conclude everything is powerful, awesome, and possible with Microsoft's Power Platform. And I say that.
Hello everyone. Today I will present you the power of parameters and how to use them in the real project. My name is Boriana Petrova and I'm from Bulgaria. I'm Microsoft certified trainer with more than 15 years experience as an IT instructor and business consultant, and I have been 5 years Microsoft MVP for Excel. Also, I'm founder of iTraining Bulgaria, company for Microsoft training and business consultancy. Also, I'm founder and administrator of Microsoft Office User Group Bulgaria. I have been speaker of many local and international Microsoft events in Bulgaria, Europe, and also in Australia. At the last but not least, I'm organizer of Bulgaria Excel Days, one of the biggest annual conference in Europe dedicated to Microsoft Excel, Power BI data analysis, financial modeling, and VBA. So to automate real project, here we will use parameters and we will use custom function. All this new knowledge we implement in the real project. So the session agenda is first, I want to show you how to create basic parameters. After then, we will use a CSV file to create and use a custom function. And again, all this knowledge we will implement in our real project. So let's start first with the basic parameters. The idea here is to show you how the basic parameters work and how to implement them in simple CSV file. Let's start with my demo. I will open Power BI for desktop and I want to import a basic CSV file, basic Excel file that data was stored in the different sheets. So the data is here on the performance agents SLA file, and you will see that all the sheets has different names with the month name. So I will select just one, for example, and transform this data. This will help me to create a basic parameter, and after then I will use this parameter inside of this query. So you can see that here is a couple of new steps that Power BI was created. I need just to lift this source and navigation. Under the navigation step, there is a name of our sheet that we were imported. So let's create a new simple basic parameter. And this is stored under the Home tab. There is a Manage Parameters, and we have new parameter option. I will call this parameter my month. And this parameter will have current value, for example, December. Like the same sheet that we import. I will press OK, and you will see here that we create a parameter that was called my month. Okay, the idea now is how to use this parameter inside of our query. So it's super simple just to change the item name here and to type my parameter name. I will type just my month, and this is all that we need. Then change this automated steps, and now you can see. So for example, here in P1 column 2, this value here is 5 for project office, for example, and I can change the current value in my parameter from December to January, for example. And if I do this, you will see that the result here will change. Okay, this is the first step. We just create a basic parameter. The next one, let's go forward and see how to create a custom function. To create a custom function and use this custom function inside of lots of files. So let's go back to our Power BI, and now I will import a CSV file, and I will choose just one from folder that it's called closed cases, and select just one file. The idea here is that we have a different files that was generated in the different period for the different months, and we need to create a function that transform one of them, but it will implement to the other one. So I will select just one file, open and transform a little bit this file, and you will see how this will reflect to the other one. So, for example, here we can create a couple of steps. For example, to filter some columns, use first row as header, change some data, for example, here to be real dates and time column, but the format is from United Kingdom. And after then, this will transform to date type. And I can call this simple fn get close cases, closed cases, and this one is still Power Query, and now I will transform it to be custom function. To do this, I should go to the advanced editor, selecting view. There is advanced editor menu, and to transform this query to function, I need to create a parameter, and I will call this parameter my closed files, and just need to replace this name of parameter to be inside of my query. So under this code, you will see that file contents is a reference to my folder and to exactly that file that I was selected. And now I want to replace all this string with my parameter. And I will type just my closed files. And stress that the icon here is look like table, and once that I type this parameter, this one will transfer automatically to be custom function. When I press done, this will convert to function. And now I need some parameters, some info, what kind of file we need to transform. And now I will show you how to use this custom function that we create. And for example, now I want to import all the files that is stored in their name close cases. So I go to new source, select more options, and need to import a data that was stored in folder. Under the folder, I will select connect, and I need a folder path here. I can use browse, but it's too complicated to locate my folder here. That's why I will go to my folder and just copy the closed cases folder path. Go back to Power BI, paste the folder path here, press OK. And now we will see all the CSV files that has closed cases inside of their name. So transform the data. And this is the moment that we need to use our custom function. To do that, I will go to Add Column and I will create a custom column. And the custom column will use our fn get closed cases custom function. So I will type fn get closed cases, and inside of these cases, in the bracket, I need to generate this string that is folder path, and after then the name of different files. So to do that, I just need the folder path column, and after then I want to concatenate with the file name. Now close the bracket. I don't have any syntax error. Press OK, and this will generate the new column. Here you can see there is a custom column that I've just created, and under the different table I can preview the content of our files that I need. So here is the first file, this is the second one, this is the third one. Nice. And let's remove other columns. And when I expand this custom column, I will see the result. That is a query that stores all the files that is in this closed cases folder. Okay, so this was a simple demo how to create and use a custom function, and now we will continue with all this knowledge in the real project. So let's before explain you how was the idea and why we prepare our project with basic parameters and custom function. So the project is prepared for a call center, and there was an issue that they receive different files every month and need to generate reports month by month. And we prepare a dashboard using these different files, and of course we automate calculation. So we have one CSV file with locked case that we received monthly. Also, we have one CSV file again, but with the different columns and different structure that is, we call a closed cases this, and again, we receive this monthly. Also, we have an Excel file that is called Performance Agents SLA, and there is a different sheets by month. And the last one is again CSV file that it's called Outstanding Cases, again with different columns and different structure according to the locked and closed cases, and we receive it monthly again. We will collect all this data using custom function and automate locked calls, automate closed calls, automate outstanding call cases, and we will use a basic parameter to check what is the current month and take the data from the previous month. And after that, we will create a simple dashboard. So let's go with all this stuff in one business real project. I will start from scratch, and first query that I will prepare will be data that will check what is the current month, and after then I will generate a parameter that will show me the previous month according to the current one. So first I need to create a blank query. This blank query will show me the name of month. So let's start with some simple function that will generate a local time, and the name is date time dot local now, and you will see this is the function name, and I need just open and close bracket, press enter, and you will see this is the result of my local date time. So now I'm looking for only the month, and I will extract the month by using different function, and the name is date dot month, and I need to extract month from my local date time, so I just want to put this previous function in the bracket, and the result here will be only the number. You can see this is the number 2 because now it's February. Actually, for our goals, we need to extract the month from the previous according to the local date and time. So I will do this, just subtract -1, and you will see the result is 1. Okay, this is simple, but now the data that we are using is not only the number of the months instead of their month name. So I need to create a query that the result is January, February, March, etc. using month name. So to do this, I can do this type a little bit more complicated function, and let me show you how it's work. So first, I need to generate a formula that the result will be date, and after then I will transform the result to show the month name. So here just I want to type a function, and the function name is simple date function. The date function has 3 arguments, and the first one is year. So I look with my date and time local function, this one, just want to copy it, and say, okay, show me the year of my date. And the function is simple again, date dot year, and in the bracket I will put my local date and time. This will be the first argument of my date function. The second one we already generated. This is the month of my local time. And of course -1 to look at in the previous month. And the third argument is of course day. And I will type just date dot day, and again I will put my date time local now. When I do this, just close the bracket of date function, and the result must be current date but from the previous month. Press enter and you will see this is the result. So now we have the new tab that is called date time tools. Instead of previous, it was number tools. But here when we have date time tools, I can convert this to show me the month name. Now we have the name of the previous month. Okay, and you can see this is stored like a parameter, and I just want to rename this and type P like parameter my previous month, and this will be my parameter. Great. So let's now show you how to use this parameter. I will import my Excel file that has a different sheets with the different month names, and the name of this file is Performance Agents SLA. Just open it. Select one of these sheets, like previous example. It could be April, it could be August, no matter which one. All these sheets have the same column structure. So I just select the one of them, go to OK, and create a couple of steps later. But now I need, under the navigation step, change the item name with my parameter that I was created. This was P, my pre-month. Press enter. And now this is a data that was already pivoted, so I need to transform this data to be suitable to my model. So the step that I need is to create a couple of columns with this data. And the first one, I just need to go to Transform tab and press Transpose. This will help me to create a column name with the different, this is our client name. So go to use first row as header, clear the change type step, fill down, this is the name of the different calculation that we need. So I need to fill down with the name of the calculations. And after then, I will select this both column and the other one will unpivot. So now it's better my data to go to the data model. Of course, I don't need this grand total here, so I will clear it. Also, I will rename different columns. I will call this calls. The second column is our priority. The third column is our clients or company. And the last one is number of calls. So let's change this name here. And I will call this SLA, like the file name. Press enter. And let's see what happened here. Under the source step, again, we have a file content, and this is the string that our file was stored. But we don't need to create a custom function at this moment, because all the data was stored in one single file. And the moment here is that the data was stored in the different sheets. And we create a parameter that is looking which is the necessary sheet that we need. Okay, so next one. This will be one of our table that we need. Also, we need 3 more different tables. And first one is under the CSV type and is stored in the close cases. Again, quickly, I will transform this one, and after then, I will create a custom function using the same step and a little bit more. So this is the file, and let's transform it quickly. Filter data, use first row as header, create date and time format here. And it's very important to check the real format, because we need this column a little bit later. So here we have some dates, and the last dashboard must has what kind of week is present the different dates. So under the request time, I will add 2 different columns. So the first one will be just day, and I'm looking for the name of day, and you will see this is the column that I generate. This is just Sunday, Monday, etc. And the next that I need again, using request time, I want to generate again date, but only the number of week. So this will be day of week, and the result is only the number from 0 to 6. So what is 0 and what is 6? 0 should present Monday and the 6 should present Sunday. In our situation, let's see what happened here. Actually, it's not the same. So Sunday is the first day and the Monday is the second day, according to the numbers that was generated here. So actually, this is a normal situation. When we insert a day of week, this presents an American standard, and that's why I need to change a little bit these settings. So I will go to the settings of this step, and here is the function that we use, date.day of week, and the name of the column. At the end of this request time, before close bracket, I can type comma, and after then I can return a number between 0 and 6. And at this moment, I prefer to type 1 and check if this 1 is according to the Monday, and the Sunday should be indexing by number 7. So let's go here, press OK, and what happened now? We have Monday to be 0 and Sunday is the last day in our week. So it's look a little bit better. Now I will rename this query and type fn get close cases, and as I already show you, I will convert this query to be a custom function. Go to View tab under the Advanced Editor. I will replace this string with folder path and file name to be a parameter, and the parameter name will be my closed files, and equal greater than, this is the magician symbol that present a parameter. And now I will replace all this string with my parameter name. So let's go and delete this, all this string between my open and close bracket, and paste the parameter name here. Press down, this will convert my query to be a custom function. And again, you already saw how to use this custom function. And of course, select the folder, connect to my files that was stored in this folder, paste this here, and of course type the name of the function, creating new custom column. I will leave this custom and just type the name fn get close cases, and the parameter of this function is folder path, concatenate by name of the files. Close bracket, press OK, remove other columns, and expand all this data. So I will leave this with the name close cases. And I will do the same for the log cases and outstanding cases. And I'm sure that I'll be quick, but let me just close and apply this for a second, just to see how this is stored in my model. Actually, we put in the model 3 different tables and parameters, etc. So this is our close cases that we need. Also, we need SOA analysis table, and we don't need this one. This is only the parameter that we use. That's why I will delete it from the model. And of course, there is a window that called me, okay, you are using this, but I don't need this parameter to be part of my model. So the next one, I will do the same for the log cases and outstanding cases. And after then, I will show you how we will connect and create relationship between different tables. So let's go again. Create a new query with custom function. Why I'm doing this? Because at this moment the file that I'm importing, there is an empty column, so the structure is a little bit different, not exactly like close cases. A little bit of the steps are similar, but not all of them. Now I need to remove the column 2, for example. After then, use this first row as header. Again, I want to change the request time to be in UK format and do this using local options. After then, I will create a date. You already saw this as 2 different columns, one for name of date, and the second one is the number of date of week. And of course, again, change the setting of the last options to be Monday to be first day of week. Okay, this is the stuff that I need and the steps that I need. And of course, again, change this call fn get locked cases. Nice. And create a single function with name single parameter with name my log files. Again, equal greater than, and use this parameter inside of our string that was generated here. Pasted the parameters. Oops, sorry. My log files, that's okay. Press done. This is convert to function, and again import data from folder, and these files are stored in our locked cases folder. If you prefer, you can store all the files in one folder, no matter. And when you import all the files, you can filter them by their name. For example, I can filter by extension, and here under the name I can type text filter that contains closed or locked or SLA. It's depend of your file names. So in this situation, I just import the different files from the different subfolders, and that's enough for me. Now I'm using add column, custom column, and again I will type fn. So here you can see both custom function that I was created. So in this situation we need locked cases function, and again I will create a parameter here that is stored under the folder path, and then name, close bracket, press OK, remove other columns. I don't have any errors till now. It's a great moment. Usually I have a lot. So you can see the request time is already stored in the text, in the date, and we have this both column extra that we need. The last one that I need is to create again the outstanding cases, absolutely the same, but I'm do this separately because the other the different files has a different structure. Again, we will filter here, remove the second column, create a title, headers without changing, and here you can see the request time is at the end, and just change the type again with the United Kingdom and do absolutely the same like a previous step. Change type and add 2 new columns with day name, with name of week, and with the day of week. You will see why I'm doing this in a little bit later, because if I'm use only day name, this will be sorted alphabetically, not in usual hierarchy from Monday to Sunday. That's why I'm using this extra column here, and outstanding cases is the name of my last custom function, and get outstanding cases. And to do that, just again type new parameter my out files equal greater than, and put this in file content bracket here. Oops, again, my out files. Okay, done. It's create a custom function. Now connect with this custom function to the other files that was stored in my folder. And the folder path here, again, let's check outstanding cases. Copy and paste the folder path here. and transform this data, absolutely the same. So we have a little bit more work now after when I import the last group of files. So fn get outstanding cases, open bracket, folder path, concatenate with the name, close the bracket, press OK. Okay, this is our files. Remove other and expand the different column. Now close and apply again. So let's see what happened here. Under the our model, actually we have 4 different tables. One for the log cases, one for the closed cases, one for the outstanding, and one for the SLA. So now the idea is the scenario here is we need to create a dashboard for the different company by day of week, by Sunday, Monday, etc., and by priority. So that's why I need to append these all tables, and from the result I need to create one table with day of their names, one table with the priority, one for the company, and maybe this is enough, because actually I can't prepare the analysis between log cases and closed cases, for example, because first I can't relate this table, because here and here between this table we have a relationship from many to many. So this is something like fact table. This one is the same, this one is the same fact table, and this one is the same. So I will create manually something like dimension tables. So let's go first for the closed cases or for some other. Going to transform data. And now let's see. I have append query, and I will append this as a new. And under the append tables, there is a 3 or more tables. I will select the other one, outstanding, close, log. This is for our table. Press OK. I will call this priority, for example. And I will leave only the priority column here, this one, remove other columns, and also I need to remove duplicates from this column. Leave the null value, exclude the null value, and that is okay for me. So let's duplicate this, and I will call this company. And under the remove other columns, actually I can create a parameter for this, but at this moment I don't have enough time. So let's just change the company, and here is remove other columns, and here is just need to filter the blank one. Okay, again the same, copy and duplicate this and change this by week, day, and of course change this to be a request time. day name. This is from Monday to Sunday. Okay, this is the result. So the problem here, you can see, if I try to sort them, this is sorting alphabetically. So if I need to create a hierarchy sorting, I need to create one more steps, but let me close and apply this first. And I want to see the model here. Oh, I already have a relationship between my tables. So what's happened? This is outstanding, low, close, and this one is related to priority. The weekday also. Let me change a little bit here. Okay, that's great. Both cases also, but we don't have a relationship between our fact tables with our company. So the last one that I need is just to connect the name of the company with the company. Just a second. Okay, so we need to create a relationship between this table and the other one. So I will select company to company, okay, company to companies for outstanding cases, and the last one is here for the log cases. Nice. A little bit mess now, but now it's better a little bit. I have enough relationship between all the tables that I need. Okay, so next let's try to prepare some simple dashboard, and we need to start with matrix table, and under the rows I want to put this priority that we are generated. So this is a different kind of priority. And also I'm looking for how many cases we logged for this. Just putting in the value, and I want to compare these logged cases with our closed cases. So you can see that we have a couple of logged cases with the problem, and they're not resolved still. So the next one that I want to see is just to use this weekday, for example. Let's see how it's work. And again, it's work from Friday. Again, the data here is sorted alphabetically, and so I need to change a little bit the query that presents a weekday. So first, let's go back to transform data, and under the weekday, here that we remove other columns, I will leave the day of week also. And now let's go and remove duplicates, etc. So now I want to sort the day of week, actually the the day name by looking at the day of week column. So go close and apply. And under the tables, we have options to sort one column by looking in the other one. This is our table, and here when I select my column, there is a sort by column, and I can choose day of week. This will sort my table, and here you can see now that the day of week were sorted appropriate. So for example, here I can show also the outstanding cases, how many outstanding cases we have by week. Of course, I look at for this in the matrix also, and put this in the value. And something like this, maybe I can transform this in some other visualization and change a little bit data here by look at this in the value. Come on, get this in the value, and this is something like this. Of course, we can put all this data in different visualization, but the main idea here was how to create different parameters and the different custom function and implement them and use them with a structure in the different files. So at the end, the main idea is just to put all the new files in the folders for close cases or log cases, and to add some data in the different sheets in performance SLA. So I hope that my session was interesting for you, and it is a big honor for me to be part of this big international Power Platform Bootcamp. Thank you so much for your attention, and special greetings from Bulgaria. Thank you for attending.
Hello everyone, my name is David Abu. I am from Lagos, Nigeria, and this will be my second time of attending the Global Power Platform Conference. I am happy to be in this conference. I'm so excited to be in this conference because last year we had over 250 participants who came in for this Global Power Platform Bootcamp, and they learned a whole lot. I was a speaker. I spoke on Power BI technology, and it was wonderful. We had so many speakers who spoke on different technologies in the Power Platform space. And this year, it will not be different. Okay, so we're going to enjoy this. I want you to register or click on the link, register, because in Lagos, we are having so many people registering right now, and this is going to be one of the biggest conference for us also this year. So thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to the session Building a Remarkable Onboarding Experience for New Employees using Office 365 tools. My name is Corinna Linz and I would like to say a very warm welcome to the Power Platform Bootcamp 2021 held virtually. So, before we start with the session, let me first make a short introduction of myself. So, my name is Corinna. I'm working as a modern workplace consultant at MSG Services in Germany. So, I'm also based in Germany. MSG Services is a consulting company based in different locations in Germany. And I'm working for more than 8 years in the consulting area. As many from the community, I've started with SharePoint on premises, and moved in the past years to Microsoft 365 platform with focus on collaboration and Power Platform. So when I still have spare time, I'm organizing different community events. There are 2 German events I'm organizing. It's the Microsoft Collaboration Meetup, Munich, and a Change and Adoption Forum together with 2 other great people from the community. These 2 are in German, and there is also the Collab Days Munich or Winter Across the Alp, which is a online conference or face-to-face conference in Germany, but it's in English. I've also started writing a blog, so if you're interested, you can take a look on my website. It's like my name, and you can find me also on the different social media channels. So also, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact me. Let's take a look on what we want to do today and why is this session good for you. So first of all, today I want to give you a brief overview about onboarding, and I want to make you understand why the onboarding process is so important. And after that, I want to give you an overview of different out-of-the-box solutions and options for implementing the onboarding process. We will go also deep dive in a short demo. And last but not least, I want to let go the fear of implementing different processes in Microsoft 365. Let's take a short look at the agenda. So, Jessica Alba, she's really nice, is joining a new company, WeMe. So our goal for now is to onboard her and integrate her as fast as possible in the company. We want to give her orientation, and we also want to assign her tasks because she's new and she has no idea about the new company. And so in this way, we want to onboard her easier and faster. And we will make a short demo today and with Microsoft 365 tools and show the different out-of-the-box options. Before I start with the theory, I just want to say that the onboarding process is just one example of many use cases. So it's a very good use case because everyone needs it, but it's just one of many. So the idea of the session is to show what's possible and how we can handle it easy. Onboarding. Let's take a look on a short definition. So the most important thing you have to know about onboarding is that the onboarding is a systematic introduction of new employees in their area of work in the company. But let's take a look why onboarding and why we need it. So the challenge when we join a new company are almost very often underestimated. So when we think about it, we have repeating tasks. So every new employee needs to do the same tasks. He needs to come first day at work, he needs to get to know people, he needs to order some stuff, he needs to visit some trainings. So it's every time the same thing. And the repeating tasks are always the same also for the administrative tasks, like sending a contract or providing hardware and stuff like this. Then the new employees have a new environment, so everything is new for them. And yeah, we need to give them a little bit orientation. Then we have a lot of processes in a company. Of course, yeah, every company has processes, but every company has different processes. And yeah, we need to give them an overview of what is possible. And there are also new tools. And yeah, maybe probably a lot of you already work with Microsoft Teams, but maybe your new employee is not familiar with Microsoft Teams because he hasn't used it before, because there were other tools that he used. So that's why it's important to not underestimate it. Okay, but let's see why it's so important. And there are some very important things you have to take care of. First of all, let's think about productivity. The faster we will train our new employee and give him an insight into the processes, the faster he will be productive and deliver performance. And that's our goal, to make him, to integrate him fast and make him be productive. Okay, then motivation is also very important, because if we have a good onboarding and we show them that it's important for us to make them understand what our values are of the company, it's a sign of appreciation. And we need to show this to our new employees, because we want them to stay longer in our company. Another thing is that we wanna learn from mistakes from others, mistakes we've already done in the past. And if you really take it to the extreme, maybe a single mistake can paralyze the whole company. And yeah, probably this is the extreme case, but there are small things, and if we made some mistakes in the past, why not do it better in future? And then we also have a specialist bottleneck. Almost in the IT, we really have a specialist bottleneck. And if we get good people in the companies, we want to keep them. And that's why it's important to bind them. And we also have fluctuation. So we don't want to lose good people. And sometimes fluctuation is good to give some fresh wind and have new ideas, new people, but I think it's better if the company grows than if the company has a big fluctuation and people go and people come. So fresh wind is good, but fluctuation, it's not always good. At least we need to keep the good people. And last but not least, the most important thing is employer branding. So our employees are our brand ambassadors. And if we do a good onboarding, it contributes to the employer branding. Imagine you're now working at WeMe, you're already working for a couple of months, and then you're sitting with your friends and talking about a company and how good it is, how cool it is. And then your friends probably will be impressed and say, okay, let's make a try and apply for a job at the new company my friend is working for. So that's why it's really important. And when you implement a onboarding process, it's not mandatory to make it super complicated. yeah, you should start small and have a simple process, and after that you can think if you want to extend your process. Let's also take a brief look what means the onboarding for a company, and after that we will switch also directly to the demo. So when we have new employees, we also have integration aspects, and they are also very important because first of all, we have technical aspects, and yeah, in our days it's not easy to work in the office if we don't have a laptop or a PC. So the technical aspect today is very important. And then we also have the social inclusion, because you can say that a new employee is not new anymore if his colleagues will not call him the new one. And as long as he's called the new one, he is probably not totally integrated. Then you have the professional integration, which is probably the most important one, because that's what we're doing in our job. And the goal of the professional integration is also to strengthen the competence and to make the new employees better in their job and being able to do their job. And last but not least, we have the cultural aspect. Almost everyone has a corporate identity, and it's also important that new employees can identify with the company, with the culture, and we stay a lot of time at work. We are working a lot of our life, and I think it's very important also to have this cultural aspect and to also be able to talk with a colleague about some private stuff and not only about the job. And if you also, if the cultural aspect takes an important role in a company, probably you also have a better employer branding, and the people, will have a special connection to the company, even if it sounds strange, but it is like that. Because they are not only there for work, they are there because they have friends, and they learn new things, and they evolve. Okay, let's take a brief look on the onboarding phases, because this is also important for the process when you implement the onboarding process. So normally you have 4 onboarding phases. You have the first phase before the first working day. Everyone has this phase, and here you need to do stuff like sending information and documents to the new employee, having some contact persons, setting up the new workplace, and probably maybe also the hardware and stuff like this. Then you have the first working day, where you probably also have a welcome day or a welcome lunch. You will hand over the welcome package, which contains hardware and maybe some chocolate and some nice stuff, depending on the company. And you also will introduce the new employee to his colleagues. If it's possible. In our days, it's not so easy to do it in person, but we need to handle it out online. But the first working day still remains. Then we have the first weeks. Why first weeks? Because it depends. It's in some companies you have a lot of things to do in the first 2 weeks, and after that you're already in the integration phase. In bigger company, the first weeks are more than 2 weeks, probably 4 or 5 weeks. And in the first weeks you have mandatory trainings, first introductions to new topics, to new projects, legal topics that you need to clarify with the employees. And after that you have the integration phase, which is also variable depending on the size of the company and depending on the structure and also on the projects. So in the integration phase, normally you have different things. You have introductory events, you have further trainings that are optional maybe. Then you have team building. The new employee needs to get to know better his colleagues and professional networking and stuff like this. So these are the phases which are also important when you implement a process. And now let's take a brief look on the employee onboarding with Microsoft 365 out-of-the-box tools. So when you implement this use case, you can integrate a lot of Microsoft 365 tools. I'm working a lot with Microsoft Teams because it's super easy, and if you have a team in Microsoft Teams, this team is connected to a SharePoint site, to a SharePoint team site, and this team site you can also you can build it up and integrate it in Teams. Then you also will need Power Automate, because with Power Automate you can automate everything, and there are a lot of things and tasks that can be automated. Then we also have, for example, Outlook. We will send notifications also by using Power Automate for the new employees, for assigning tasks and for different stuff. You will use Stream for storing your videos, your welcome videos, your trainings, forms for making some surveys or just getting feedback from the new employees, and last but not least, PowerApps, because with PowerApps you can build powerful apps with good functionality, with a responsive design and stuff like this. So the process I want to show you, I will explain it in a nutshell, and then after that also show it on a whiteboard to be easy. I think it's easier to understand what I've done there, and after that I will also switch to M365 and show you just my example of the onboarding process. So the idea of this process is to have two portals. The first portal is the management portal, which is available for HR, marketing, IT, all people that are involved in the onboarding process. These portals are always associated also to a team in Microsoft Teams. And the second portal is the employee onboarding portal, which is for the new employees to give them orientation. And I'm working also a lot with tasks because, when a new employee joins a company, there are a lot of tasks that have to be done. Tasks for the employees, tasks for the people that are organizing the onboarding. And I'm also using some master lists. But let's just take a look on the demo. Before we look at the demo, let me just show you a small whiteboard with the process. So like I've said, we have the administrative portal on the left side, which contains SharePoint, Teams, Planner, and then we have the employee onboard portal. So, and the administrative portal is the starting point. And here we also have some master lists. And we have a task list because, if the new employee joins, Jessica joins the company, we will need to create an entry for her, and then there will be some tasks. The IT needs to provide the hardware, Jessica needs to get we need to provide her an account and stuff like this. So all this information is stored in a SharePoint site, and this SharePoint site is associated to the team, and here the data is stored. So in the moment when Jessica joins the company, a Power Automate flow is triggered, and this flow will create a new account for Jessica. So that's what happens first. After that, the workflow will send some notifications to different persons. Jessica will get an email with the account. The involved stakeholders will get some notifications that there are new tasks that have to be solved, and some new tasks are created in Planner, and these tasks are directly assigned to the responsible people. So that's the administrative part. Jessica will get her credentials for the account with the login information, and then she will be here in the employee portal, and she will get access to the team. And at this moment, a Power Automate will also start automatically, and this workflow will get some information from a master list. There are all the tasks for Jessica, because Jessica needs to do some things like creating a signature or ordering a new car and stuff like this. So the Power Automate takes a look on this list, and then the Power Automate will assign tasks to Jessica. This happens here, and also the workflow will also send some invites and notifications. So Jessica will be invited to a team that is special for new employees. She will also get some messaging notifications and emails and stuff like this. And there is also an administrative portal where the HR department can keep an overview on all the things and tasks that have to be done for the new employee. Okay, so now let's take a brief look on the administrative portal. Okay, so now I'm logged in with my own account. It's Corina, and I'm working in the HR department. So I will see here the administrative boarding, because here all the tasks are created for the new employees, and I'm also having here the employee onboarding team, which is for new employees. So here I can keep an eye on it and see, okay, the new employees are added to the employee onboarding team, and I can help them out with questions and So the administrative onboarding, like I've said, has also a portal associated to the site. This portal is also here, it's not integrated here, but I've opened it here in a separate tab. So it's also possible to integrate this portal directly in Teams in a tab, but as soon we don't have so many things here on the portal, it's not mandatory to use it. So me as an HR responsible, it's enough if I'm just working here in Teams, because here I have the onboarding tasks, and that's the planner that has all the tasks, and these tasks in this planner are generated automatically for every new employee. I will also show you later the workflow. So here, as you can see, there are many tasks for the new employees. For Lady Gaga are some tasks, and also for Lucky Lee. So as soon as we will create a new request for our new employee, Jessica Alba, there will be also tasks created here. So then we have the employee admin, and here I need to add Jessica Alba as a new employee. And here this employee admin is a simple Microsoft list, or it's a SharePoint list, because Microsoft lists are SharePoint lists. And here in this list, now I can create a new item, and by creating a new item, I will start the trigger for the workflow. So let's create the account for Jessica. Jessica is female. So now we can add here the email address. That this should be the private email address of Jessica, because Jessica doesn't have an account yet. So now I've added here my email address, and now I will get the account information, but normally that's the private email address from the new employee. Then we have a start date. Based on the start date, there will be also tasks assigned, because if she starts in 2 months, the tasks have to be assigned in 2 months. If she starts in 1 week, the tasks have to be done in the next week. So then I can add a manager. Let's say that Marijn is her manager and Marie will be her mentor. This is also important for the tasks, because the manager will be added also in the Active Directory with the workflow. A user will be created in the Active Directory. And the mentor is also important because the mentor can keep an overview on the tasks for the new employee. And depending also if you have a mentor role in your company when you onboard new people, or if you don't have something like this. Let's say that she will also start in the HR department, and then we can also add some further information. This can be also added in the Active Directory, but for now it's enough. So we have added a new item. We have added Jessica Alba, and in this moment the workflow starts. The workflow creates the user for her. The workflow also assigns licenses to Jessica. And Jessica will get an email notification with the account. Now let me switch to the workflow. Now here I'm in the Power Platform in Power Automate. And here in Power Automate I have different flows, but for today these two are the relevant flows. Because first of all, we create the admin tasks that need to be done, and after that, the employee tasks. So let's take a look at the admin tasks. This is our first workflow. And as you can see, the workflow started 18 seconds ago. We can click on it and take a look on the workflow. I don't want to go deep dive on explaining what happens here, but just give you an overview what happens. So when a new employee is added, which I've just done in the list, then a date will be initialized, the user will be created in Active Directory. Let's see here. Okay, let's refresh the Active Directory. Now Jessica Alba account should be created. Okay, we can see here Jessica Alba, the account for Jessica was created. Let's go back to the flow and see. Now the flow is just waiting a couple of minutes, I think 2. Now I'm a little bit, just to be sure that the account is created. After that, the account will be added to a Microsoft 365 group, and this group will assign directly licenses to Jessica. If you're in your own productive environment, you need to decide for your own if you want to do a license assignment in a Power Automate workflow. As you can see, you can do it, but it's on your own if you want to do this, because we talk about licenses, pricing and stuff like this. But you can do it if you want. Then what happens next? Get available administrative tasks. So as I've said, I have a master list for all important tasks. Okay, as we can see now, the workflow ran successfully. So the available administrative tasks, let's take a look here. I have here a task master list, and this is just a simple list with different tasks, and all these tasks are assigned to the new employee. So it's the master, and the master just serves for every new employee. So as soon as I will add here new tasks in my master list, the new tasks will also be assigned to the new employees that come in future. Okay, so what happens after that? Then we will iterate all these lists and assign them in Planner to our responsible people. So we can also see here that we have the tasks and we have responsible people. So we can have one or more responsible persons, and these tasks will directly be assigned to that persons. Okay, what else do we have here? Then we post some information about the tasks for the new employee in Microsoft Teams, and we send an email to the new employee. If you go now in Teams, there should be here a new post, because a new employee has joined the company. That's the post that's made automatically from the flow that just informs the administrative team that Jessica joined the company. And now if you go in the onboarding tasks, this is our planner, we will find here the new tasks for Jessica. So we can see here, okay, Jessica, provide hardware is directly assigned to Mike. Creating user account is assigned to Marie. And depending on the phase, because the phase is depending on the timeline when a task has to be done. For example, in phase 2, provide webcam. This is the due date is in February the 4th, so in one day, and creating user account needs to be done today. So the due dates of the tasks are also calculated automatically. Good. So these are the tasks for the administrative part. And as we've seen in the mail, in the workflow, there is also an email that was sent to Jessica. So if we take a look here, welcome to WeMeet M365. So this is the mail that Jessica will receive. Of course, you can adjust the content of the mail as you wish. You can also use HTML to build up your email and have a header with your company logo and stuff like this. But I think for our test purposes, it's okay. So now we have here the link to Teams, and that's the email address of Jessica. I've already prepared here an incognito tab to test this. So now I will log in as Jessica. So now I'll take the role of Jessica. Let's also copy the password. As you can see here, I have a very, very special password. You shouldn't do this, by the way. So if you plan to create accounts from Power Automate, please use a random function to generate passwords so everyone will have a different password. And as soon as the user logs in, he has to change the password. But use a random function and don't use just a default password. Okay, so now I already need to update my password. Let's say a new password. And now I can sign in. So normally you should also activate the multi-factor authentication, and if you do the multi-factor authentication, the new employee needs to do that at first login. So now the new employee, Jessica, just received a mail, signed into Teams, and from this point, yes, she's in a team, she will get all the information. And if you remember, I've said before that the second workflow is automatically triggered from the first workflow, because as soon as the account is ready, I've done it in this way that a new entry is created, and at that point the second workflow for the new employees starts. We will also take a look on that workflow. Okay, so now Jessica is here. She's only in one team because she's new, but what is doing the second workflow? So the second workflow already posts a message, say hello to Jessica, so everyone who is here in this team Also, the other new employees and the HR department can say hello to Jessica. Jessica will also find here the onboarding portal where she can get some orientation for the company. Jessica will find her tasks here and also some training registration. And as you can see here, Jessica also has a chat message. This was also triggered by the workflow. So the workflow has just sent a message to Jessica. Welcome on board, take a look on your tasks, visit the onboarding portal and ask your questions, stuff like this. Okay, now let's go back to the second workflow and just take a brief look on it, what happens there. So back to my flows, we have here the create new employees tasks, and we can see here, okay, this workflow ran 6 minutes ago. It was triggered automatically. And what happens here? After the account was created, I'm also using a master list for the new employees because every new employee needs to do the same tasks. Then a due date is initialized, and depending on the task phase, the due date will be added. So the employee will have the necessary time. Then this workflow iterates all tasks and will assign them. It also takes a look if there is a responsible person for the task, because maybe there are also tasks that are not just for the employee, maybe they are for the mentor or stuff like this. And after that, I'm doing different Teams actions. For example, I'm just getting a user email, then getting some information about this user, and then the user is added to the team that we've just seen before. So Jessica was added to the employee onboarding team. After that, there is a welcome message. So I've done it with an adaptive card. It's a little bit nicer. So you can also use adaptive cards in Power Automate. And also I've posted a message in the chat and sent her a welcome email if she, in the moment when she will check the email for the first time, she will find there the information. Okay, good. So you've seen the the administrative part, you've seen the employee part. Let's just go one more time back here in the employee onboarding. First of all, the onboarding portal. So I've built up this portal on the SharePoint team side, and an onboarding portal should contain relevant links, stuff like time tracking, FAQs, and not general FAQs, more FAQs that are relevant for the new employee. What about the intranet? What is the name of the intranet? Where do I find the intranet afterwards and stuff like this? Or yeah, time tracking. Everyone who starts needs to do the time tracking, so this should be a link that will be found very easy. So you should provide here the linkings to the most important stuff, and also of course trainings. I could also open this portal directly in the browser, so it depends on you how you work. Some companies are just working in Teams, and so they don't use the SharePoint portals. Others are still using SharePoint portals, so it's up on you. You have different options. So here there is also a task list for the new employees. As we can see here, the task list is also linked here in a tab, and the task list is a simple Microsoft list or SharePoint list. So in this case, it's not a planner. You could also do it with a planner if you say, okay, I want to do the tasks for the new employees with planner. They should get used to planner. You could do it, but just be aware that in Power Automate, you have some tasks, you have some planner tasks, but you don't have you cannot create a plan in Planner in Power Automate. So you could also do this, but you need to create your own connector. So you can do it, but it's not super easy. And creating tasks in a planner, as you've seen, it's super easy because you have the connectors. So this is how you could work with a SharePoint list or Microsoft list. And now here the employee can go here and say, okay, that this task is completed, and he will get an overview about the completion of his task. So this is also an option. What else I've added here? I've added here also a form. This is really a simple Microsoft form for training registration. So if you're planning to do some training registrations in Teams or in SharePoint or with a Power App, I recommend you to do it because it's super easy. You can manage it easy. Maybe with forms, it's not the easiest way because the data you get out from a form is not so good because you don't have a date format. You just have text. But you could also do it with Microsoft List. You could do it with Power Apps and make a nice training registration tool. There are also a lot of tutorials on YouTube in the web that can explain how to make a training registration tool. But so this is the easiest way to do it, and the new employee can just fill it out, submit it, and now then he's registered. Done. So in the employee onboarding, it also makes sense to have more different channels, to have at least one channel where the new employees can ask their questions. Of course, you can also solve it somehow else. If you have a network, Yammer network, use a Yammer network. If you don't have a Yammer network, probably Teams will be the easiest way to do it. And if you use something like this, ask your questions where the new employee can get there and ask some questions. Just take care of the channel and also take a look on the channel and answer the questions of your new employees, because it's probably the worst way to do it if you have a channel and you don't read it and you don't answer the questions of your new employees. So use it as a communication channel and provide information to the new employees. Okay, so this is the part of the new employee. Let's go back just to the administrative onboarding, because I want to show you also two things that are there out of the box in Microsoft 365. So as I've said, I'm working a lot with Microsoft Lists, SharePoint Lists, and if you add a new tab here in a team, you can also use lists. And if you use lists, there are already some templates. And maybe you've already tested it and you've seen that if you create a list in Microsoft List, you could create a blank list, but there is also here a template, employee onboarding. And yeah, you can take a look on it and see the structure of this list, and maybe also use it as a basis for creating your process. But it's also good to know that it's just a simple list and it's not intelligent. It doesn't have a workflow on the back. It's just a list that needs to have some entries. So if I use this template, let's say 33, and just create a list. So now the simple list is created and you need to add the tasks for the employees. So it's a template, it's simple, but maybe it will not fit all your requirements. So this is the first thing I wanted to show you, and there is also, probably you already know it, the SharePoint Lookbook. So the SharePoint Lookbook is a site where you can get some inspiration for different SharePoint portals. You can create sites and just get some inspiration from here. It's really helpful. The only thing I want to show you here is in the Solutions tab here, we have the new Employee Onboarding Hub. And this is a template. It's a template of a communication site that you can use also for your new employees. And this template, if you're a tenant administrator, you can add this template directly to your tenant. Maybe you should first test it in a test tenant to see what it contains and if it fits for you, and after that deploy it in productive. You can find here also the features that are available and the content. And for example, this portal really makes sense to use it if you have a pre-onboarding, because we talked about administrative tasks. We talked about tasks for the new employee after he starts, but this side is special for pre-onboarding. So before the first working day. Before the first working day, the employee will get information about the location of the company and also about the first working day, the welcome day, how the agenda of the day, and all information that you provide in advance. And in this way, you can have a pre-onboarding site, you can use this template or just get inspiration from the template and have and separate it in pre-onboarding, onboarding after the first day, and administrative onboarding. Because you can also create portals and give access to the new employees before they have an account. So you can provide them access with their private email address. Yeah, and as I know, there is also in PowerApps a template for the onboarding, a PowerApp template. You can also take a look on that one. Okay, so let me switch back to the slides, because I still have a couple of slides for you. And so as you've seen, you can put there inside in your onboarding process different content depending on your needs. It makes sense to use FAQ lists to provide information for the common questions in the first working days, provide links to all your systems and portals, videos, and also surveys. It also makes sense to start small with a smaller process if you don't have a plan yet, and use employee surveys to get feedback from your new employees, because maybe your process is not perfect and it needs improvement, so you can always get some feedback and then improve your process step by step. If we talk about extending, you can have different options to extend your process. I think you don't have limits. You can invest less time, you can invest a lot of time, depending on what you need and what you want to invest. So you can work with Azure automation when we think about operational tasks like creating users, assigning licenses, assigning policies, providing access to different portals. Then you can also use Azure automation to write your PowerShell. And also, if you're still working with Active Directory on-prem, then it makes sense to do this. You will not be able to do it in Power Automate. If you see it from the administrative perspective, I think it's a little bit more safe. It's a safer place for the administrators, let's say it like that. Then you also have a lot of options if you want to develop. So if you want to develop your own solution and integrate it in Teams, in SharePoint, if you have a special dashboard for the new employees or for the managers that need to keep an overview of what happens, then you're able to work with SharePoint framework, develop your solution and provide them in SharePoint and in Microsoft Teams, because the SharePoint framework solutions are available in Teams and SharePoint. You can also work a lot with Power BI if you want to make some dashboards. Work with PowerApps if you have simple list forms. Probably you can do it with forms, you can do it with SharePoint lists. If you have complex list forms, probably you will do it with PowerApps. You can also customize SharePoint list forms with PowerApps if you want. But also if you say, okay, I don't want to store my data in SharePoint because item permissions and stuff like this, of course, you could also store your data in Dataverse, so it's not mandatory to do it in SharePoint or Microsoft lists. Sometimes it's just easier in the implementation. And you, of course, you can also connect with data from external systems. HR departments are usually working with SAP, and new employees are created, or contracts and stuff like this are in SAP. So you could also make some trigger as soon as an employee is created in that system. A trigger starts, and the workflow will run and create the new employee. So you can connect with different platforms. Okay, so that's the extending part. Let's make just a short recap about what we've seen and what we've done today. So first of all, I think you shouldn't underestimate the onboarding process. It's a simple process, and I also know that there are many companies that don't have a very proper and extended onboarding process because they think it's not important. But in my opinion, it's very important. Just try it, maybe keep it simple, test it with your new employees, and probably if you still don't have requirements, special requirements for a process like this, probably the requirements will come later as soon as you're using the process and as soon as you see that it's really helpful. And as I've also said at the beginning, the onboarding process is just one from many processes. It's a simple one, it's a very helpful one, but you can implement different processes in M365, extend it to Azure, and yeah, just implement what you need. Last but not least, designing a process is in designing good processes is much more complex than implementing them. Because if you have people that are familiar with M365, with the Power Platform, developing, it's easy to implement it. And you will get very fast results. But if you don't have a good process, it will get more and more complicated. A good example is a workflow, yes? If you don't design it very well and say, okay, let's just do it, and after that you have 10 new requirements and you're already live with the workflow, you need to test it again, you need to overwork the workflow, you need to have a test system. You should always have a test system and a productive system. But yeah, it's a lot of overhead if you just design poor processes and you redesign. Just take your time, think about what you want to implement, what you need. And it's also sometimes very helpful to take your time and write it down how your process is today, how the process is working. Even if you have a paper and you print it and you make some checkboxes and scan it, even if the process is very dumb and bad, write it down, take a look, and see what's good on the process and see what's bad on the process, and then start redesigning your processes. Okay, good. So that's all I wanted to give to you for today regarding onboarding new employees. I hope you had fun and you enjoyed the session. There are also some resources I've used for the session, and if you have any questions, you can contact me on the different social media or email, and I'm also here for answering your questions, so just ask your questions. Yeah. And last but not least, please fill out a survey. You can win some great swags. And yeah, just do it. And thank you for attending the session. I wish you a very nice day, very nice evening. And yeah, thank you.
Hi, this is Paul Suleiman from the Philippines, and this is our second time to organize Global Power Platform Bootcamp here in Manila. So we're so excited that this year more and more citizen developers will attend the bootcamp because of course they're hungry for learning, and of course COVID cannot stop the hunger from these people. Thank you and see you there.
Hi, welcome to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2021. This session is a Power Platform love story written by yours truly, Tricia Sinclair. Just a bit of background information about me. My name, as I said, is Tricia Sinclair. I'm a D365 Solution Advisor from Avanade. I have over 10 years of experience in the CRM space, but I specialize in D365 business applications and the Microsoft Power Platform. I'm also the founder of the Power Platform School. If you would like to know more about that, please contact me. I've put my contact details below. I'm available on Twitter and on LinkedIn. I also blog heavily about Azure DevOps and customer service, especially the Omni-Channel Engagement Hub. So if you'd also like to subscribe to my blog, that would not go amiss. Now this session is slightly different to other sessions that I've done before, and also different to other sessions that you might have seen before, because we will be kind of going into a brief history of dating and talking about, well, dating and why we like this. I'm going to be also going through a demonstration of a solution that I came up with to try to see if I could find my perfect match on paper at least. And then we're going to break down some of the solution highlights that I want to share with you before going into a status check to see where I am at the moment, with all of the solutions that I've come up with. Have I actually been able to be successful in finding said perfect match on paper? So let's find out. So once upon a time, courtship happened. Courtship was a relatively public affair, meaning that it was something that was private between two people that actually happened in the eyes of the family and also of society. And this really happened to ensure that, everything was on the up and up. Gentlemen or men really would call upon ladies that they were interested in. And in those days, you might have your rogues, but in large part because the family and society was watching, it kind of provided less opportunity for so-called scandalous behavior. So the whole thing behind courtship in those days, in that era, was mainly because women were really heavily reliant on men for pretty much everything. It was a very, very patriarchal society. If a woman did not have a father looking out for her or a male relative looking out for her, or even a husband, then unfortunately, she probably would not be able to have a decent life or a decent standard of life, at least, right? Now, this changed slightly in the woman's in the future with the advent of women's lib. So the turn of the 20th century, obviously we women basically started getting more rights. We got the right to vote, etc. And with this, other things started happening. You had in the US and in the UK, you had I think it was prohibition, where you could actually go out. Well, you weren't supposed to, but people did go out drinking, etc. You also had the popularity of the car that started at that time as well, and all of this really kind of changed the dating scene, because now couples were kind of allowed to go out in public and dance their time away, absolutely unchaperoned. And this is a shift from courtship, which required chaperones at all times, right? So with the era and the advent of women's lib, you have more flexibility in dating, right? Now, at this time, you also had the term date, which was coined. And this was from a suitor that was actually told, all the other gents are filling up my dates. So in this time, dating as we currently know it became an actual thing, And then you also have the introduction of the first computer-based matching service that was based on a computer. So this started in 1965, where two Harvard alumni used an IBM computer to match couples based on similarities. So if you were interested as an individual, you would pay a mighty $3 to fill out this questionnaire, and they would take this questionnaire and they would use the IBM computer to find other people that were similar in personalities to you, for you to then go out and meet them and date. Again, this is very, very localized because, of course, if you couldn't actually go and at least drive to see someone or visit them, then it's just not going to be possible to meet them or even have a relationship. So at this time, even though we have the advent of, the first type of computer-based dating, it was still based on who is really in your nearest vicinity. Now, let's fast forward a few years later, and we have now the emergence of social media. Now, where internet dating, which was between that computer-based dating and now, was really seen as it wasn't really as popular, let's say, as it is now, because it was seen as for losers or people who couldn't actually get a date, or really poor communicators, or for loners. So early internet dating had that stigma. But now, with the advent of social media and the ability to kind of see who people, not truly are, but who people actually want to actually put themselves out to be, coupled with internet dating, it's actually seen as a bit more socially acceptable, right? And with the introduction now of smartphones, we have the ability to kind of swipe, match, and scroll our way to relationships, also leveraging what's out there on social media, right? Now, with the social media, I'm flipping between these two because they are quite interlinked. With social media, because of the changes where you can now have a glimpse into someone's life, and what I've been told, now this may or may not be true, because I can't find any woman that actually admits to doing this, but people, mainly men it seems, would slide into DMs, introduce themselves in order to get a date. And that actually, you can see from that, being able to see someone's social media and actually directly interact with them, it led to more opportunities for dating. But guys, don't do that. Do not slide into someone's DMs unless expressly invited to. It's probably not a good look. Okay, so with the dating apps, a lot of dating apps now leverage your social media account. So for example, we have Tinder, which is actually the most popular dating app of them all. And what Tinder allows us to do is kind of have a look at individual profiles and swipe left or right to either match or reject a profile. And we also have Bumble, which is kind of similar to Tinder, but it's where the girl has to initiate contact first. Or even we have Hinge, which is heavily reliant on social media, because it uses your Instagram and your other accounts, and you can actually apply filters and do your meme creation, etc. So that's kind of the whole thing behind Hinge. Now, those are the current top 3 dating apps at the moment. There are so many others. I'm not saying yes, go out and initiate and create a dating app, but this is just some of the examples of what you've got out there. But one thing that they all have in common is that they provide the ability to quickly match with someone, start a conversation, and see if there is anything there in terms of common interest or attraction or anything like that. So with the hopes of you actually getting a date. And of course, we can see how far we've come from the initial days of courtship, where it was all based on who you had in your initial locality, having to be introduced by someone, having to be chaperoned all the time, to now literally you're basically meeting people just from your mobile, probably in bed, and tomorrow you could actually be out on a date unchaperoned with them. So it all sounds perfect. However, we do have some things to talk about now. With the advent of these dating apps, we do have some negative characteristics. For example, we have the concept of catfishes, which only came into play when internet dating started coming about. Because of course, with internet dating and being on the internet, a lot of people, or not a lot, but some people actually don't put who they really are out there. They can pretend to be someone else. So the person that you might be talking to might actually not be the real person that you're talking to. You could think that you're talking to a woman, but you're talking to a man. You could think you're talking to a man, but you're actually talking to a woman. You could be talking to an old man or a young person. Like, you actually have no idea who you really are speaking to. Okay, so that is one of the detractors of social media or dating apps or even internet dating, catfishes. You also have to deal with players. Now, there are two aspects to this. You have the aspect where, of course, you've got the person or the man or the woman who's literally seeing everyone out there, And that's totally fine, because in this day and age, it's not necessarily expected that you're going to settle down until you find someone that you're willing to settle down with, someone with common interests, someone that you're attracted to. And you've actually got to go out and meet different people in order to see if, you have that person or you find that person. However, what players will do is they will actually change the signal and not actually be truthfully honest with you. So you actually think that you are in a position with that person that you're not, right? So that's something you've got to be careful with in this standard modern way of dating, especially with the dating apps and internet dating. And the other thing for players is you've got people who would probably be talking to 5, 10, 15, or 50 different people, and they will actually copy and paste the message, forgetting to replace, standard things like the name of the person that they're messaging. So, they might post a message and you're like, well, my name is not Melissa, my name is Trisha. So clearly this message has been copy and pasted. So you got to watch out for that too. The third thing, and there are so many other things to watch out for, but these are kind of like the top 3 things that I watch out for. Time wasters. So with time wasters, you have a lot of people who actually have no idea what they're doing on social media. If you want a friend, great. Say that you want a friend. If you want a relationship, fine. Say that you want a relationship. And then my third favorite is where they will actually state what they want. And I will show you some examples of that. And it's absolutely not what I'm looking for, but at least they're being honest. The time wasting comes in when they say, oh, I want anything, I'm up for anything. The problem with saying I'm up for anything is you're not. You actually are there for something. You want something. You're there for a reason. And you are not providing the person that you're talking to see if they want that thing as well. So it's very misleading, and I tend to stay away from anyone who is not entirely sure of what they want on those platforms. So where does that actually mean? What does that all mean for the Power Platform and what I created? So the beauty about the Power Platform is that it's a collective term that's used to reference these 4 products. You've got Power App, Power Automate, Power BI, Power Virtual Agent. And each of these products really excel in different things. So for a Power App, being able to leverage a Power App that I've got on my phone that I was able to create, to basically, quickly create and have a group of profiles that I can readily review is very useful. So with a Power App, that's basically allowing me to quickly see who's out there, and that's something that I can just see in the palm of my hand on my phone. With a Power Automate, this is basically allowing me to automate a lot of my processes. So, when I actually see a profile on Tinder or on Bumble or on Hinge, I would have to manually look at the profile and read the message and see, okay, what are some of the keywords that I'm actually looking for in my head? Because everybody has this. Everybody has a list, subconsciously or not, of things that they are looking for in a partner or things that they are not looking for in a partner. So with Power Automate, being able to automate the search for those words really will help save time. And the two other areas which will be done later on, I have not done these as yet, but this is where I'm actually going to go with this. With Power BI, being able to analyze my past decisions to identify what my type could possibly be, because I never considered this, but I think everyone kind of has a type. You might prefer blondes, you might prefer men with bald heads, you might want someone with a beard, you might actually want, a girl with, red hair, say. Well, how would you know? You might subconsciously be choosing, but you haven't actually confirmed it. So what Power BI will allow me to do is really kind of assess my decisions, and see what exactly am I choosing and do I need to consciously do better. With Power Virtual Agent, what I really want to be able to do with Power Virtual Agent, and I will be doing this after these sessions, is extending it to be able to select a profile. So if I've actually matched with someone, it can then start automating messages to them, leveraging Power Virtual Agent to first do some validations for me to ensure that they're kind of okay. Because what you'll find when you're interacting on these dating apps is the first concept of ghosting. People will match and not talk to you ever at all. The second thing is people will match you, they will say hello, you'll reply, and again, they will never talk to you. And then thirdly, people have the weirdest conversations where they'll match you on their profile. It does say, hi, I'm looking for a relationship, I'm looking for this. And then once you match them, they go straight in like, what are you wearing? So if we could identify those kind of people by initiating the first contacts, then that's also going to save me time. So because the Power Platform is really to make our lives more efficient, albeit at work, my logic is if I could automate my dating, this is going to give me more time to focus on things that are much more fun to me, aka, having a look at the next release notes, seeing what's out there, playing with all the new tech, and actually coming up with some really cool blogs for the community. So by making myself more efficient in one area, oh my goodness, I can increase efficiency in another area. So that is the logic that I have. So let's actually jump in to the demo and see, what this solution looks like and how we can roll the dice. So here we have a Canvas app that I've built to pull information from Tinder using a custom connector which leverages their API. Now, I'll clarify at this point that Tinder does not have an official API. However, I'm going to show you what I did to get the API and get a custom connector from it. So you might also note that the API is still under development as I'm making design changes and I'm going to be expanding on this functionality. So let's give this a whirl. So firstly, I'm going to get the auth key from Tinder, and you also have a little insight into what I actually did to to get the custom connector. So this is actually Tinder right now, okay? So this is my actual Tinder profile, where as you can see, I can reject, and I'm looking for one person to say yes to, just so you can see. Just one person. Okay, let's say yes to him. So just, oh yay, he likes me too. So as you can see, this is what happens. You can like someone. If they like you, then it's a match. Great. But whilst doing that, what's actually happening is behind the scenes, Tinder is actually sending different calls through, right? So if I reload this page, you can see that you've got the, in the network tab of developer tools, it's actually making several calls to Tinder. And what I actually did was I waited until the profile came up and I searched for the name to actually get the event that's actually being called. Okay, now sometimes on this laptop it takes forever, so sometimes I have to like force the issue. So if I actually go here and then I go there, actually it is possible to do this. There you go. So this is going to force the issue hopefully, and then that was still perfect. So now that you've got Adam that's popped up there, the method that I found that I'm supposed to be looking for is core. Sorry, don't double click. Is core. So by using core in the UK, that is what's actually bringing back the profiles. As you can see here, these are all the profiles that are basically being brought back with that call. So what I did was I got the path and the actual method and also the auth token as well that I need to use. So this is actually what I now need to use for my my app. So I'm just going to pop this in here and then just press gimme. Now what this is going to do is it's going to pull back a list of profiles. So similar to what you saw in Tinder, this is actually now just doing the same thing. It's making the call to Tinder just via the app and via the custom connector that I created, leveraging the same web service that they're using on their app, on their website, sadly, or rather. The next thing that it's actually doing is it's actually calling a flow. Now, this flow is leveraging some a connection to Dataverse, which contains a list of keywords that I'm not really keen on. So if there is any, if the flow finds any of these keywords, then it's going to display a red flag or return an integer to basically say that these are absolute no's, and that's stored in Dataverse. Okay, so it also makes another call to another flow that's going to get facial attributes for each of these profiles. So these facial attributes are going to be really useful to get a deeper understanding as to the type of person I'm saying yes and no to. Okay, so now you'll see that I have red flags being displayed against some of these profiles. And as I mentioned, these really just indicate that there are words mentioned which are concerning to me and actually will likely mean that I swipe left, aka I reject them. Okay. I'm looking for my mouse. There we go. Okay, so pretty much these I will probably say no to. These with the red flags. Great. Okay, so this is perfect because instead of analyzing each profile and swiping left or right, I actually thought it would be best to bulk remove profiles that actually don't fit in with my initial criteria. So for example, these profiles with, or any profile with a kid, to be honest, or any that use terminology such as cheeky, or especially those that have not single in their profiles, then clicking on the no button is actually gonna allow me to send the record to Dataverse with the details of the profile that's been rejected, and also make a call to Tinder to just reject them. So in a space of one click, I can actually do so much, right? So let's try that. So I'm just gonna say no and no and no. So as you can see, those two have actually been removed, right? Now I didn't do the full thing because I want to show you something else as well. What I want to also now do is click on predict, the prediction here, right? Because when I click on prediction, it's going to actually leverage my prediction detection functionality of PowerApp to proactively point out profiles I'm likely to say yes to based on my previous selections. Okay, so I'm just going to click on predict. So now I've clicked on the predict button, and that's now triggered a flow that's going to be using the prediction model that I've created using the data of my previous decisions. And it's going to return a true or false value along with a confidence percentage. And where the result is false, as in I'm not going to say yes, then the row is actually going to be highlighted in red, and where it's true, it's going to stay white. Now, I will be absolutely honest whilst this is loading. I struggle to say, as you saw, I struggle to say yes, as the profiles on Tinder are not the best at all. Okay. And don't worry, I'll show you how or where the data is stored, and also how I've configured the model, etc. Okay, great. So now that's returned. Unfortunately, you can see that pretty much it's all no. According to according to my model, I am not going to say yes to any of these. So let's just close these out. And to be honest, I won't lie to you, it's actually pretty correct. I am not a fan of these profiles. Okay, maybe I'll take that one. Probably this is why I need it, because he has a red flag, which basically means I should not. But why not? So I'm going to say no to all these. And then I will say, accidentally, like that would be yes. And then I'll say yes to that. So, yay. So let's see how I pieced all of this together. So you saw me go into Tinder, and you saw me take the off key, and you saw me find the core message, right? The next thing I actually then did was I went into Postman, and I actually put it together. So you saw the method was get, you saw the host, you saw the path, you saw me pull through the token. And to be honest, that's all you need. So if I actually do a request here, oops, sorry, I need to update my token. So the tokens for Tinder actually expire after 24 hours. So now you can actually see that that is sending it through, and these are the results that you actually get. As you can see, the images are all publicly available. So if I click on an image, it's actually going to take me to the image hosted on their server, which is all public. And also all the information that has been entered into the profile is also available, including their distance to me, etc. So there's a lot of stuff that you can actually do with this. So if you're on Tinder, yeah, your information's out there. Yay. So once you've actually done this, what you can then do is you can actually then export the collection. So I created one for core to get the matches, to like, and also to pass. And then what I can then do is I can export the collection in, but make sure that you do it as version 1. Which doesn't seem to be possible on this laptop, but trust me, there is a way to do it in version 1. Sorry guys, this is a new laptop and this is the first time I'm doing a presentation on this. So I've just had to install Postman on it. Oh, it is right. It is export here, and it's supposed to be version 1. Okay, but to be honest, make sure you export it as version 1. I think there's something wrong with mine for this. I'm going to have a look into it. And I'll show you the reason it needs to be version 1 in just a quick reset, right? And that is actually because when I actually go into the Power App to then create a custom connector, when you create a new custom connector, there are different ways in which you can create one. Obviously, you can start from blank, but my question is why, when you can actually create it through validated, calls that you've already done, including a Postman collection. So import a V1 Postman collection. As you can see, it's expecting that version 1. Now, fair enough, version 1 for Postman was kind of deprecated a while ago, but it was still out there up to 2 days ago. So yeah, that should not be a problem. So import it here, and what will happen is it will import everything in here for you. So all I have to then do is actually go into the actual connection, and I can actually edit it to tweak anything that I want to. So for example, I changed the logo, I then changed the security to make sure that the authentication token came only from the Canvas app. And then here is where you can actually have all the actions. Now you'll notice that I had 4 actions, but I've removed the matches action because I didn't actually want that at this time. So I only have core, I have pass, and I have like. So for core, it even has like the full path, it has the what needs to be in the header, and then it has the expected response. The expected response is really important because when you actually make the call in Power App, that's actually what's going to be used to generate your collection, or you're going to be in the response. So when I first imported it, it only imported with the headers. I needed the full response, so I had to manually go back to Postman, export the response, and manually import the response using add a default response here. So you can just import it here. Cool. So that is pretty much what I did. Once I actually completed creating the custom connector and tested it, of course, you can test it. I then was able to leverage it in my app. So if I just close this down, I'll show you where it's actually leveraged. So if I click on this button, you can see here, I'm making a direct call to my connection. So Tinder.core passing through the auth key, which is here, and then the results that you get back, it's actually deeply embedded in data, then .results. So that then creates this, I'll just do this so you can see. So that then creates the collection. So if I actually go into my collections here, and I go into user profiles, you can actually see that it then creates the collection complete with the user details that I can then use to leverage on the rest of the calls that I'm making. Cool. So the next thing that I actually did was I then chose to go into Dataverse. And when I went into Dataverse, I went to Dataverse simply for two reasons. One, for ease of use, because here I can quickly just create the table that I want and just populate it. It took less than 5 minutes. But also because, as I mentioned before, I want to extend this app in the future to include, Power BI and include Power Virtual Agent. And hopefully, cross fingers, when this pandemic is over, if we start dating and if we have phone calls, etc., which we are doing now, I want to be able to store those activities, to also assess those activities. And actually have them, build up a score. Now, if I'm actually going to be building this out to have other tables are related to my keywords, etc., then it's easier to have it in a data source that allows me to have a more, relationship mapping between them. And that's the beauty about Dataverse. It's going to allow me to quickly and easily build up my entity structure or data structure in a way that is clearly related. So let's go into my absolute nose table. And you can see here, I haven't actually created any new fields. So I'm actually using the name fields. If I actually go into data, you can see some of the no's. So these are what's actually being called out. Now I had to put kink because for some reason, there's a lot of people that want kink, and I'm just not into that, I'm sorry. And oddly enough, I did put fun because there were people using the word fun for some other reasons, not actually, yay, we're gonna have fun, but oh, they want to have fun. So I just wanted to bring that out to see and assess, I want to draw attention to it so I could see which type of fun they're talking about. So that's also there as well, okay? But this is actually what's now being pulled in from my flow. So if I actually went into my app, you can see here, the second call that it's actually making is to analyze the user bios, and it's passing through the user profiles. Okay, so, 1 second. I'm going to go to the yeah, so that's basically making a call to Dataverse, and it's pulling through the list in a JSON format. After it pulls through the list, it then runs through to analyze, get absolute no's, and then apply to each to basically identify the bio. So where it's actually been found in my, then it's going to add or set a red flag status and then send it back, add it to an array, and then send it right back to the Power App, right? So then what then happens is I then have the collection for red flags, which has red flags and the user ID. So I can then do a lookup to identify where the red flag has been identified. So if I actually go back, you'll see that you have this red flag here. Now this red flag is only being set if it does find that integer 1, and it does a lookup based on the user ID, and then it shows that image. Okay, so that's how the red flag is now being shown. The next thing that I did was I, of course, have the facial analytics. Now, the facial analytics is actually being done by pulling in the list of user variables, but also it then is initializing all the details I want to pull back. That's hair, if they've got sideburn, if they've got beard, glasses, if it's a valid face, because as you saw, not everything has valid faces. And then we need the URL from the photos. Now, this was trickier than the other ones because this was deeply embedded into the JSON of the user setting that we passed through. So I had to parse the JSON several times before I was able to then get the image and then make a direct HTTP call. So there is actually a face connector for Power Automate for the Azure Cognitive Service. There is one, but I wanted to do something different. So I actually made an HTTP call using the HTTP connector, and I'm basically sending it through what I actually want. And then I'm passing through the image of the URL along with the subscription key. And then I am then taking the results of that to then set the necessary variables. So here, I haven't set, don't do this at home. I haven't actually done the name, which is naughty, but you can see here, I'm just setting the beard value here, right? So if it has a value which is greater than 0.5, then you probably have a beard, right? Same for sideburn, same for the rest. And then I am also setting the hair color as well, which is slightly different. So if the facial attributes has a hair value that is not null, etc., then I'm setting that as well. And then I'm appending it all to an array, and of course I'm sending it back. So that then allowed me to make this call, pass it into the call facial attributes. So if I actually go into the collections, you can then see that I've got that this person has a beard, but he doesn't have glasses, and he has a valid face, it seems, and he has brown as a hair color, which is good. Yay. So you can actually see what's being set here as well. So it's really cool. Okay, and then the next thing that I actually did was you can click on the predict button. Now with the predict button, of course, because what you're actually sending through to Dataverse is, sorry, 1 second, that's the image itself. I need the select. So what you're actually sending through to Dataverse is the information of the user, for example, their name, their bio, their date of birth, etc. I want to actually use that information to predict what what I'm actually going to decide or think about these people. So what I actually did, if I go to here, which is the AI Builder, you actually see that there are several different models, pre-created models that you can leverage, because in order to actually leverage AI or machine learning in the past, you needed to have experience in data scientist. You need to have an experienced data scientist. But what Microsoft have done is they've kind of removed those barriers, right? So you have a pre-created model that we can now leverage. And what I decided to do was leverage the prediction model. Okay, so with the prediction model, what it's asking me for is 50 rows of either. So 50 rows of historical data where it needs to have a minimum of 10 rows per outcome. Now, the more data that you have in your database, the better. So the more accurate it's going to be. So if we have a look at the model that I created earlier, and this is the avoidance model, you'll see here. Sorry, it's just taking some time. You see here that the model is has a score of C, right? And this is the published version. Now the last trained version is not the best because this is being trained on recent data, right? Every day, every 24 hours, AI Builder, I've configured it to retrain. but you can actually have it retrain every week or etc. So you can choose how frequently you want it to be retrained. I think the minimum or the maximum rather, or the most frequent it can be done is 24 hours. So I'm not going to publish this model because that is going to give me a worse model than what I have now. And you can actually see what the influential data is. So it's actually more, see, it seems that I say I make my decisions mostly based on their age. So date of birth is quite key for me. Oddly enough, I did not notice this, but also based on job title and then next on hair color. So that's quite interesting to me. See, this is already giving me insight into my life, which is great, right? But what I actually used for this, you can see this is what I'm pulling in, and therefore that is what's being used in the to send to that model. So this is actually what that flow looks like. So I'm just basically sending it through, and I'm using the avoidance model. It then passes through the prediction, which is yes or no, the likeliness, and then also the user ID, which I can then use to match it back to the appropriate person. So that's actually pretty much how it's all been designed. So let's just go back to my demo. So this is where we land when we roll the dice. So we used four main things in my solution. We used custom connectors, REST API calls, and then we also leveraged AI Builder, and there was a lot of data. So we used a custom connector because, to be honest, as I mentioned, Tinder doesn't have an official API. And therefore, what I decided to do was, create one. I could have, as you might rightly point out, leveraged the HTTP connector, but I thought it would be great to have a custom connector that I could reuse as I needed to. And you can actually interchange the HTTP connector with custom connectors. It's fine. Whichever one is easier and suits your needs is the one you should use. Because the HTTP connector allows you to make those OData calls quite easily, and it's quite flexible, as you could actually see when we made the face API call, right? But the main thing that I want to point out is if there isn't a connector in Power Automate, you can create one, especially if you're going to reuse it. Or you could actually just use the HTTP connector, right? So it's not going to be a blocker. Then you can also take the information, take data from everywhere, and then use AI Builder. As you could see, AI Builder had a lot of different, direct models that you could leverage. You had the text classification, you had sentiment analysis, you had even invoice processing, etc. These are all things which will really help you to make your experience, especially at work, a lot more efficient. I'm using it for my dating, which is not the official way you should use this, by the way. This is more for my education and also for my entertainment. And I hope it's entertained you too. But the AI Builder really helps to kind of extend your understanding of the data that you've got already, right? And if you've already got the data, then that's great. But where there is data, you're going to be able to use that data in so many different ways on the Power Platform. And that is the reason I actually put this presentation together, and the reason that I actually did all this, because I actually wanted to see what was fully possible, right? So that's actually where we landed with all of this. I hope that it was quite entertaining. But finally, did it work? Well, it could have worked. I am speaking to someone that I'm interested in, and let's see how it goes. So whilst I have a fridge, I don't actually have a boyfriend. So it may have worked, but we still don't know that yet. But it's on the brighter side of things. So yay. So for my acknowledgements, I really want to thank these people that really took time out of their working life, their busy lives, to kind of help me, to unblock me all the times I was so totally blocked, because I don't do Canvas apps a lot. So that's why I did this, because in my working day job, I never get to play with Canvas apps. And I really, really wanted to, start playing with Canvas apps more. So really major thanks to Yash for basically having a look at my original design and kind of helping me towards a more user-friendly design interface. Even though it's not where we want it to be yet, I will be working that through. So thanks Yash for helping me with the design. Keith for helping be a general reviewer, making it a lot more performant and supporting in terms of troubleshooting, and Safa for being the absolute power app troubleshooter. These guys are absolutely amazing, and major thanks to them. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. I really hope that it was as entertaining to you to watch and you learned something from such a weird use case as I actually did, building it and learning it. So do you have any questions for me?
Hello everyone, Edith Katsari is my name. I work at Orbis AG and I'm living in Saarland, Germany. This is my first Global Power Platform Bootcamp as an organizer. I am so excited to get to be part of this awesome event, and I'm looking forward to 2 days fully packed with subject matter experts willing to share their first-hand experience in all things Power Platform. Tune in from the comfort of your couch on the 20th of February, Central European Time, at Global Power Platform Bootcamp Saarbrücken, organized by Orbis AG. Until then, take care and stay safe. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome. My name is Julian Sharp and I'm going to be taking you through my options and methods for customizing Microsoft Dataverse, or CDS. In this session we're going to be looking at the different ways and comparing the different ways we can achieve the same customizations with different methods. We'll be looking at the pros and cons of each of those options. So we're comparing things like classic workflows with Power Automate flows, plugins, JavaScript, business rules. We're looking at embedded Canvas apps, as well as I'll be giving you some tips and tricks on how to avoid the need for code, or to make your solutions a lot easier to create richer experiences for your customers. This is a session for both developers and non-developers, so hopefully both groups will get something out of it. And as I'm going through, I'll compare code versus low code options. So first, a little bit about myself. My name is Julian Sharp and I've been involved in Dynamics since it first came out. I've implemented hundreds of solutions around Dynamics, Azure and the Power Platform. I like using all these products together to create great solutions for my users. So that's enough about me. Let's get back into the topics. The objective of this session is to show you the different ways you achieve the same customizations. Hopefully by going through this you'll find ways of doing things you never thought of before that can really save you a significant amount of time when you're building solutions for your users. The agenda, we're going to be building this around an example requirement I've got. So I've built a little mini solution and we're going to see how much we can do with that using some of the capabilities within the Microsoft Dataverse and model-driven apps. So I'll explain the requirement to begin with. Then we'll look at the business logic, options around changing logic and handling logic. I'm going to spend a bit of time looking at the user interface issues, and then look around processes, particularly how we can automate. I'll then look at analytics options, and I'll finish off with my tips and tricks that I use extensively when I'm building solutions. So let's look at the requirement to begin with. So this requirement is around a solution, a very simple requirement, just to cover managing building security, to handle guarding of buildings, tracking visitors, handling inspections. So we've got a number of tables, I almost said entities, oops, and we're going to be looking at how we can track visitors in and out, and how we can also then analyze data, get some useful insights into our data. So I've built a little data model. Custom tables. Here's my data model. My core entity is actually the visit entity because that's what we're going to be tracking. So people come in to visit, we need to check them into one of the buildings, manage the people they're speaking to, which room they're in. And this is buildings across multiple countries. We've also got to do planned maintenance and other inspections. We might have people coming in for multiple different reasons. I'm briefly going to show you this app. It's a simple model-driven app with a few fields laid out in it. I've built a very simple little dashboard to show standard dashboard and fields, a couple of charts. And I'm going to show you how we can improve this with a few choice customizations. The core event here is visit. In here you see my record. You might recognize some of the names. Hi Chris. Very, very basic layout. So what we've got is, in terms of capturing the data, we've got the person coming, which is me, the building I'm going to see, the room I need to go into, the purpose of my visit, the status of my visit is currently planned, and when I'm due to arrive and when I'm due to leave. So that's the information we've got here. Fairly sparse information, not much in it right now. If I look around some of the other entities, we've not got much data in there, but I've got a few bits of information that we can use. How can we improve it? Well, first of all, when we're looking to improve a solution, I always think we should always keep in mind code versus low code. We should be fully aware that we should leverage or use any solution we can over code first solutions, if at all possible. And we're seeing things such as Power Automate Flow. I love Power Automate. I could probably spend all day just talking about Power Automate, how much capability it has, and how I can talk about over the last few years how often I've not gone to code. PowerAutomate has been my saviour for sorting things out. And it has much greater range of functionality than workflows and plugins. We'll look at that later. And also, business rules can be used in place of JavaScript. And we'll compare and have a look at those. So those are just a couple of examples. I'm going to show you a load more. Let's look at logic first. So this is how can I replace logic without doing code, or what are my options for performing some sort of business logic in my application and data. And when we're looking at logic, I'm talking about these are the sort of tools we have available to us within the platform. I can use JavaScript within forms. So JavaScript can interact with the user in a model-driven app form. We can do validation, we can set values, do calculations, we can manipulate the form at runtime. Business rules can do similar things. There's some things you can do in JavaScript that you can't do in rules, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. And there's some things you can do in rules that you can't do in JavaScript. But also remember, we've got calculated columns and roll-up columns. I use these extensively to reduce the need for code. I do calculations. So we'll look at both calculated and roll-up columns in this section. So business rules versus JavaScript first. So JavaScript, you require a developer. It can be from very simple to very, very complex. And with JavaScript, you can do quite a lot of manipulation of the form, and it also can call the web API, so you can create records, update records, you can retrieve, do queries, get related data from another. Imagine yourself when you're on a form, you can go off to other records, because typically when you're in a form you can only access the fields on the form, but JavaScript has the ability with the web API to go get related data, go perform creation and update of records. Okay, so JavaScript, I've done a lot of JavaScript in my time. It is supported and there is a proper model for it, but there is a danger that you could go do something that could cause you problems. Business rules, however, are for simple operations. They can do two types of operation. There's the operation within the form itself, and I'm talking about model-driven app forms here. So within a form, we can show and hide fields. We can set a value. But we've only got simple field-based operations, where JavaScript can actually operate on not just fields, but on whole sections and whole tabs. So you've got a lot more capability with JavaScript in terms of manipulation. In terms of business rules, we can do things, we can do calculations, we can set values. So we can do those calculations, but it can get really hard if you have to go, it gets very tiresome. Once you have to, like, I want to set like 5 fields, I want to hide 5 fields. In business rules, that's a lot of clicking and pointing. In JavaScript, it's actually just copy and paste and change it. My business rules have one other advantage for me. The business rules can fire in the form, which in a model-driven app form. They can also work at the data layer. They can work on Microsoft Dataverse. So essentially they work at the table layer. So when a record's created or updated. And that's incredibly powerful, because that allows us to build logic, such as validation of the data, that applies however that record is created and updated, whether that's come through an interface or a user entering it, or even a Canvas app, or even the Microsoft portal, the PowerApps portals. That logic will apply to every single transaction. Whereas JavaScript won't do that. It'll only work within a model-driven app form. So business rules have some really great things. One of my favourite features about business rules is the throw error message. And this is just one to compare between business rules and JavaScript. Because JavaScript, I can do validation and effectively stop the save. So both business rules and JavaScript have the ability to validate and stop the record from being saved. The trouble is, how does that appear to the user? To the user, in a business rule, we can actually craft a very nice message and display it next to the field on the form. In JavaScript, we're going to be dependent a little bit on what actually gets shown. And my experience is you throw the error message and you get a pop-up dialog, and the user just sees the word error. And it doesn't necessarily react in the right way. They see the word error, whereas what we're really saying is your data is invalid, or you need to compare to values properly. your data event is right. Like for instance, we're going to look at later, how can I make sure the end date is after the start date? That sort of thing. In JavaScript, you would throw an error message, which may not be nice, but business rule can throw a message that is much more valid to a user, much more relevant, and they don't necessarily go, I've got an error, call the help desk. In addition, as I said, that validation to start date versus end date I can do for every record, no matter how it's applied, whether it's through the form or through an API call or something, even importing data. But business rules, one of the real problems with business rules, they can't go outside the form or outside the record they're in. They can't really access other bits of data. They can only access fields and manipulate fields on that particular form or record. There is a point that's, where your business rules become so complex, it's going to be easier to go to JavaScript. And this is very much a message I'm going to talk all the way through. I have another really big rule. I do not mix business rules and JavaScript on the same form. They don't play well together. You can get some unexpected interactions or non-interactions if you have business rules. So essentially, the business rule will not trigger some JavaScript. That's the main one. And you don't understand the order they run in. So I've talked enough about them. Let's do a little demo on business rules. Here I've got my solution. And what I want to do is I've got my solution here I've already created. What I want to do is I'm going to do that validation where the start date and end date have got to be in the right order. So I've got start date and end date. And what I'm going to do is going to create a business rule just to show you how that might work. So I'm in the business rule editor, and the business rule always starts with a condition. So what we're going to do in our condition is check for the dates, date check, and I'm going to check that both the start date and end date have been entered and that they both contain data. Let's add one rule here, another rule for the end date. And then I'm going to compare the two dates once we know that both of them are in there. So add another rule. So say if the end date is less than the start, another field, start date. So if all those things are true, I'm then going to add in a show error message step action. There we go. So we're going to show the error. And what I like about business rules rather, is I can display where this message is shown. I can display it next to the field. So it's going to be the end date. It's going to be the one that's wrong. And I put the message here that I type is going to be the message that the user will see on the screen. This is much better than the JavaScript error. A JavaScript will throw an error which you cannot put in the form in the same place. Additionally, this message is also the one that's shown if this business rule is triggered by an API call or somebody creating something with Power Automate. The message you put here will be returned back to the calling program. So if I was writing code that would update the visit and it set the date incorrectly, my code will receive an exception with the message I'm seeing here. I'm putting that on. So a very simple message. And you see here the scope is showing this entity, which is the default now, which means it's going to run both with my model-driven app forms and also when I save the record in any way. So I've just got to activate it now and it'll be ready for use. So I'm going to create a new record in my model-driven app. So you can see this running. So I'm going to pick today. Let's pick today's date. I'm going to pick a time or date before. So I'll pick an earlier time. So I'll make it a bit earlier. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. We'll then see that error message. See how it appears in the screen next to the field. And these are really easy to create. I create lots of little business rules like that. And it'd be quite common that I would actually end up with more than one business rule to solve my problems. I'll need to create another rule for the actual start and actual end date to make sure they're in the right order. Right, next, roll up and calculator columns. You need to understand how these work and you need to understand when to go to code and when not to go to code. So what are they to begin with? Well, let's look at roll-up first. Roll-up fields are aggregations along one-to-many relationships. And they're really great because you can use these for counting number of records or summing a value to get a whole amount. And I've used this extensively. one of my systems, we've got loads of roll-up fields. The only thing is, they're not updated immediately. They are not updated or recalculated every time you save. What happens is they're updated every hour. There's a system job that runs, and you can't decrease that time, how often it runs. So you can't rely on roll-up fields showing you the correct data. They're great for things like reporting or showing things. One of my projects, we show what we've done is we've pulled together all the costs and everything else for a particular project. And essentially on the project, we've got a whole load of summary data, which are all done through roll-up columns across, because we're probably rolling up across 6 or 7 different entities at multiple levels. We've actually got roll-ups on top of roll-ups. But it's great because you can now just see a great single picture of the project. You don't need that as a up-to-minute date. It doesn't have to be real time. So it works for that. But if you do need real-time updates, then you really should be looking at plugins, or if you need real-time, Power Automate can do the same thing. There's also another little gotcha which has hit me. You are limited to 10 roll-up columns per entity. It sounds like a lot, but I've got one which has 12. So it was like a typical project where, okay, more things got added. Suddenly we needed an 11th field. And at that point I had to go to code. I went to a plugin code that goes and triggers. Actually, it's a mixture of workflow and plugin code that fires that and does it and recalculates it. It's a bit of a shame, but so I've got a mixture of roll-up fields and plugin code. So alternatives, plugin, but if you're not going to do code, you can do the same thing in Power Automate. If I was doing that one now, I'd probably do all of these in Power Automate, because Power Automate can go and do the query, because it can do the aggregations, query all the child records, sum them up, loop through, sum them up, and update the parent record, which is essentially what Rollup does. In terms of the aggregations, one thing I quite like about rollups is you can filter, so only filter certain records. So filter, an example is I want to count the total number of open opportunities, or total number of open tasks on an opportunity, which I can do with a rollup, because like I say, I can filter by the activity status. The only problem with rollups when you do that is when it went down to 0, I wanted something to happen. I was trying to do a situation where when somebody completes a series of tasks, it automatically moved to the next person, and that generated less of tasks, and when they completed tasks, it moved on. So it's like an automated business process. The problem is you cannot fire anything automatically, code or Power Automate or a plugin, when the count goes down to 0. So roll-ups fields, or columns as they are now, cannot trigger anything. There's no event generator when they go to a certain value or when they change. They're also not audited. So if you need to do that thing where we wanted to trigger when it went down to 0, we first tried to do roll-up fields. We had to abandon that approach and go to code. So just another example where I love roll-ups. They're really, really useful, but they do have that limitation about triggering something when they either get to a certain value or drop down to a certain value, or something else happens. Calculated columns. Calculated columns I love. They do calculations on fields or values in my record, but they can also go and look at when you're doing the calculation, they go refer to all fields in end-to-one relationships, and this is incredibly useful. Unlike business rules, which don't have the end-to-one, I got a bit confused earlier on, because it's really important you understand the pros and cons, because I can do calculations in a business rule. I can do a business rule that can calculate a value. But what it can't do is go to another entity to find a value to multiply by. And a really good example of this, I wanted to have like a standard discount on opportunities. And we want that that percentage discount was on the account. So I wanted to apply a discount, just create a calculation on my opportunity for a discount to be given, a 10% discount, say, or 15. Now I couldn't do that with the business rule, because the business rule could not identify or access that field on that value on the account table. But a calculated column can. So it can do that calculation very, very simply. And it's something you just have to understand. It's a dot notation. I'm actually going to show you this in a minute. So they're an alternative to business rules in that respect, and JavaScript, because JavaScript do calculations. One thing though is they're only updated when the record is saved. Unlike a business rule, which will update when you tab out the field or when you change a field value. So business rules are very similar to JavaScript in the way they're calculated. The moment the user types something in, that calculation will happen. A calculated column will only get recalculated when you retrieve a record or save a record. It's actually calculated on the retrieve. So if the user needs immediate response, like when somebody types something, like they want to maybe do a calculation on screen, they need to see it the moment they type, not have to wait for save, then you can't really use a calculated column. Okay. It's the same way that plugins and real-time workflow and Power Automate, they only trigger when a record is saved. So the save is what triggers calculated columns, workflow, plugins, and automate. If you need something sooner than that, JavaScript or business rules. Other things that are an issue with calculated columns. Main one is, just like rollup fields, they can't fire something else. They can't trigger a real-time workflow to run, or a plugin to run, or a Power Automate flow to run. So essentially we can't generate when a calculated column exceeds a certain value or changes value even, we can't trigger something else to run and check it. I'll give you an example. I did a system for our own ISO 27001 system. And one of the things you do in ISO is you generate the risk score. So you typically multiply likelihood by impact and you get a score. And then you sum up those scores and then you get, like, I think we had asking was between 0 and 25. And then what I want to show is 0 to 10 was low, 11 to 20 was medium, or 11 to 15 was medium, 16 to 25 was high. So I thought I'd just do a calculated column like that, which I could do. So it's on the score, because the score was a calculated field. Actually, the score is a roll-up field, actually rolling up from multiple scores. So the score was a roll-up field, and I could then do a calculated field on that roll-up field, which is great. But then what I wanted to do is I wanted to trigger a workflow when or trigger a plugin code when effectively the score turn this risk from medium to high. So any new high risk I needed to be notified of automatically, and you just can't do that. So again, I had to abandon the calculator columns and go to code. Now I'd probably do Power Automate, because I can do those all in one statement, all the summing up and the evaluation in one. But it's one of the downsides. But I do love calculated columns. Let's have a little demo. So what I'm going to do is show you how easy it is to create a roll-up and calculated field. So let's do a simple roll-up first. So I'm going to go to my system. Here's my tables. Let's go to my visit. So I'm going to go and have a look at my building table. And what I'm going to do is do a roll-up field on here. So I'm going to add column. And what I'm going to do is just count the number of visits. So it's just a simple number of visits. Just total them up. I can't type either today. And everybody from Microsoft listening, this should always be lowercase. Now in terms of roll-up fields, we can roll up numbers typically, but we can also roll up days. So I'm just going to roll up whole number. We're just going to do a count. And what I do is click on here. See calculator roll-up. I click on add. I'm going to add a roll-up. And it's going to tell me to save. It's really annoying. So I head to save, and then I have to go in and edit it again. It's going to pop up a little window to do the calculation. Now, just a warning, if you don't see that pop-up window, that's likely because you've got a pop-up blocker on your browser. So we get the little editor here. It's a fairly simple editor. So I've got my source entity. Now I'm going to show you my related entities. So it showed me all the one-to-many relationships. So I'm going to look here, visits. So the number of visits. Click on that. Here's where I can add filters. So this I think without filters, roll-up fields would be pretty useless because I only want to roll up some of them. So I'm going to say, okay, let's do this. I'm just going to do a simple thing. I'm just going to look at, say, status equals active, all the active visits. And then I do an aggregation. I can sum fields, but I haven't got any fields. I can sum because you can only sum numeric fields. I'm just going to do a count of those. So I've added a number of visits. Save and close. And that's going to do that roll-up field. And initially, it's going to take it a little while to generate that. I'm just going to do another. So how many visits are planned or planned? Let's do planned visits. Number of planned, because I've got a status. I've got an option set. So I do the whole number again. A roll up. Just want to show you the filtering. Now in the past I've done this, and it just makes life really nice and easy. We can use these in views. So we are restricted from using them in other areas, but it's quite nice. Actually, I've got this wrong. Calculate, yeah. Planned visits. Related. I need to make this bigger because it's showing you that. Filter active. And I add more conditions. There we are. Visit status equals plan. So if it's planned. Okay, so equal. Just going to pick those up, and again, just do my same aggregation. I'm just going to do a count, and I'm going to put those in. So it's quite nice and easy to use. Okay. Quite nice and easy to build. And I'm just going to add them onto the form so you can see them when we go in. So I'm just going to add them into my form so we'll be able to see those values. They'll be read-only. But if I was to do code, I'd have to create the fields anyway and then just put that in. So let's just go hit save. I will just publish that. All we've done. I've got two browsers over. Just switch to the other browser. Just go into one of my buildings. Let's go to this Power Automate building. We should hopefully see that. So right now it hasn't calculated them. There's an initial delay of up to 12 hours for calculation, but you can just click on the calculate icon and tell it to recalculate. So I've got 8 visits, 5 of which are planned. And it also shows you the last date and time there. But the read-only fields, I can't show them. At least you can see when they were last updated. So a user can see how up to date and they can trigger it themselves. Right, let's have a look at calculated columns now. So what sort of calculation might I want to do? I'm actually going to do a calculation on the visit entity. This because it's got a one-to-one relationship. So I'm going to go to create a new column. So I'm going to calculate length of visit. So I'm going to gain hover as a whole number and I'm going to add a calculation. Instead of adding a roll, I've added a calculation. You'll see it's very similar UI when it pops up. So here we are. We have a condition. It's optional. So I'm going to say if there is I'm basically going to compare the start and end date. So I need to make sure the start and end date contains data. I've got a whole lot of operators here. So I've got a lot of data operators. So the start date contains data and the end date contains data. What we're going to do is calculation. Now we have a whole series of formula that we can use. We've got a whole load of date time functions and text functions. So I've also got access to all the fields. So all I'm going to do is one of these. I've got learn, add the remove dates. I'm going to use the diff in dates. So diff in days. And actually you can just start typing and it has IntelliSense. So diff in days, pick it. And then it wants to start date and end date. And all I'm going to do is just start typing. Start date. And I can just, you see that it's showing the name of the field. So I'm going to pick start date, comma, end date. Okay, and because if the start and end date are the same, if it's start and end date are the same, it's going to be 0. So I'm just going to add 1 to it. Nice, simple little calculation. Let me just show you another calculated field where I'm going to set a particular value. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to do a little option set just for the sake of it, and I'm going to make this a choice or option set. And I'm just going to you create a new choice. I'm just going to have a local one. I don't normally do local ones, but for the purpose of this, it's going to make it nice and quick. And here I'm going to make it a calculation. So we've got a value here, but we're going to set it based on some sort of logic, some sort of if statement. So when I come over here, I'm going to say if. So add the condition. Now notice I've got all the end-to-one relationships, so I can actually have a look at the building. So I'm going to say if the building, and I haven't got many fields on thing, but I can look at the planned visits. I've actually got access to the roll-up fields. So I'm going to say if the number of visits or the number of outstanding visits or number of planned visits, say, is greater than 5, then what I'm going to do is I can set the value. So I'm going to set the field to be my important to either, it's going to have to be non-priority. If there are more than 5 already planned, it's got to be non-priority. Or I can do an else. And I can actually do else if, but I'm just going to just set it like this, the value to not priority. So I'm basically looking at a roll-up field to do the calculation if they're priority or non-priority. So calculation isn't just calculating numbers or dates. It can be setting Boolean fields or any field type. You can set the value and do a calculation. And some of them are related to do formulas on. There are some things that I'm going to talk about later within calculated fields and show you how you get around them. One of my tips is for how to compare dates in calculated fields. We're looking at that. So I now go to my form. Stick it there. Well, probably should stick it up in the header. So it's a read-only field, just like a roll-up field. Oh, I meant to put the number of days in. I forgot to add that in. Where's the length of visit in days? It needs to go in there. You'll see that they've got the lock symbol on, so they're read-only. It shows you that they're read-only. Okay, let's go create a new visit. And I'll just show what happens. So I'm going to put in today's date, put in tomorrow, a few days later. Notice it doesn't do that calculation straight away. It's waited. It's wait till I create the record. Pick contact. I'm going to pick myself. Building. I need to pick the PowerAutomate building because I know that's going to trigger my important. So that's going to see my important. You see my important automatically set because I've got priority. So that's validation and logic we've built into the system that we can just apply. Let's look at the user interface improvements that we can do now. So there's quite a lot I can do. I'm not really going to talk a lot about how to customize forms, or I'm just going to talk about things we can do to help us. So I'll look at a couple of things, a couple of choices we have to make which can affect the user interface. So we're going to really be focusing on lookups, views as either quick views or subgrids, and I've got that twice, and also embedded canvas apps here. So first of all, there's a number of different form types. Main form you've seen. One of my favorite forms is actually the quick view form. The quick view form allows you to show information from a related entity in an end-to-one relationship. Now, right now they're read-only, but as of the latest release, we're going to be able to edit them. There's a new control code which allows to edit records, which is just huge, I think. But I do like the ability to increase the user interface. So let me show you what I mean by quick view forms and how that's works. So I'm going to quickly go into a demo of them, ways we can improve the user interface. So let's have a look at quick view forms to begin with. And what we see here in this form, I've got a gap over here. I'm in the visit, but if I want to see anything else about the building, I can't really see it. I'd have to navigate away. And the whole purpose of quick view forms is to prevent the user navigating away. Quick view. So I want it on my visit, but what do I want to show for building? So I'm actually going to edit the quick view from building. That's the one in the end-to-one relationship from visit. So here's the quick view form, and by default there's one there that's created for you. It doesn't have much in it. Typically you just have name and owner. So what I'm going to do, first of all, you can't remove these if they're required, so I'm just going to hide it. Hide the owner field. And then I'm going to put some key fields in. Let's put the country in. And I know I've got those 2 roll-up fields I can just use. The number of visits, number of planned visits. I can also insert another section. So what I'm going to do in here is show all the other visits. So I'm actually going to show the other visits in the building. So when I'm in looking at a visit, I can see what else is visiting, who else is visiting that building. Because I can add in a subgrid. Subgrids are your friend. Subgrids are showing information in one-to-many relationships. So I always say check show related records. I think that should be checked by default, and I should here be able to see my visits. And then I'm going to see all the visits. I've got some views here. I can just pick which view I want. Let's pick today's visits that are due. So these are other due visits today. So if somebody's booking in something, we see that. I'm creating this quick view form. And the great thing about the quick view form is it allows me to show related records. So I can look up one relationship. So if I'm starting at my visit, I can look up to building. Then I can look over to a different entity on another one-to-many relationship. I use this extensively so that when I go in here, it's not just visits I'm going to put in. I'm going to add another one in. I'm going to add inspections because I'm going to see I want to know what else is going on in this building. So I can add yet another subgrid. Okay, let's add that subgrid in. We see this one, related records. We'll see inspections. So I'll choose the inspections view. There we go. See that's in there. So I'm building up something that gives me a user a lot of abilities to really see everything without having to navigating away from where they want. It's all about the user experience. I'm now going to add that form onto the visit form. So remember, it's always on an end-to-one relationship. On my visit form, I'll just go over here, and they're really easy to add in. I've got a section over here ready to hold it, and I'm just going to pick my controls. One of the options is quick view, and I just drag it over. And say what one I want, which quick view. Because I can actually have more than one quick view. So there it's in. It's going to put it in there. I now switch to my record, and we'll see in here. So I've got my building, and I've got my quick view. So I see all the other visits today for that place. So I see who else is coming. So I see I'm due for 2 meetings. Eric and Mark and Marco and it's all coming in today to this building. We see all that. So that improves the user experience significantly. Other things. What are your biggest choices? Is do I use a lookup field or a choice field? Now we've got an entity called country. Now one of my options for country is to create a choice list. We go to columns, and I could just, if I want, create a column. I could create a country choice. I'll call it country choice to make sure it's obvious. I can choose a choice field, and I enter my values. So I create a new choice, which is going to be my country. So I'm going to have to put in all the different countries. So I'd have to type in manually who makes these choices. So if you want to add to this list, users can't do it. You've got to go and get a developer to. So you then got to release it through your life cycle. So I much prefer, instead of having options, even for things like country lists, I actually prefer to create entities. So I've got a table I've created on my here. I've got a table called country. So I've got a choice or a table. There are pros and cons of each approach. So here's my country table. Now, if I use what's the user experience like between them, and there's pros and cons. So I'm just going to put them side by side so you get to see it. So if I'm going to I'll create a new building in my system. Buildings, if I go to create a new building, let's do what we're missing, Power Virtual Agents, right? So I've got a country lookup. So this is what I had before. It's just a lookup to another entity. It's an end-to-one relationship. I can go and pick the relevant fields. I'm going to pick, say, it's Norway today. Or I've got a drop down. Now, the issue really comes down to two things. First of which, what's the user experience like? I only like choices if their number of options is limited. If you have 100 items in that list, it's not going to be very usable. Additionally, if the items change a lot, you're going to end up, how do I remove a value? I can't hide them. I can't delete them without breaking data. So often having an entity or a table and end-to-one relationship can be better. The downsides come if you've got multiple languages in your system. Because if I have multiple languages, I can actually put the translations for each language here. But there are some things I've done. If you have a look here, I often do this. Go and I'll have extra fields. And the great thing about that is I can make it search on any of these fields. So if I was to go use this field, let me just go show what I mean. If I go create another building, I can just type no, but it's actually going to search on any of the fields. I can say what fields to search on. So if somebody does type it in their local language or different language, we can find it. But this is one of those choices. It also makes life easier having an end-to-one relationship with a table for things like analytics, because it becomes another bit of data. Choices can be a little bit painful to use in things like Power BI, getting the label values and getting it to automatically create a data model for you that you can leverage in your Power BI. So I actually prefer using entities in my system. And the other thing you can do is you can filter them. You can actually put in some logic in the to say filter this value based on another value. So if I've got multiple lookups, and I'll give you another really good example of that. I'm going to go to visits. So I'm going to create a new visit. Now at the moment I can look at the building, pick on Power Automate, and then I can pick up a room. Now at the moment it allows me to pick any room. Okay, I've got access to all the rooms. But if I look at all the rooms, they're in different, each room is in a different building. So I need to filter that. I want to make sure when I pick things that I don't get an inconsistent set of data. And that's what filtered lookups do. Now, you may have heard of people talk about dependent pick lists. You can do it in one pick list and another pick list. So say I have my building and rooms in as choice fields. I could do one, but I have to write JavaScript to do that. So one advantage of having a series of related entities, you could actually apply that and use that inside my forms. So I'm just going to go and do that on my visit form. And I'll just go and access the same thing, the properties of that field. You'll see enable this filter lookup. So show records where the building, it actually gives me the option, so where the building contains the rooms. And you also give the option, can the user turn off the filter? I don't want them doing that. So this shows me the one-to-many relationship between visits and rooms. So quite simple to do. It's just a few clicking points to get it set up. And now when I go in and create a new visit, so I pick a building, I'll only get the rooms for Power BI. I only get the subset of rooms for Power BI. I don't get the other ones. So that's a really quick way of doing things. Now you can go a bit further. If you've got JavaScript underneath, you can actually make it a little bit smarter than that. You can actually apply your own filtering. One of my favorite things is subgrids. So let's look how we use those. So if I go back to my system, I've already added some in. So if I go back to my building, and what we've got here is I've got a number of tabs. So what I've done is here's the list of rooms for that building. So when you add a grid, it just automatically shows the records that are in that relationship. So I've got here, nice and easy to see what visits. So I can see what visits are for this building, for the Power Automate building. What inspection we've got? No inspections. I know you've got access to them. You've also got all your access to your one-to-many and many-to-many relationships off related. But for me, it's much nicer for a user to be able to go in here and see the information that they need. And you saw me using that on my visits. So if I go back to my visit that I had, this here, I'm also using the subgrid inside a quick view. So I'm just using the idea of subgrids, which are just views to filter data. That's all they are, filter, but it shows you within the interface. And you can go into editable grids to make it nicer if you want to use those. Dashboards. Really, there's one thing I really want to focus on dashboards. Let's have a look at the dashboard I've created. Here's our standard Onboarding App dashboard with views and charts. Very basic, very static. They're good. They're good for what they need. They're good in the right circumstances. Don't get me wrong, I quite like them. But for me, if I was managing something, I really want to look at interactive dashboards. If you've not seen interactive dashboards and understand how they can really improve the user experience, pay attention now. So what I've done here is I've done a dashboard, not one up, based on the visit. And see, this is a multi-stream dashboard, but I've just done it on visits. So it's showing me the data for this course. I can filter it down just today if I want. And what I like about it is I've got a couple of visual filters. I can put in a little chart like that. So I've created a couple of little charts. I use the donut chart. And what it does here, you see visits by purpose. So I've got on my visit, I've got purpose and status. And I can very quickly focus on here. So I can focus on the overdue ones, just clicking on it, and it filters me my overdue visits. Or I can say, let's filter by maintenance. What have we got? And you see everything else adjusts automatically. You'll also see there's some colours. You may not be aware that you can associate a colour with a choice, but when you do that in this view, in this dashboard, it shows the colours, the purpose and my status. If you actually have a look at here, you actually see I've got a colour barcode down the left hand side. So if I just go to maintenance, you'll see that they'll all go to maintenance. And this makes it really useful for users to really get great information out. Now what this is the card form. It's the most unappreciated form in Onboarding Apps. I've just added some few fields so I can immediately see from here everything about it. So Chris is due today. I can see what he's doing, and I can actually, from within here as a user, I can make changes, see other information, and do things. I can get into it, and it's a really good user interaction tool. Right, just want to talk about Canvas apps now. Embedded Canvas apps for me are some of the greatest things to have come to the Power Platform. It's very hard in a model-driven app to do logic, or logic that has to go across multiple different things and then do different things. In the past, I've written web resources with lots of JavaScript, where I feel like little mini wizards. I have done an awful lot of building Canvas apps and embedding those Canvas apps in applications just to make the user experience so much better. They're really quite straightforward to do. Now, I'm not going to go build one now. I'm just going to go and enable one just to make it. And what I've done is fairly simple. You just have a field and you connect it up to a control. So here's my field I've got here. You haven't seen this ready. So what I'm going to do, if I have a look at this, have a look at the components, you see it's actually, I've linked it to a Canvas app. So I've actually built a Canvas app. So somebody actually arrives on site. As it is before I did that change, the security guard's got to go into this form. He's got to go select the date and time, manually select it. That's not a great experience. It's going to be error prone. So if I go into a visit, I'm going to go to my visit, and you'll now see I should have a couple of buttons. So I can check in and check out. This wasn't working earlier on. So here, God's button. All I have to do as a user now is click on check in, and I'm actually just doing a patch statement behind the scenes that's going to set the start date. So I'm a big fan of using Canvas apps to improve the user experience. I'm not going to build process here because it's not going to take too long. I just want to discuss them. So we have a number of different options for doing automation and doing calculation. I've already mentioned them, some of them already when I was talking about business rules and JavaScript. So we have classic workflows, we've got custom actions, we've got business process flows, Power Automate, plugins, and don't leave out duplicate detection. Let's have a look at one of the things I want to compare. Power Automate versus classic workflows. Because if you ever go to build a workflow, it says front and center, you should use a Power Automate instead. However, you just need to understand what they can and can't do. First thing is, up the top, Power Automate is asynchronous, which means it runs in the background. It can never be synchronous. It can't run as part of the transaction, which means it can't stop a save. Just like my business rule could stop a save with some validation, I can in classic workflow. I can have a synchronous workflow, or in Microsoft terminology, real-time workflow. I can actually stop the workflow with an error, and that essentially throws an exception. I can't do that with Power Automate Flow. All I can do is report that something has broken. Or the classic workflow, if you do a synchronous or real-time workflow, the user will see the message. In the stop workflow step, the text you put in there will be shown to the user. Classic workflow for me, you should use for anything you want to do synchronous. My view, if it's asynchronous or background, use Power Automate, because there's just so much more you can do. Power Automate can do queries on your one-to-many relationships. My classic workflow is I can only access records in an end-to-one relationship. I can't access one-to-one relationships, and I can only do one hop. I call it the one hop problem. You get this with calculator columns in classic workflow. They can go along an end-to-one relationship, but they can only go one step. They can't go from one entity to another entity to another entity. That's not, they don't have that capability. Let's compare Power Automate and plugins. Now, plugins are server-side code, or they're .NET assemblies. They're written in C# or VB, and they can run as part of your transaction. They're part of the Dataverse event model. Plugins can either be synchronous or asynchronous. So just like workflow. For me, a lot of the plugins that I use to write the asynchronous ones I've done in Power Automate. But if it needs to be synchronous, i.e. part of the transaction, like it's got to happen as part of that save, the user's got to see the result straight away, then I have to use a synchronous plugin. But I very rarely write an asynchronous plugin anymore. Again, plugins are only restricted to the Dataverse environment they're in. The biggest problem with me with plugins is they have a 2-minute limit. If they time out, that's it. You get an error. So you can't write long-running code, long things, whereas Power Automate doesn't have the same issue. Next topic is analytics. Really just a quick review of what we have. So we've already talked a little bit about them. We have our inbuilt charts and dashboards, our model-driven app or our Dataverse charts and dashboards that we can show in a model-driven app. And for me, they're very good for certain scenarios. They're very good for, say, a user to see their workload. So I can see how many records I've currently got, or a single view across all my different records in one view. That's what a dashboard does. So it's very good for what I call like workload, current workload management, daily workload management. What have I got to do today? Or maybe a manager maybe having a slightly view of what their team's workload is. What they're not very good at is anything around trends or anything sort of sophisticated or interactive, because they're pretty much static read only. The charts and dashboards inside the model-driven app. So really, we should be looking at Power BI. Power BI allows you to do so much more. I'm a real big fan of Power BI because Power BI also allows us to get data from multiple sources together and combine them. You can pull data from different systems to create a single view of a company. And what I like about Power BI is I can embed my Power BI dashboard now inside my model-driven app, or I can embed a tile inside a Canvas app. And Power BI is really nice and easy to use. I've already built a Power BI dashboard. I built a data model in Power BI. I'm just going to show you that now. I've done this already. Just a quick show of you, and then I'm going to show you how we use it. Power BI Desktop is a tool you use to really create great Power BI reports and dashboards. So here you see the data model in Power BI Desktop, the tables we've seen and shown the relationships. So I built those. And then I went in, and I could do more on this to tidy up the transformation of the data, but I've just built a simple dashboard with a few visualizations. And what you do is you publish from Power BI Desktop up into the Power BI service. So here we see the Power BI report published up to the Power BI service. It's what most people think of Power BI. It's powerbi.com, where you go in and create and view your dashboards. And I built this dashboard just by populating for that report. Once I've got my Power BI dashboard, I can then go and build it into my app. Here you see now, if I drop down, I've actually gone and added in and created, I did a new dashboard, new Power BI dashboard, and added it in. And we see that same dashboard now within my model-driven app form. Go get the latest data. Right, let's finish off now with some tips and tricks that I think you'll find really, really useful. The first of which is I use extra relationships. Now, if you remember, I've got a multiple relationships from room and building to visit. There's actually, if you go back to the data model, you'll have seen that there was more than one pathway between two of the tables. And sometimes I create extra relationships, extra one-to-many relationships to get around my one-hop problem. It's quite typical that I will create like a hidden relationship from one entity to the other. It's like hop over. So I can get in my workflow, in my calculated columns, to get access to those fields. So that's one of my first tricks. Other uses, actions. Actions are incredibly useful in workflow and also in Power Automate. I use actions to be able to go, again, get past this end-to-one relation, this one-hot problem. Calculated and roll-up columns. This, again, is one of my favorite tricks. Remember I said about business rules that you cannot access fields outside the entity. So we have this problem where if I'm on, say, the visit, I can't access the country. It's not one of the fields that are on here. It's on the building. So I couldn't do a business rule that did something on country. It just wouldn't be possible. So I'll just show you. If I try and do a business rule, the only thing I've got access to in my condition in those fields, I haven't got country anywhere here. So I'll do this. A new column. I'm going to call it country. And it's going to be, I'm going to reuse that country choice that I did. And notice I'm just going to do it as a calculated field. So this is the secret to calculation. This is one of my favorite things. And we did this, I don't know what our customers called me up a while ago. They wanted something similar. They needed a field down. It was actually to populate a email template. They needed a bit of information on the email. If you do email templates and things like even Word templates, you can Excel templates, you can only access certain fields. So what we did is we effectively created a calculated field which just pointed at its parent record. So what I'm going to do is here add action, and I'm going to say so action is equal to value, so field, and I can look. I've got all the other end-to-one relationships. So I can go to so it's building country choice. So I'm pulling that down. Save and close. It's going to be read only. But if I go to business rule now, I'll be able to do something different based on country. So I'll be able to say, okay, if the country is now there, country is equal to Denmark or Sweden, I'll be able to do different things and branch it. This has saved me loads of time. In the past, before I realised you could do this, I was writing code to synchronise the data, copy it around and then keep it in sync, which was a lot of work. I've written lots of code in my time, which cascades values down my data model, so it's then available for other things, because I had this one-hot problem. And this, so I use this calculated field, just point it at a parent record to go get this. The other trick I have is I wanted to do some logic based on if it's overdue. I wanted to say if the visit is overdue. So I did a little view here. So I did total today's visits that are due or overdue visits, what I did. So I created a view, and what I wanted to do is I wanted to create a filter which said, okay, I'm doing it on stage, so I'm going to ignore the stage, so I've done it on that. I'm just going to delete that. I want to try this, where I want to say where the start date is on or after now, is after today. So it's like do that, because I don't want people I only want this to show people who haven't arrived yet who are due. So I want one list of all the people who are due to arrive. So it's not the people who've arrived, so I need to exclude my people who've arrived. Visit status equals planned, so then they haven't arrived yet, but I need the start date after today, or actually I need start date after. So I can say today, but that's going to get the people who aren't due yet. So it's not necessarily what I need. I wanted to compare it to, or say it's greater than the current date and time. So I can't say it's greater than now, is older than, or whatever. I don't have that option. So on or after now. I can only pick a date, or on or before now. So yeah, on or before. I don't have that option. So one of the things I often do in my applications or solutions is this. I will create a calculated field. And you may see it. Where are you field? Today. I've called it today. This calculated field, let's have a look at this calculation. All it is, I haven't actually done it yet. Let's actually do this. So I'll say we're going to say the action. So let's go like this. So I'm going to say I'm going to create a field which just says, and all it's going to do is use one of those functions. A function called now. Yeah, now. There's a function called now. Do that. And that's going to take the current date and time. That's all I do. So that's now set. I've now created a date and time field that I can now compare with in my view. That's another trick that I use to make use of that now field to filter records or use it in business rules. So those are just some hints and tips. I've probably got loads more, but we haven't got enough time. So thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions, please raise them now. And don't forget to fill out the surveys and win swag. We haven't had much swag lately in the last year. So any's better than the other. There's a bit link, there's the QR code. So thank you for attending. Appreciate it. Goodbye.
Welcome to my session, Build a Business Application with the Power Platform in less than 30 minutes. So I have around about an hour to show you how it's going on. My name is Nicole Enders, and I will explain how to use the Power Platform, how to combine it with other tools and services in Microsoft 365, and how easy it is to build a business application. So first of all, a few words to introduce myself so that you know who I am. As I said, my name is Nicole Enders. I'm an MVP for Office Apps and Services. And I work as a managing consultant for Modern Workplace and New Work at Keynote. That's a company in Germany. And I love to talk about these topics. So my focus topics are social intranet, modern workplace, the new kind of work, and collaboration. So I think we learned a lot of in the last year how different it can be to work together if we are sitting in the home office and we are distributed teams and so on. Yeah, and from a technical perspective, my focus topics are Microsoft 365. I started my career with SharePoint, so it's something which belongs to me as well. But nowadays, it's more Microsoft Teams and the Power Platform. If you want to stay in contact me or if you want to follow me, here's my Twitter handle. You will also find me on LinkedIn, and I have my own blog. So if you have some questions or anything you want to learn a little bit more, please let me know. Then I will use this topic for my next blog articles. Yeah, and first of all, as this is a session where you can ask questions, please don't hesitate to ask your questions in the chat during the session, so I will answer them very quickly. Okay, so let's start. If you are already using Microsoft 365, or in some cases we call it Office 365, then you may be familiar with this screen. So we have office.com, and if you log in with your credentials, then you should see this view or very similar view, and in some cases it can overwhelm you. So there's so many tools, and which tool should you use for which situation? It's not so easy to decide this, and that's why I want to help you a little bit. So if we think about if you want to work on documents or if you want to share information, these are special use cases. So don't think too much into tools. Think about in use cases and what are your main use cases. And here I have some kind of a guideline. So if we think about use cases, one of my first use case is working together on a document. So I work for a service provider, and we are writing a lot of documents. So I'm writing proposals, I write a documentation, or I need to write down my ideas. So I write a concept, and I'm not doing this on my own. So maybe I start on my own, but it's very often that I need some help by my colleagues. So we work together on a document, and we are 3 or 4 people or more. And if I would have a tool to do this, then maybe I would save this document on my PC. Then I write down everything which comes up into my mind, and after this, I could send this document as an email attachment to my colleagues. So think about that I send it to 3 colleagues. They are working in this document, but they have their own copy now, and maybe they need help from another colleague. So, and at the end, I get 5 or 6 documents back. So 5 or 6 different versions. Maybe there's my old version also, because I added something. And now I have a lot of work to do. So I have to compare these documents. I need to find out what needs to be copied into my version. Yeah, and maybe at the end I would think about, oh no, that wasn't worth it. In the next situation, I will write my document completely by my own. What about a central document location? If you have a central document location, I think about SharePoint, and I think about OneDrive. So OneDrive is very close to the described situation. So I start a document by my own. It's in my OneDrive. Nobody else can access it until I say, okay, I want to share it with somebody else. The document stays in my document location, but other people will get access to it and can work with me on this document. We can open it at the same time, and I see that somebody's writing something on page 1 while I'm writing something on page 3 or 5. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So if we are going back to this slide with office.com, then think about SharePoint and OneDrive as a storage to manage your documents. I know there's much more, but that's the first use case. So then we have an area of use cases, and it's all about information management. So if you want to exchange information with other persons in an ad hoc way, I think about a chat. And if I think about a chat, then it's very, very easy. So my first idea is I will use Microsoft Teams for this. And after Microsoft Teams, I think I would use Yammer, because in Yammer I have this chat section as well. Yeah, and think a little bit about an intranet scenario. So if you want to spread company-wide information, maybe the HR department has some information and wants to share it with the colleagues or the managing director, for example, then you could go with SharePoint, for example. So you build your intranet based on SharePoint, or maybe you will use Yammer because it's some kind of your, I would say, the Facebook of your company. Or you will go with Microsoft Teams. All these 3 tools have some options to go with this use case. Yeah, and last but not least, in the information management area, we have building a corporate network. So my company, for example, we are around about 1,000 employees, and you don't know everybody personally. So a corporate network can be really helpful. I can find other colleagues. I can find colleagues with the same interests as I, and I can see what's going on in the company. And even nowadays, as many of us are working from home, that's so much more important. I now want to come to another area. So if I think about my projects and I need to manage tasks, or I want to share knowledge, so I want to tell somebody that I've learned something new or that I got in new information by my customer, or I learned something new in a technical way, then I would need other tools to support me. So I need something for task management. Maybe Planner is a good tool to do this. If I want to share knowledge, then it depends how your colleagues and you are working, or how you are feeling about recording small videos. So if you want to do this, then Stream can be a good option. So you can record some little videos around about 15 minutes or less. And maybe you want to have some information, and then you could create some kind of a survey with Microsoft Forms. So that's round about this. And today, here in my session, I will focus mainly on supporting business processes, and there we have the Power Platform, so Power Automate, Power Apps, Power BI, and Power Virtual Agents. And in the live demo, we will see a combination. So I will start in Microsoft Teams. Then we will see that I have done something in SharePoint. We will see a Power App and a flow behind it. So it's based on Power Automate. And I will give you an idea how to go as planner in this scenario. So, but first, let's start with Microsoft Teams. So Microsoft Teams has also a lot of use cases, but the main focus is collaboration. So how can you stay in contact with other people? You can do phone calls, you can chat with each other, you can have team rooms to support your project work, or you can collaborate in and between org units, and you even could build your communities. And you can also manage your events. So you can do Teams meetings, so everybody can be an active participant. And you can do live events where you have only a small group of people who will share information, and you have a lot of people who are attendees and have only a Q&A section. You can do even collaboration with external users, so you can work together with your customers and partners. And during lockdown, that's also an important topic. You can use Microsoft Teams for digital learning. So there's a special edition to support schools and universities to teach and to learn. So homeschooling can be a little bit easier with these tools. So now I want to introduce Tanya. So Tanya is one of my best friends, and she is working as a person who writes invoices, and she's doing a lot of organizational stuff, and I love that she's doing this because I'm working mostly as a consultant, and I like to find technical solutions, but I don't like to write invoices or to do all the paperwork. And so I'm very happy that Tanya is doing this. And Tanya talks a lot to me about what's going on with our business processes. And we in some cases we have the situation that she says we need a business application, Nicole. And in the past I answered, okay, please tell me what's going on. What should we do? And maybe we can build you a business application. But the world has changed. So think about that. I talked about the different tools in Microsoft 365. So we have the Power Platform. We have other tools like Planner, like SharePoint, and so on. So there are many tools which can be helpful even for Tanya. So Tanya is not a technical person. So she's using her PC, she's using existing business applications, but she has a lot of ideas, what she wants to change and what she wants to improve. But in the past, she always needed a technical person to do this. And now it's time for the makers. So the Power Platform is dedicated to support power users to build the first version of their own business solutions. Maybe they will need technical persons later, but they can start by their own. And so this means you can build your own app. Think about which business process you want to improve, and you already know the target scenario. Why should you talk to a technical person and explain everything if you were able to do this by your own? So let's have a look on the Power Platform. And the Power Platform, that's a low-code platform. It's not a no-code platform, so we need to make sure that we understand the difference between these two options. So a no-code platform would be that you only select your components, you build your business application, and you don't need technical understanding at all. That can be an advantage, but it can also be a disadvantage, because if you don't have the option to implement some custom parts in your application because it's a no-code platform, then you may have requirements that can't be fulfilled with this platform. If you have a low-code platform, then this means, okay, I can do everything as I did this with the no-code platform. But if I have a special requirement, then maybe Tanya can talk to me or to one of my colleagues, and we can build her this single little component, and then later on she can use this component and work together with us. So okay, I think it's clear that we have a low-code platform, so Tanya is able to talk to me about her special requirements, and maybe you'll find a cool solution for this. Yeah, and in this session, I want to focus on PowerApps and Power Automate. So PowerApps is the service in the Power Platform, which is dedicated to build mobile applications, to build a user interface, and so it's your first service you should be familiar with if you want to build a business application, because in every case you will need a user interface, so something the user can access, and that he has some buttons or input fields or whatever. The second service you will need very quickly is Power Automate. So you want to support a business process. In some cases, you may want to send or to start an approval process. You want to inform somebody, or maybe you want to create a task in Planner, and so on. You can do this all with Power Automate. We could also think about that we have a business application with PowerApps and Power Automate, and now we want to have some cool dashboards, we want to have some reports, then Power BI would be the next service to go with. Or if you want to have some other kind of user interface, then maybe Power Virtual Agents would be very interesting, because you can build a chatbot. And even in your chatbot, if you get a special answer by the user, you could start a flow in Power Automate. But Power Virtual Agents and Power BI is not part of the demo later on. So please, let's focus on the two in the middle. And if we now have a look at the bottom, we see different other parts which are relevant to these services. So data connectors, that's all about where do you want to store your data of your business application, and do you have different sources of data or different targets. So if you have a business process and you want to send some data from one application to the other, then you would need a data connector. Or if you want to store some data, and I will do this, for example, that I will store some documents in SharePoint. That's why I will need the data connector for SharePoint. The AI Builder, as you can imagine, it's around about artificial intelligence. The AI Builder has some cool components and can be accessed via the PowerApps Studio. And we will see one of these components during the demo scenario. And Dataverse, last but not least, is a huge database where you can store your business data, and you can store the data of all your business applications. So you have one huge database for all the data in your company, and you can reuse or share the data with different business processes. So, but our focus is PowerApps, Power Automate, and AI Builder. So let's go to our demo scenario. And as we see here, I have selected something very generic. You can think about every other document format or document type. Talia and we had a conversation, and she was talking to me that the service report management is not the best at the moment. So I work as a consultant, and at the end of the month, I write a service report, and I write everything down what I've done for a special project. So as you can see, the table at the bottom of the service report, I write down how many hours I worked at a special day. I assign it to a milestone, and I add a description. And at the top, I have some kind of a header. So there are common information like the contract number I'm working for. You see the customer, who is the decision maker. So who on the customer side needs to sign the service report so that we can create the invoice later. You see the project name, my project manager, our internal project number, and you also see the timeline and the consultant name. So in this case, it's Daniel Beckett, but it can also be my service report. So then there you see Nicole Enders. And at the top right corner, we see the creation date of the service report. So that's an older report, but I think you get what's going on here. And I see at the bottom right corner a total of 56 hours for this month. So that's also an important information. Yeah, and Tanya talked to me and said, Nico, you can't imagine how hard my job is regarding service report management. Because for example, I create my service reports. I have it as a PDF version, and then I send it to my customer. My customer signs it, and when I get it back, I store it in a team room for our project, and I send a link to Tanya. Tell her, hey, I got the signed service report. Now you can create the invoice. Yeah, and other colleagues are doing it a little bit different. So in some cases, they have it in a printed format. They are not sending it in a digital format to Tanya. So nowadays she's working a lot of days in the home office. And when she gets back to the office, then she has a lot of paperwork to do. So she needs to scan the service reports. Then she needs to get the information. Okay, which project is this belonging to? What's about the total? Do we need to, or do we have some special information in the service report? So she has to think about a lot of stuff, and it would be nice if there would be an automatic process. So we have a special format here, and would it be nice if Tanya would have this service report maybe in a SharePoint list, and then she would have a lot of metadata with the contract number and so on and the total, and she only needs to open the document if there are some special questions to ask. Yeah, and I said we will use the AI builder here in this session. So that's something you won't see in the live demo because it's taking too much time if you do this. And I would have to tell you something about 5 or 10 minutes. So we would have to wait some time. That's why I decided to go with a few slides to do this, and then we will proceed in the live demo with the following steps. So we want to build a solution for Tanya. And so maybe you start with step 1. And step 1 would be go to the PowerApps Studio, select the option Build in the left navigation for the menu item AI Builder, and then you will see this view here. So you can decide which AI component you want to use, and we will go with the form processing. So form processing means that you will create a model which knows how a service report looks like. Where do you find the information about the creation date, the total, the contract number, the customer, and so on. And later on, you can use this model in your app or in your business process, aka flow, to automate other services or other processes. So we'll select form processing. And if you click on this option, then a pop-up opens, and you should see immediately that it's a premium component. So AI Builder, it's all about premium. So you need a special licensing there. And first of all, you only need to name your AI model. I called it service reports. So that's my main use case here. And you see what you will need next. So you need 5 or more documents with the same layout. So it should have different values. So we should have service reports by 2 or 3 colleagues, maybe for different months, different projects, customers, and so on, because in the following step, we will analyze these documents and we will get a model who knows, okay, these are fixed values of the service report, so it's only description, and these values can change. So maybe these are fields we want to use later in our app. So we named our model and we click on create. And now you see it's a time to add documents. I would recommend add a little bit more documents. So not only 5. In my demo, I only selected 5, but I knew that there were no layout differences. And that's my other recommendation. Don't use many different layouts for service reports, invoices, or whatever you want to create a model for, because then the AI builder doesn't really know what's going on, and maybe you get a very bad model at the end. What you can see here in the screen as well is the format of your documents. So you can use JPEG, PNG, or PDF. Our service reports, for example, in their original format, there are Excel files. And I decided, okay, we will save them as a PDF because then we get the signature by the customer and we can use it here. Select your documents and then you see a short preview and click on analyze, and then it takes a few minutes, and it depends how many documents you have and how much content is in your documents. And at the end, you will get a preview of your model, and you can now select which information is relevant for you. So you see that you have these dotted lines in the document. So he recognized every field in my header section. He even recognized the creation date at the top right corner. You see the dotted lines there too. And he recognized the data table with my different values, so I can even read this data. And what do you need to do is you click on one of the recognized fields, as I did this here for project name, for example. And if you click on this, you get this pop-up and you can edit the name of your field. So at this moment, he recognized, okay, on the left side, we see the name project name. He removed the double point and he shows me the value. So social internet with Microsoft 365 is the value of this special document in the field project name. If I want to change this because he recognized too much or maybe he recognized not enough values, then I can go with drag and drop and mark the right area. Yeah, and then I say, okay, I check it, and this field will be show up in the right section as we see the 3 fields at the moment. So you can do this with every field you need. And at the end, you click on Done at the top right corner, and your model will be created. And step 4, then we are ready to go with our app and create a service report scan app. So think about you go to the customer, he says, okay, everything is fine, you sign the document, and then you want to send it immediately to Tanya and not going back at the office anymore. Then you can use an app. You can go with your smartphone, you can take a picture, and then everything is fine. Or in other cases, when you get a PDF back by your customer via email, for example, then you can upload this PDF version, and that's what I will show, because at this moment I'm sitting at my PC. So it's demo time. Let's build a business application with AI Builder and integrate it into Teams. So let's switch here. And as you can see, I've opened some tabs, and these tabs are relevant for us. We want to start with Microsoft Teams. So Tanya created a service report management team, and she said, okay, in the general folder, she will do some work. Maybe she will add some information, what's about the business process itself, what's going on, and maybe she will organize her work together with her other colleagues who are writing the invoices. And in the service report scan channel, there she wants to share information like that she needs the service reports for the next month at a special date and so on. And we should have the option to upload our service reports even from Teams. So you see here, last year I added a new tab here, so that's service report scan tab, and it's a tab based on PowerApps. So you see the icon here. So let's have a look. Service report scan, that seems to be the tab which is mentioned here. We have also tab tasks, so that's our planner board. But first let's go here. And what we see is we have PowerApps included here in Microsoft Teams. So I have different options. So maybe at the moment I'm working with Microsoft Teams and I get my service report, then I can use this way. If I get my service report back via email and I have only here my iPad, for example, then I can go with the option that I use the app from my iPad now. Or if I'm at the customer's office and I want to take a picture, then maybe I will use the app for my smartphone. So different ways to support everybody and to have an easy way to work together in this business process. So this app, that's a custom Canvas app, which was built by me, and it contains a form processor control, contains some labels, a table, and we have a button to store our document. So, but let's go one step back. I want to show you how we start with building this app, and that's where we go to PowerApps. And you saw this in the slides. So if you go to the PowerApps Studio, we have the AI Builder section, and if you click on Build, then you have these options here. And form processing, if you click on this, then you see, okay, here's the same as we saw in the slides. Name your model, choose your documents, and so on. And after the creation of your model, you will find it here in the section for the models. And you see here, I have two models. So one is for the demo environment, one is for other cases. But I click on one of these. And now I get the information, okay, here's a preview of the document, which was used for training scenario. Here are the selected fields we want to get. And we have a documentation even here to see how we can use this model in Power Automate, or we can use it in PowerApps. And if I click here on Use Model, then I could decide if I want to go with a new flow or a new app. So, but we already have prepared something. So we go to apps and we will find our service report app. I hope so. So please show up. Some cases you need to refresh a little bit, but we see this. Let's search if it doesn't show up immediately. So it's not here, or one moment. Because in other case, I will go here with the service report app for the moment. Okay, service reports. What do we have here is the form processor. So that's a component you can add to your Canvas app, and you don't need to configure a lot of, because you only need to set the model as a property, and the rest is done by the component itself. Then I have two labels here, which will show some information, which is here in this form processor. And it's the same for the data table and the total. And here, that's a button who will use all the data of the form processor and then run a flow, which we will see here later on. And the flow will store our document in a SharePoint document library, and then add some metadata to it. So let's see this in action first. So I click on Analyze, and I select the service report from Eve Morning, doing some stuff, and we can see the preview here. And what you cannot see here very good, because it's very, very small here at the moment, you see a percentage number. So for each field, he shows us how good the value could be extracted. So here 100% means it's pretty good. And you see, okay, it's a consultant, Eve Morning, and she worked for this project number. That's a project name. The reporting date is this one, and here are the detailed data, and we have a total here. So, and now I want to share this information with the team. Click on this button, And we come to a second screen where we see, okay, the service report has been uploaded and our colleagues will create the invoice. Thank you very much. If I go back, then I could select the next service report and upload it again. You could also build your app that you can select multiple documents and then the analyzing process will be done for one document after the other. But I decided here for this demo that I go with one document at the same time. So, and as said, we store it in a document library. So we see it here and we see, that's new. It's a few seconds gone. And we see more information as we saw in the app. So as I said, we have a model which has all the information. So we have contract number, for example. And now all this data can be used to write down as metadata here for the document storage in SharePoint. We can also create a task and planner to inform Tanya, hey, there's a new service report. Please, you can start writing the invoice, or you can check if there's everything fine with our project budget and so on. It's up to you what you want to do. So, and now I'm thinking about, because I want to show you the app here in the PowerApps Studio, I will do a second try and I go with another user, and maybe she will see PowerApps. So yes, I want to log in. And I only want to make sure that I see the service report app. But it's not there at the moment. So maybe there's something going on the environment at the moment. But I will show you some situations in the flow. So we have a little bit more time for this one. So, and we go back to my flows, and there is a flow called upload service report. If you create a new flow, you can decide which kind of flow you want to create. And I would say it's not a business process flow, because business process flow will be used for model-driven apps, and we are going with a Canvas app. It's not a desktop flow, because we are not going and starting this flow manually here on our desktop. We don't want to record some kind of a macro, and so it's not a scheduled flow because it should be triggered by our Power App. So maybe it's an automated cloud flow. Yeah, and if you go with this option, then you need to select the trigger, and the trigger would be, it's called by Power Apps, and that is what we see in this flow in a few seconds. So we can also see, it was executed, everything succeeded. You can do some kind of debugging here if you see what's going on. But let's edit this flow. And you can see we have the trigger here for PowerApps. There's no more configuration to be done, because in PowerApps itself, you say, okay, I want to use a flow, and then you select the flow by its name. This step will be skipped for a few seconds, because first I want to tell you what was my main focus. So I wanted to create a file, and I wanted to create a file in the website service report management. So service report management is the website which belongs to my team here. And in this site, I created a document library called service reports, and I added all these fields which you saw here. So we said I want to create a file, and my first idea was I asked PowerApps for the file name. So we need some kind of magic that I know that this is a service report for the following employee in a special month and maybe for a special project. So I create the file name in PowerApps and send it here to this flow. And I also want to send the file content. But as you can see, there's not the PowerApps icon here at the moment, because first I asked PowerApps for the file content, but it didn't work here. So that's why I needed this compose action, and I need to transform my value from PowerApps to a base 64 to binary string. And that was the reason why I need to add this component and to use the output here. If you are only doing this, then you would have a document in your document library, but nothing more. So no other metadata you could work with. If you want to add metadata, then you need a second step. So update file properties. You go to the same site, you go to the same document library, and then you use the item ID, which is an output of this create file action. Then you get the item which belongs to your document, and now you can add all the metadata. And for me, it was really important that I created my SharePoint document library and I added the fields as a first step. And after this, I created this flow, because if you create the flow and you add this action here and you don't have any fields at this moment, then you don't have the option to proceed here. You can add the fields later and then go back to the flow, but I always love to work on one component at one moment. So that was why I decided to go with the SharePoint steps first and then go with my flow here. Yeah, and here I always said ask for in PowerApps. So if I click in one field, you see the title field is already empty. And I get this dynamic content stuff here. Then I start with PO and I get the recommendation ask in PowerApps. And if I do this, then I get the same as we have here. If we go on this, you see in the tooltip that this field is called update file properties underscore contract number. And if I go on the next one, it's called update file properties underscore project name. So what you can learn is that it selects the name of the action and it combines it with the name of the field. So that's the name of the variable we are using here to ask in PowerApps for. So I don't want to do this here for the title. So everything's fine here. And now it's a very easy flow. So we only have a flow who gets information by PowerApps and he creates a document, he adds some metadata, but nothing more. So Tanya would have to go to the document library in a regular way, and she needs to see, okay, there's a new document, and maybe she also will add some more fields, maybe a field assigned to assign a document to herself or maybe to one of her colleagues so that they know what's going on, or maybe they will need a status field so that everybody in the team knows that they are writing the invoice or that they are waiting for a response by the customer, or maybe they have some questions for the consultant because the service report is not in a very clear format and the model didn't recognize everything. It's up to you what you want to do here. You can go to your flow. You can add a new step. I go here, new step. And then maybe you would say, I want to create a planner task. So tap here, don't want to list tasks, but maybe we want to update tasks, or we want to delete a task if something is not right there, or we want to create one. So it's up to you. Or maybe you want to have some kind of an approval. Let's have a look. Create an approval, or wait for an approval. So then the flow will wait until you get a special response. You want to do something in SharePoint. Let's have a look at Power Automate. You have so many different options to work with. And if we are going with Teams, for example, then you can create a team, for example, if you need this to be done, or you can post a message. So one of the scenarios could be we have done our upload process, and then here you post a new message. A new service report has been uploaded. Maybe you will have a mention of the channel or the team room, or maybe Tanya, that they needs to be done something. There are many different options what you can do there. So what should we show before we go back to the slides? Maybe I want to show you one more thing, because we want to see what's going on when we create a completely new app. So I create a new Canvas app, for example. And I want to use a blank app, and maybe I want to go with the phone layout for today. And now it's preparing a little bit. We have now this Canvas screen. I will zoom in a little bit so we see some more. And if you want to insert now our components, then I said we have the AI Builder section also here in PowerApps. Then I can say I want to go with the form processor. We get a note that it's a premium component, that we should know this. So yeah, I got it. And now he asked for which model should I use. As I said, for the order with SharePoint, adding fields and going down with the flow, here it's the same. You should go with your app when you already have created your model. So here I can select my model. I go for service reports demo. And so nothing more what has to be done here. And maybe it's called from processor 1. If you are working with the developer, then you know that you should rename this, and maybe it's FP service reports. And now you can go with a label. I only want to show you a little bit how it would work. So I go here with FP service reports. And that's why I said it's a low code platform. So you need to do some coding also there. So original image, that's the PDF or the picture you take. Fields, that's relevant for me here in this case. So I say fields. And I want to get the consultant. I said I want to get the consultant. So I want to show it up here. And I could also go with concatenation. So concatenate. And I say, I want to go. Okay. So let's have a look here. Go and analyze. I select question. And now he's doing the same. So he analyzed everything, and now we see Sebastian Bond. And what we can see here is, in one case, he's not so confident about. So if you are using this control, then think about if you you want to use it in this small layout or if you want to use it in a larger layout so you can have a look what's going on there. You can zoom in, but you will only need or use this space you are selecting here for the control. Okay, and if you want to store the document, then maybe you will add a button. And the button has on select event, and there we can say, okay, we need an action for this. What's here on select? We want to use Power Automate, and we can use our flow here. So it's been added. You will see this here in our data connection. And we have here service report, upload service report run. And now you see here which values are needed. So we see the file name, we see update file properties underscore contract number and so on. And then we have to fill out everything and we can use this. So as you see, we have some components and it's a combination of this. Let's go back to the slides because let's wrap up. So it was very easy. We have seen a Canvas Power App using a flow to store documents which were analyzed by the AI Builder and to add some metadata. And we also saw that it's very easy to add more functions like creating Teams posts or planner tasks and so on. So now, please think about that there are so many processes to be supported by an app. And if you want to start with this now, first step is take responsibility, be a maker, and understand that you can find a solution for this. Second step is to use the tools of the Power Platform and learn how to use these tools. So maybe you start with Power Apps, maybe you start with Power Automate, maybe you will see that the AI Builder is such a cool tool and you want to go with. And then think about your first solution you want to build and create a quick win solution. So don't think about a huge solution. I know that you will have a big picture in your mind, but think about a very small solution as I showed you with this service report management. And then inspire your colleagues and work together as a team, because then you will have so much more fun. And last but not least, share your knowledge and talk about what you are doing. There's always somebody who is really happy that you tell him what you have learned or what you can do, because he doesn't know the solution at the moment. So are there any questions left? I will see that in the chat and answer to you. Please feel free to contact me on Twitter or on LinkedIn later on if there are any questions. And then I only can say thank you very much. Fill out the survey. There is a lot of to win. And even thank you to our sponsors for this event. And yeah, have a nice day.
Hello everyone, welcome at the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2021. I'm really happy that I can be part of this awesome event that is now being held globally. Anyone in any part of the world can actually watch us, and that's really well, exciting, because even though we have those hard times, we have the pandemic, we have coronavirus everywhere, travels are suspended and we are not able to meet in person, we are still able to meet on these kind of virtual events that, well, you can really watch from anywhere in the world in your pajamas with your favorite drinks and without really having to meet with anyone, very safely and securely. Now, the topic of my presentation is Microsoft Dataverse for Microsoft Teams. And well, during this presentation, I'll try to explain why I think this platform, why I think that this merger of Power Platform of Microsoft Dataverse for Teams with Microsoft Teams actually is building this new digital workplace inside Microsoft Teams, or is converting Microsoft Teams into a real digital workplace platform. Why is it converting this tool into a collaboration hub? My name is Tomasz Poszetek. I'm coming from Warsaw in Poland, and ever since I remember, ever since I was working with Microsoft applications, with Microsoft solutions, I was somehow touching the processes and business solutions. I started working with Microsoft over 10 years ago, and ever since I'm working with SharePoint Designer. I was working with different vendors like Nintex, Webcon, K2, and like for 4 years already I'm working with the Power Platform, mostly focusing on Power Automate. But nevertheless, this is just job. And personally, I'm also a very addicted community member. I'm trying to contribute as much as I can, anywhere I can. I'm trying to share my knowledge through YouTube, my blog posts, on Twitter, on communities. So if you're interested in getting in contact with me, in following me somewhere on the social media, then please scan this QR code, and you'll be directed to aka.ms/Poszetek, where you'll find all these social media links that I am present at. And I highly ask you or advise you or encourage you to follow me on and to subscribe to my YouTube channel, where you'll find all the latest videos around the solutions I'm working in, or the how-tos, deep dive sessions, intros, and whatever. All right. So before I continue, before I just really move on to the actual meat of the presentation, I just want to explain several things so that we are all on the same side of the understanding. So before the Dataverse was announced, we used to have Common Data Service. It used to be for us for a short while called the Data Flex, but let's just forget about it. Later, the Common Data Service was temporarily as well named Oakdale, or the Project Oakdale. But let's say that the Common Data Service is this database working underneath under Dynamics 365 that we all know and that we all are using. And so now Common Data Service is actually called Microsoft Dataverse. And that part that was created for Microsoft Teams in the first place, called the Teams Project Oakdale, is now called Microsoft Dataverse for Teams. Now, there have been as well a couple of changes regarding the nomenclature. So the entity is now called the table, the field is now called the column, and the record is now called the row. And so with that said, we are now having a real relational database engine under the Microsoft Teams that we can use to create our own database that will serve with the information, applications, flows, and virtual agents. So what actually Dataverse for Teams is? In my opinion, or generally speaking, this is just a lightweighted version of Dataverse that you can use for Dynamics CRM and the Power Platform, let's say this premium version. So it gives you all these, most of the benefits we know from Dataverse. I'm saying it's lightweighted because it doesn't have all the functionalities, all the governance functionalities, all those security settings and so on. However, it gives us most of the functionality that we need to create data storage and then to use this data storage with all the Power Platform applications. Plus, it gives us the Power Platform elements, right? So the flows, the apps, and the chatbots. So what is also important is that the data that we store in Dataverse is accessible via the Power BI. So we can actually create fancy reports consuming data created in Microsoft Teams. So with Dataverse getting or hitting GA, users were given the PowerApps, the Power Automate, and Power Tool Agent. So the set of applications built on top of the Dataverse that are allowing users to create applications inside Microsoft Teams without navigating anywhere outside Microsoft Teams, that will be then used by their co-workers, their colleagues and other employees to help them have their jobs done faster, right? And so the Dataverse for Teams is actually the platform where anyone can contribute, unless your Teams admin hasn't turned it off. However, what I mean by everyone is that we can create these applications for our own purpose. So we can create these apps, those solutions for ourselves. However, we can as well create them for other team members of the team where the application is created. And let's say this scope can be called this citizen development. So for these purposes, anyone in our team can create something to help us work smoother, faster, more efficiently. However, the Dataverse for Teams also gives us this second layer, the most professional layer, that we can use to create applications on the organizational level that can be controlled by the central IT or by the departments themselves. And as well, we can create applications on one tenant in one Microsoft Teams, then export them and import them in our customers' tenant as well. So we can this way as well create solutions and distribute them to our customers. Now, creation of the application Dataverse is really simple. As well, the installation. So we can either get and start from the templates that Microsoft is going to provide us. They are going to be available, those templates, later this year. Or we can start from creation of our own applications. And then once we are ready, we can distribute them internally in our organization. What is also important is that the Dataverse for Teams is or has this built-in security and governance that we know from the Dataverse, from this commercial version of Dataverse. So we can grant access to the team, and then every team member is going to be able to use the application. We can work with the security roles. We can work with the access permissions to the data. We can govern and secure the information. So all these things are present in Dataverse for Teams as well. And so just this brief summary, because the presentation might be interesting, but I just don't want to stick with that or present it too long. So why I think this Dataverse for Teams can really transform Microsoft Teams into digital workplace platform? Well, because it again democratizes how the applications can be built. So anyone can access Dataverse for Teams, and anyone can create applications, flows, and chatbots to help others make their jobs and work faster. It's really simple to build because, well, we all know already PowerApps or Power Automate, and those interfaces are really easy to adopt. It's just drag and drop, and what you see is what you give. Then it's really easy to deploy them. So with a single click, you can share those applications, those solutions with your co-workers, with your colleagues, or you can export them and then distribute across the whole tenant so that anyone within the organization can use them. And lastly, they're easy to manage and they're easy to govern and as well to secure. So with all these three pillars, let's say, we can really use Dataverse for Teams as a platform to securely build, distribute, and use applications to help us solve our everyday job tasks. And well, now it's time for the demo. All right, so to start with Microsoft Dataverse, the first thing you have to do if you don't have yet PowerApps application pinned here is to go and click this ellipsis icon here. And here you should be able to find the PowerApps application. If not, simply type in PowerApp. And if you don't see PowerApp in here, you don't even have to type it very carefully. So if you don't have a PowerApp application here, then most possibly your Teams administrator has turned it off. And so you need to ask your Teams administrator to allow you, and the whole company actually, to use PowerApps, so the Dataverse for Teams. if you're lucky enough and you're not working for such a strict company, you should have this application and you should be able to pin it. Now, once you pin it in so that it will never go away, the next step you have to do is actually to navigate here. Now, the Power Apps is simply here like a center of Dataverse for Teams. This is the main interface where you can see all the apps, all the flows, all the virtual agents that you have created, plus all the tables, so the Dataverse tables, and as well environmental variables. Basically, the Dataverse for Teams is just a light version of Dataverse that we can use as a commercial, or the one that we can use with Dynamics CRM. Now, under the build, you'll see all the teams that you're a member of and in which there is something already created. Let it be flow, let it be an application, let it be a table. And then once you navigate through these teams, you can simply see what is actually created. Any team member by default has an access to all these items and can contribute, so like they can simply collaborate on creation of them. Now, if you want to create a new application in a new team, then you simply need to navigate back to home and hit to create an app. In this model window, first thing you have to do is to simply select a team where you want your app to be created. Now, if you select a team that already has an app created or anything already created, then it will simply create it from scratch very fast. Now, if you choose a team like maybe SOC team that doesn't have yet any application created, you'll see this small information here that this creation will take more time than usual. Now, this is because each application, each flow created in a team that doesn't have yet anything created on Dataverse actually provisions an environment for that specific team. Once you navigate to admin.powerplatform.microsoft.com, you'll notice that in your in the list of teams, in the list of environments that you have, you will notice that apart from the default, the trial one, the sandbox, and maybe the personal one, you'll have also a list of these teams, those environments that are created for Microsoft Teams, right? So these are those light environments for Teams. So now let me create this new application for the SOC team so that it will take a longer while, but it's not, again, long minutes, it's just like a minute or two. All right, so now the environment is provisioned, and now the Power Apps is simply opening the designer for Power Application. If I now go back to the admin center and I refresh that view, you'll notice, oh, sorry, that was a refresh button as well. You'll notice that there has been provisioned this new environment for the SOC team. All right, so let me navigate back. And the scenario that I want to discuss now with you is about the creation of a simple application, of a simple, let's say, solution, where users are going to use a chatbot to share their hints, their tips with the organization. And then the application here is going to be actually used by, let's say, the admins of the whole process to review the submitted hints. So I'll call it the submitted hints because it will be used as said to explore what is being submitted, what is the approval status, and so on and so on. Now I'll need to create two tables to make this application work. The first one is going to be called the categories. It will be just storing information about the categories to which the hints can be submitted. And then the other one is going to be this main and the main table that is going to actually store the hints, the data. So first I need to create a table. I'll call it categories. Sorry, categories. Now this working with the tables in Dataverse for Teams is really easy. If you have any experience with working with quick edit mode in SharePoint or with SharePoint lists, this is just nearly the same. So I'll keep the column name. This is where the category name is going to be kept. And I'll also create a new column that is going to be an email type. That is going to be the approver. Now here I will use the approver who is going to be the Adele Vance, who is one of the employees, and now I need to create the categories. So I'll use AT, I'll use HR, for example, and maybe like the last one, the well-being. Oops, well-being. And I'll put Adele as the approver to each of these categories. All right, so that one is set. Now I can simply close it. And now I can as well go and create a table that is going to be called hints. All right, so first is going to be the hint name, and then I need as well to create several other tables that I'm going to use. So the next, several columns. The next column is going to be called a description. So for this, I will use a text, and I need to change its length to like 1000, so that to give more space to write a description. Then I also want to store the approval comments in that record. So once the hint is submitted and approved or rejected, I want to know why. Then I also want to store information about the approver, so who actually finally made the approval. Let me just change it to 300. Now the next column I want to use is the idea ID, or the hint ID. And for this purpose, I want to use this auto number column. It's really cool. So if you have like experience with MySQL or PostgreSQL, you are able to create auto incremental columns. And this is kind of the same thing. So I want to use this prefix string type, and the seed value is going to be 0. Let's say the max length doesn't matter. So each value that is going to be created, each record that is going to be created, is going to be auto numbered from like ID 0001, ID 0002, and so on and so on. Maybe seed value is going to be 1. All right. Now the next column I want to use is actually the status. And this one is going to be the choice. So now, if you have seen like screenshots from how the Dataverse for Teams looks like, then those columns are the most, let's say, visible and vivid, because they allows you not only to define the values of the choices, but as well to define these colors. So then as you have data and these choices are set, then the rows are really colorful and they look really pretty. So I'll just use 3 colors. I'll use the approved, I'll use rejected, and I'll use the gray one for new. Okay. And then the last column is going to be the category, and this is going to be the lookup to the table called categories, right? All right, and that's it. Now I can close it. All right, now what I want to do is now navigate back and go to build, and now under SOC, I already have those tables I've created and the application. Now I'll just leave the application for a while, and what I want to do next, what I want to create next, is to create a chatbot. Now Power Virtual Agents is actually the only application that we have here on the Dataverse for Teams that does have like its own separate interface. I mean, it still opens within the Microsoft Teams canvas. However, it's not opening like within the PowerApps. So I'll call it submit hint, or just submit hint. And so now the bot is being created. It is also taking like a long minute, but just 1 minute, not 2 minutes, not 3 minutes, not that much. So just watch this awesome animations, awesome GIF. And the reason why this creation of bot is taking a little of time is that because now there have to be tables provisioned in the Dataverse environment, which are going then to be used by the bot to store the topics, to store the conversation information, and so on and so on. Okay, so now I don't know if you have an experience with the chatbots. If not, then I highly encourage you to visit my YouTube channel, where I have like a whole series of introductory steps to work with Power Virtual Agents within Microsoft Teams. And this will help you to understand what are topics, what are skills, what are entities, how to publish Virtual Agent to Teams, how to publish it elsewhere, and so on. Now, for this purpose of this presentation, let me just go through the very basics of the virtual agents. But believe me, this tool is really powerful. It has a lot of functionalities that leads you to create a very powerful chatbots as well to help you solve a lot of issues. Now, the first and the most important area around the virtual agents is or are the topics. The topic, actually, one topic is telling the bot how should the conversation look like from the beginning until the end. So in topic, we define the trigger phrases. Let me just start with the new topic. We define those trigger phrases, which are telling the bot what should the user write or what should the user type in the conversation to tell the bot, I want to talk about this specific topic. And so once you put in the trigger phrases, it reads you have to put it 5 to 10 trigger phrases. Then the AI is building a model that is going to be used later to identify or to calculate this similarity percentage. That if user types in a sentence that doesn't actually fits or is not equal, not the same as any of the trigger phrases provided, but has the similar trigger keywords or maybe the meaning is similar, then the bot is still going to be able to say, yes, that's the topic I need to go and to start. Now, the topic I'm going to use is going to be called submit a hint, not very clever, maybe not very creative. And now let me just write down a set of trigger phrases. I have All right, so this will be my 5 trigger phrases. So right now I'm able to simply navigate to authoring canvas. And now in the authoring canvas, you're able to build in this visual mode, like drag and drop. What you see is what you get, approach the whole conversation logic. So first, the bot is going to greet the user. Hi. Now I want to use user's display name. And luckily I'm able to do that because the bot is simply working inside of Microsoft Teams, it is aware of the user's context, of the user who is using the bot's context. Under the variables, I have 2 global variables predefined for me I can use. The first one is the user display name of the user who is now conversing with the bot. And the second one is this user's Azure Active Directory ID that I can use, for example, in Power Automate to get more context, more information about the user. So here I'll just display the user's name. And now the bot is going to ask several questions like what is the name of the hint or the tip, its description, and the category. So first it will ask a question. And here, to identify this outcome, I want to use the user's entire response. There are many more of those identifiers, the entities. So basically, whatever you choose is going to be used the way that is going to extract a specific value out of the sentence. So if you choose the age entity, then if the bot is asking you for the user for an age, and the user responses with words, not with the digits, then the bot is still going to be able to extract the actual value from that whole response. However, for my purpose here, I want to get user's entire response, and I'll call it title. The second question is going to be about the description. And here again, I want to get the whole response, and I'll just rename the variable to description. Now the next thing is going to ask the category. And right here, I want to use the options. So I want to show a user an options that they can choose from. And here I'm going to have HR, IT, and the last one was the well-being. And again, I'm going to rename this to category. All right. And so once the category is selected, the bot will simply now display all the information. So it will simply show what the user has submitted or has already provided. So the title, description, and the category. And now what I also want to do is to actually have that the all outcomes from all the categories are merged in the same question. So what I need to do is to drag this small dot here and put it on the dot of that branch, of the first branch. So let's once again get the point, the dot, and now all the outcomes are simply merging into the same branch. So now the answers here are going to be yes and no. And let me just do it very, very easy. So if this is no, then the bot will simply try to, well, re-ask all the questions. So the user will be returned to the first question. However, if this is going to be yes, then the bot is going to not display a message, but is going to show a message. Right? And the next step it should do is to actually call the flow. So here under call and action, I would see all the flows which can be used by the Power Virtual Agent. If there are no, then simply I need to create a new flow. I just save this topic, and once this is saved, I will go here again to call an action and to create a flow. Now here you can see that the flow, the Power Automate Studio is now being loaded. And because I'm navigating this Power Automate Studio from Virtual Agent, then I am presented all the templates around Power Virtual Agents that are currently present. So the very basic one and the, let's say, most complex one. Well, I want to start and I want to use this very, very basic template. So whenever you're creating Power Automate, the flow for Virtual Agent from a scratch or from the template, there is just one or maybe two requirements that it has to accomplish or fulfill for you to have this flow or to make this flow be available for the bot. It has to have this trigger, so the Power Virtual Agent trigger, and it has to have these outputs right. So it's just sending back information to the agent so that the agent is not waiting endlessly for the response from the flow, but is simply continuing the conversation. And that because my flow is also going to do the approval, I need to use this parallel branch so that in one branch, the outcome is going to be sent back to the agent, and then in the other branch, there is going to be the whole approval. Now, what I also want to do, I need to define several inputs. So first, I need to get the title from the user. Then I also need to get a description from the user. Description. I also want to have the category. And lastly, what I want to have is this user ID, so that you'll see why I need it and how to use it. The next step is going to, first, I need to query Common Data Service, Dataverse, the local current environment, to get the category approver. To do that, I am able to use this Common Data Service current environment set of actions that is free to use in the Dataverse for Teams. So with that, I am able to query all the tables that are created in this current environment built for Microsoft Teams team. So from that set of actions, what I want to now use is to list records. And I need to list the record which, from categories, of course, categories. And I now need to define this OData filter query to get only that record which has the title or the name equal to the category selected by the user. Now I don't remember how it's called, so I'll simply navigate to my environment. I don't remember how it's called, so I'll simply navigate to the environment where I created a table, and I need to preview the internal name of that column. So once you navigate to a table in Dataverse for Teams, you'll see like an interface that if you have any kind of experience with the previously called Common Data Service, then that's nearly the same. So you have all the columns for the internal names. You can switch from you can switch between the views and so on. So the name is CR157 name, and now I need to use it here, equals, and now between the brackets I need to put a category. All right, so first I need to list records. Now the second action I want to actually create is to create a new record that will create a new entry in the hints table. Sorry, it should be hints. So the name is going to be the title, then the category. Nope, I need to make the relationship later. Now description. Hint ID is going to be auto-generated, and what I can as well set is to set the status to new. All right, now the next thing I want to do is actually to get information about the user who submitted that item. So I will navigate to the set of actions called Office 365 users, and I'll get user profile. To get user's profile, you only need to have either email or this principal name, or actually the Azure ID. And this Azure ID, in my case, is the user ID here. So with the user ID that the bot owns or the bot knows passed to Power Automate, I'm able now to get details about the user. Now, the next step I want to do is to get user's image. The avatar, the photo, user, no, gosh, not this action, sorry. I need to use get user photo, that one. And here again, I need to provide user ID. And now here is where the whole fun starts. The next action I need to do is to actually relate the record. So I need to relate the created record with the category. So to use this action, so first I need to choose the categories. Then I need to provide the category ID, which is here. Okay, so now this action was put into a loop, into a for each loop, because the list records, even though it will always return just one record, it is still returned in a table format. So because of that, Power Automate thinks there can be more than one record. Therefore, by default, it puts the that action into the loop. But well, that doesn't matter. Then we need to select the relationship. This relationship is hints. And then the URL. So this is that OData record ID that I need to choose from the created record. So this way I can create a relationship. Now the next step I want to do is actually to post an adaptive card to the approver responsible for that category. Now I have here the adaptive card created on the site. Let me just show it how it works and how it looks like. I mean, it's not going to be really fancy, but let me just show you. Right, so this is the adaptive card I want to send. So it will be built from the image and some details about the submitted hint. And then under the approve or reject, it will also allow the approver to submit their comments. And then what is very significant or important is that the button under approve or reject, the OK button, this submit button actually, has its ID. And then once the card is submitted, I will then evaluate the submit action ID value. And if the submit action ID value is going to be button approve or BTN approve, it will tell me that the card has been approved, so that the hint has been approved. But that's in a moment. So now I need to choose Microsoft Teams action and submit adaptive card to a Teams user and wait for the response. So that's actually the action that I want to use. Now the recipient is going to be approver that I have from the list records, and then the message is going to be this adaptive card code. Now I need to change a little bit of the codes of the content. So first I need to put here the image. For that I will use the data URI to transform the body to get user photo into data URI, because this way I can actually provide it in a base64 format. And then what I have to do as well is to replace these values. So now I need to as well get the created. So the created on. I also need to get the title. So I'll use this title, and then I will use the category. And I also can use the description. Right, description. And then I'm also able to close this adaptive card as it is completed, so that there is no other possibility to submit it again with information like thank you for approval. And I also have to select this show update card to yes. Now the next action is going to be actually the condition. Unfortunately, there is still a pending bug in this action that this allows it to show its dynamic outcomes in the list of dynamic content. So what I actually have to do is I need to again manually input this. So let me just write it down, and I'll just clear and I'll just explain you how it works. So I'm going to use the outputs of the previous action, and then from the body of these outputs I want to evaluate the value under the submit action ID. And this value has to be equal to btn approve as discussed, because this way I will know that the user clicked this button, the btn approve. All right, so if that was the btn approve, I then want to update a record. So I'll go again to common data service and to where it is, update a record. So here is going to be in hints. Now the item ID is going to be, the hint. And now what I want to actually do is I want to get information about the approver. Sorry, not in the expressions, but here in the content. So the approver. So why it doesn't filter? Okay, let me just try it again. So again, the approver. To get the approval comments, I can use the same expression as I used to obtain the outcome of the approval. However, its path is a bit longer because it's not body submit action ID, but it's body data. And then I need to as well get the identifier of the field, which is the approve comment. So I need to put it here instead of submit action ID. So this way I can obtain the approve comments, and I can say that the status is approved, right? So now this is approved. And then I can provide the same one for the rejection. So again, need to use the update a record. I need to again use the hints. Then to use hint as the global identifier. And then I can simply just copy paste the same information here. However, the path here is going to be different, so I need to not use the approve comment, but to use the reject comment, since when I go to the reject, this field has a different identifier, so it has the reject comment. So I'll use the reject comment. Then the approver, I can use the same value as here. and then the status is going to be rejected. Fine. So now I'm able to save the flow, and I'll just navigate back to come on, the Power Virtual Agent that I want to create. And right now, when I go again to the actions here, and I'll use the call in action, I should be able to see moments ago created flow. I need to provide those values here. So the value, the title, description, category, and user ID, and maybe display a message. All right, so let me just save the bot and let's check how it works. I'll just reset this this test bot just to be sure we are working fine. So now user types in one of those trigger phrases. Now you can see that the bot greeted me with my name because there is this global variable used. And lastly, it is asking me about the category, so I'll just use, for example, the HR category. Now it asks me if all the information I've provided are correct, so I would say yes. And now what will happen right now is simply the bot is going to trigger this Power Automate, so it triggered it, and now it also displays me the information that the hint was submitted. Let me just check if the flow was triggered successfully, if there was no error. So let's go to the run history. Well, it displays it's running for 15 seconds, so it's kind of a promising. Well, it seems to created the record, it went well, it has possibly created a relationship and so on. Fine. So let me just navigate back to PowerApps. And to the SOC team details. So let's see if there is a new record in hints. Or maybe even, you know what, let's do it a different way. So I'll just go back to build and I'll navigate back to the Power App application that I'll simply use to, to review what has been submitted. So once again, SOC team, and then to the application. So this way, I'll just go into the edit mode application and I will be able to connect it with the data sources and use it to actually check if there is any data already submitted. Okay, now let me just add the data. So I'll use hints. Here I need to combine hints, and I also need to combine, bind it with hints here. So now what you can see is that this hint has been submitted. It is in status new. And what I can do as well is to go back into, not go back, but to navigate to Adele Vance, who is approver, and to see in her private conversation that she has been sent this new adaptive card by my flow that is asking or requesting her to approve my new funny description test tip submitted for HR. So she can say approve and simply complete this approval process. So as I navigate back and I simply refresh this data, here the status should be now saying approved, the comment is set, and the approval information is also set. So this way we are actually able to create this application and bind it with the information. So let me now submit it and publish it to Teams. By publishing to Teams, you are able actually to share this application with anyone within a team where it was created, and to actually add it to a channel. So I can select the channel and I can create a new tab where I want to add this application and I want to save it there. This way we are saving or sharing this application with other team members so they can use it very easily. Now, the very important thing about sharing this application is the permissions for the data. So once you navigate to hints, you need to define what permission access you would like to give to other team members regarding the data. So because we want actually everyone to be able to send data to the Dataverse, so to create new hints, but maybe we don't want them to delete them. Therefore, we need to select this manage permissions here and say that members can actually collaborate. So they can create new records, read the records, but work on only the records they have created, right? Or maybe if you'd like to just limit the information they can see to only that they have created, then you can choose the private. Then speaking about the guests, I would say the private is quite enough. Now, if you'd like to share this application with other members of a tenant, with other employees, then we can as well say we would like to grant them access only on the private level. Then speaking about the categories, we can as well define here different permissions. So here we would like anyone to be only able to read, not to do anything else with the information. So just we want to give them access to read data from that table. All right, so now when you would like to share this application not only with the team members of the team where the application has been created, you need to simply select it and hit this button here, share with colleagues. By that, you are able to share this application outside of the team where it was created. So for example, you can share it with Contosa. You need to provide here a security group that contains less than 1,000 members. And yes, we want the application to be allowed to be used by the team members. All right, so if you would like to share this application with every member in your organization, then you need to do this a bit differently. So first you need to go under Build, then to See All, and then to Apps. And now once you select the submitted hints, you'll see here this button Add to Teams. Now once you click it, you'll be able to simply download this app as a zip file that later you should upload in Microsoft Teams admin. So now once I navigate to Microsoft Teams admin and to manage apps, I am going to be able to simply select this application and upload it here so that it will be available under the apps built for Contosa. Once I can here hit upload, then select this file that I just have created. And this way I can see that this application is now here published and is allowed. Now speaking about the bots, this situation is a little bit different, because if you want to submit that bot to be used by the whole organization, not only by your team members or even by the team members of your team, the interface is a little bit different. So you need to first go into the publish. Now you need to publish the latest version of your PVA. Once this is published, you need to hit to share the bot. Now here you can either add it to Teams so that you will share this with your team, or you can submit for admin approval, and that this way it will be shared with everyone in your tenant. So now once you hit submit for approval, you need to hit it a couple of more times, and then this is being sent for approval. It takes again a minute for the operation to be completed. You can see now the status, and now once you navigate back here to your applications and you simply refresh this view, you'll notice that there is this submit hint bot present here, but its status is blocked. Now once you turn it from blocked into allowed, or publish and then allowed, you can see that, okay, it stays just has like automatically been switched to allowed, and so now everyone can use it. All these applications that have just been published are available once you navigate to apps. So once you navigate to Condozo, you'll see all the apps that have been created by the team members of the teams you belong to, plus all these applications that have been created and are allowed to be used by anyone within the tenant. So here you have the build for organization, we have the submit hint and submit hints, and also these applications that are shared with like from other teams with us. And so this is how it works. All right. Now, one more thing that I want to tell you before we really end is the pricing. So how much does it cost? And yes, the answer is that the cost of Dataverse for Teams is actually zero. I mean, it's zero, but you need to have the Microsoft Teams license to access Microsoft Teams itself. So actually what you need to have is either business premium licenses or Office 365, I mean the enterprise licenses. So any kind of subscription to Office 365 where Microsoft Teams is available as an application that you can have an access to. So what I can say, yes, the Dataverse is for free. It's under the seeded license under the subscription to Office 365. However, I mean, it is free unless you are thinking or planning to use premium features like custom connectors in Flow or PowerApps, or to call custom premium actions in Power Automate, or to use premium functionalities in Power Virtual Agents like calling bot framework skills. Then you actually need to have the premium subscriptions, premium licenses for these applications that are using the premium features as well. And then simply you need to follow those subscription guidelines. So like to whom you should also give that licenses. And well, having that said, I would like to thank you. If you have any questions, it's time to ask them, to write them down in the chat window. You can, as well as said, you can navigate to aka.ms/poshetech or to scan this QR code. There you can find all the social links to my YouTube channel and Twitter and LinkedIn. So you can simply go there and ask me the questions that way. As well, once again, please subscribe to my YouTube, follow me on Twitter, and let's stay in contact. So thank you very much. And if I could have the last one request or ask you for last one favor, that would be to fill in the survey. So please try to evaluate how you like the session, and as well, if you'd like to enter the raffle and win swag, then you also need to fill in the survey. Once again, thank you very much for attending, and I wish you a pleasant rest of the conference and very enjoyable and addictive sessions with a lot of inspiring content that will help you to really transform and revolutionize your companies and your jobs. Thank you very much, and bye.
Start the recording, and here we go. Hello everyone, welcome to the Global Power Platform Bootcamp 2021. A very good morning, afternoon, and the evening based on the reason and the time you're watching this session. I will try my level best to make the session impactful and alive, so please bear with me for the next 50 to 55 minutes. I will speak and try to share some insight on one of my favorite products today, which is the PowerApps Portal. But before I start, I would like to briefly introduce myself here, and then I will start with the agenda for the session. My name is Ambesh Singh, 365 Saturdays Community Manager and the Power Community Ambassador, currently working with the KPMG Deutschland as a Dynamic 365 Architect and a Technical Manager within Microsoft practices. Prior to that, I have worked with Pearson VUE and the EA Games, and mostly in my career, I worked with the Microsoft in different product groups and the consulting. So I worked with Bing, MSN, and the Dynamic Portals product team, and then provided my consulting in the Microsoft global deliveries. Businesses are constantly challenged to grow, scale, and increase efficiency. At the same time, striving to add service capacity, increase customer satisfaction, and deliver exceptional service, all while improving staff productivity and enhancing service quality. How does smart business do it at all? With a best-in-class Dynamic 365 backend website portal to quickly build secure self-service portal and even the entire website with no developer required. Make your CDS and the Dynamic 365 data available to the website. A custom application builder provides a seamless customer experience with the responsive solution that's optimized for mobile, tablet, and desktop right out of the box, first thing first. Let's see the high level of agenda today. I will do my best to cover as much as from the following topics and the topics outside from the list. So we will cover about the Power Up portals, why we should opt it, where to start, how it's different with the dynamic portals, different portal templates, what's new in the 2020 Wave 2, what's new in the 2021 Wave 1s, what the best practices we should consider and opt for, some of the valuable references followed by Q&A. PowerApp portals allow us to create low-code, no-code website for our customers. The motto behind this is the idea of make it simple. But the portal are actually extending the capabilities of the Dynamic 365 application. The full capabilities of the Dynamic 365 portals previously offered as an add-on to the model-driven apps in the Dynamic 365 are now available completely standalone inside the PowerApps. These capabilities features a revamp end-to-end experience for the makers to quickly create and deploy the website and customize it. With page layout and the content, makers can reuse page design through templates, add forms, charts, and the views to display key data from common data services, which is now the Dataverse, to publish to the users. Let's take a use case. I can give you a brief of my organization. KPMG has turned off the internal users and the external customers. Let's think of the scenario where I need to connect with my IT team for the faulty hardware or the software issue, and maybe with my HR team for my leave and vacation policies. Do I need to write an email or call them? No. I can explore through the knowledge base and the forum discussion before approaching them or raising the ticket. Same as for the my end users or the customers. If they need to raise a ticket or new change request, they can use customer self-service portal. And because it's on the top of Dataverse or the dynamic database, we can create a workflow from request to invoice and then send bill to them after the work done. No magic here, and the complete process take less than a day to surface it. On 1st of October 2019, Microsoft announced the general availability for the Power App portals. Then how it's different from the Dynamic 365 portals exist earlier? I would say there is no difference apart from the branding and the licensing. So the name is changed and definitely the licensing, because initially it was as an add-on, you need to purchase it additionally, but now it's a part of the Power Platform licensings or the Power App licensing, and then you just need to pay what you use for. So over the night, it has been moved from the Dynamic 365 portals to the newly rebranded Power App portals. There was no downtime, there was no upgrades required, and all of these new capabilities are available by default for the existing users also. Low-code solutions for creating multilingual, responsive websites for the external to your organization as well as for the internal employees. So it's a CMS that built right in CDS and easily interact with the CDS data. And on the top of that you can control your content by using pre-built security features. And at the same time, you can use any of the commercial or enterprise login providers like Microsoft, LinkedIn, Azure, AD, Google, Facebook, Okta, or even it's allowed the anonymous access. So you have industry grade solution. And use what you see is what you get, like a WYSIWYG designer to create the website based on the responsive design run on any platform like desktop, tabs, or mobile platform apps. Um, like any of the Power Apps portals are based on Bootstrap 3.3. something, with the exception of Event Portal, of course, because it was running on still on the old one, old Bootstrap. Portal developers should not replace the Bootstrap 3 with other CSS libraries. And at some of the scenarios in the Power App portals are depending on the Bootstrap 3.3.x. And it's built on the top of the CDS, now the Dataverse. I need to read and mug up this word, the frequent changes of the product name. And basically, it's built on the top of the Dataverse, and it will cascade all the features along with the data like security, data protection, views, forms, chart, dashboards. It's a pro dev extensibilities and the templating capabilities, basically to design complex business processes and the scenarios. And you can use the pre-built templates like customer self-service, partner management, event management, community self-service, or you are feel free to create your own templates like as a custom template. So setup experience for the portals are very quick and easy. You have a simplified designer in German law, in German not law, but in German generally we called as a clickable. So with just few clicks, you can surface the CDS data on top of the rich predefined templates. So I would like to just quickly show you how you could do this. Let me share my the screen to you here. And here we go. You should be able to see that. So simply what you can do, you can go to the portals, and in the portals from the admin.power platform area, you could select any portal add-on and just click on the manage, and then you can actually go and configure it. Please note this is available for the portal add-on, and that's where you can see the add-on in the bracket. So I would say it's not for the capability or capacity based portal, the new one, but the older one you can still surface it from there. For the new one, you need to go to the make.powerapps.com. So if you are on the home screen, you could surface it from there also. So you could surface it from here, portal from the blank. You can go to the apps also. So from the apps also, you can create a new portals. And the way I used to follow, I used to go to create, because here you get the different templates if you need to surface like a customer service portal, partner portal, employee self-service portal, um, community portal. You can do it from here. So this is up to you, like from where you could you would like to just go and surface or provision your portal. Let me quickly jump back to the slide. And basically, like after creating the portal, the next question is from where you can customize them, how you will decide the themes, images, navigation, web pages, content of your website, etc., etc. So answer is pretty simple, and mark my word when I ask and told for the make it simple. And Microsoft provide Portal Design Studio for all of this. It's a WYSIWYG experience. So what you are doing, it's simply and at the same way it's display on the browsers or on the devices. So it simplified Portal Designer to customize content of your website, create and manage pages, navigation, theme, etc. just in a few clicks, which increase productivity in multifold way. And you can have an option to choose a predefined page layouts. If no matching within your business requirement, you can always feel free to create your own template using pages, web templates available within the portal solution. And designers not only allowed to change the look and feel, but it also provide way to integrate your CDS or the dynamic data like forms or view in just few clicks. All of this fields of the form will remain same metadata. And not only this, you can put more magic on the top of that, like it it's more icing on the cake. You can go with the captures on the same form, GDPRs, especially for the pages having anonymous access. So portals provided you the maximum reusability, means less pain. Portals are meant for the users outside of your organization as well as for the internal employee. So authentication and anonymous users always come in the picture. You can enable a variety of the commercial login providers like Microsoft, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, as well as the enterprise identity providers like Azure AD, B2C, Okta, Auth2, etc. So Microsoft recommend for Azure AD B2C as a preferred providers. And portal supports self-service in terms of registration and profile management out of box. It's allow users to link or delink their identities from the different identity provider. So suppose you forget the password for the Twitter, but you can still log in via your LinkedIn credential, or you already linked it. It's then it's very powerful feature that your identity will not be lost in the portal. So you create a case after login from Microsoft account, and next time when you log in via Twitter or the Google, you can still see your data all as same from the different identity provided, because your profile is same, is one contact in the CDS or the Dynamics. It also enables the anonymous access for content like FAQs, content, contact us, about us, office location, etc. So you can provide your hybrid content also on the same page, like some exposures for, like an example, your sales or HR lead email IDs, or directed and direct content just for the logged in user, and the remaining things are for the anonymous users. So Contact is the core for portal identity management. It helps to support not only B2C, but B2B model also. So like an example, a case submitted by person X, and he should be able to see. And in this example, like B2C, definitely he can see, but in the B2B scenario, so suppose like if Kunal have submitted a case and I'm part of his same organization, then as a part of his organization or the team, I should be able to see the case as well. And this features is pretty much available here too. So you can customize the forms and permissions, customize the records as and when as per your need. So external users facing sites need to be perfect in terms of the UI and look and feel, because it represents your brand. Responsive website which runs on every platforms, every surface, every process is internally supported by Bootstrap 3 and provided your pixel perfect website. And good part here, you can customize as much as you can. There is no restrictions for that. Unless only one point you need to consider, that you are not breaking any Bootstrap law. Otherwise, it will break the responsiveness. So not only this, it supports all serious languages except RTL market like Hebrew and the Arabic. It's also support the language variant like English UK, French Canadian, French France, English India. Like it's support around 180 variants. Just keep in mind it need to be tied with one of the listed CDS language, because your form content, your list content, they are coming from the CDS directly. Most important things, accessibility, which are the core of any Microsoft product since last 5 to 7 years, and Portal are not exception for that. So it's supported by it's supported WCAG 2.0 now, which is stand for the Web Content Accessibility Guideline, and it's a standard came directly from the W3C. So Microsoft is supported out of box for that. So for Portal, CDS is the core, and it doesn't mean that you cannot leverage the beauty of the other Microsoft products or the services. Like an example, you can integrate with the Portal with the Power BI embed components like report, dashboard, and tiles. You can integrate with the SharePoint, Azure Blobs for your document storage. You can integrate with the Azure AD B2C for the identity providers mechanisms. You can integrate with the Azure Application Insight for the telemetry uses. You can integrate with Azure Application Gateway for is a web application firewall for providing additional security. So you can integrate with a lot of Azure components as well. Let me just quickly show what I mean here. Let me quickly drag it back here. And if you can go to the admin center there, a second, and here we go. So here you can see like let me just you can integrate like I told with the SharePoint, Power BI. If you can go to the portal action, here you can integrate with Azure Blobs. So there are a lot of options available to you to integrate with the different services and components. Okay, back to presentation. Then you have a different flavors, I would say, or the templates for the portals. So you have a community portals. The target audience for this is the partners or the customers. And you have to choose these options to provision a portal which is focused on the online community. So the portal which contains the features like forums, ideas, blogs, or the case management. So be very mindful when you're choosing any of the portal, because it's tightly coupled with any of the functionality or the features. And it doesn't mean that you cannot leverage it. If you install the example community portal, definitely you could leverage to the other portals. Like then you can integrate the case management solution also. You can integrate something related with the account management from the partner portals. So you can definitely leverage it, but you need to choose it very wisely in advance. The second one is the customer self-service portal. So the target audience is for this is the partners or the customer again. And this options provide the ability for the portal's users for the search knowledge articles. You can submit the case and participate in the discussion forums to resolve the issues. You have a special type of portal which is employee self-services. Why I said special, because if for this you don't need you also need the Dynamics licenses to use that one. So this portal allow employees to access centralized knowledge articles, and you can also submit the cases. So the target audience is for employees for sure of an organizations. And then you have a partner portal. As the name suggests, its target audience for the partners. And you choose this option to build the portals when external partners can manage and collaborate on account and the opportunities. It's like the add-ons available for this, for like an example, Dynamic 365 field services, or you have a Dynamic 365 project services as well. You can definitely go and choose the portal from the blank if you need it. If it's not fitting any of your any of the existing requirements, the template are not fitting, then you can definitely go and customize your own portals. You have a customer portals, where specifically it's for the enterprise B2B, and it's basically for the Dynamic 365 supply chain management. Customer portals is a template for that, provide you the access for the Dynamic 365 supply chain, and it manage the data by using the 12 right common data service entities. So you can choose any one from that which is the best fit for your business needs. Now I would quickly, I will not explain much in detail for that one, but basically like few points for this one, that all the portal template are built on the common foundation. So there's a portal base which derived or include a few of the basic features like its ability to configure the portal by using the portal design studio. Content management is there, publishing, designing, theming, multi-language lingual supports, templating. It's all available there in every portal. You can extend the web page templates, entity forms, entity list, and so more. Security is the base for that. And yes, all the security mechanism is available for all the portals. Then you have common features like add polls, ratings, or comments. And these features are not standalone and can be used throughout the other part of the implementation. For example, like ratings and comments can be enabled for a page, and add can be included as a part of the template. So some features will require Dynamic 365 apps to be enabled. For example, knowledge article required a Microsoft Dynamic 365 apps. So where the portal templates are different in around the functional areas, areas that target specific business process such as the case management, these features are deployed as additional managed solutions, making it easier to add missing features if it is necessary. So now you have a few of the advanced admin option. Every makers, Power app makers should aware about that one. So there are a lot of portal checker rules. You have a latest metadata translations. You can definitely time to time like you need to trigger it. You can whitelist or blacklist the IPs. You can configure the diagnosis logs. You can enable the maintenance mode if you are really going for the deployment or for some quick fixes. Clear cache is one of them. So again, let me just quickly go back to the portal, and what I mean to say, you have a run portal checker. So if you come on this menu, you can definitely see some of the basic feature for that one. So you can run the portal checker stuff, which is a list of some of the schemas which validate your portals. I made very purposefully to some changes into the instance. So that's why it is not showing here, because I just enabled the two portal for one of the case scenario. I need to explain it later, and that's why you are seeing that scenarios there. So that is one of the options. So if there is anything wrong in your portal configuration or something, it give you the solution for that one. It give you the alert for that one in terms of warning, and you can do the remaining things from there. Then you have a portal action, so you can enable the diagnosis logins. You can connect with the Azure blobs. You can push everything there, or the Azure analytics services. You can enable the maintenance mode if you are really going for some large deployment, or if the production you really want to notify to the users for that. So you can definitely make the IP restrictions there. So you can definitely go and restrict the IPs, and basically, like, you in this case, you allow the IPs that your IPs need to be available for this and this range. At the same time, you can clear the cache. So if you really want to clear the cache, there are multiple options. You can go and start the portal is one of the option, or simply you can go to the portal URL, and then you need to append underscore service / about. So there's an option for the clear cache. You could do it from there too. The same way, like, you could go and change the bindings, and then it will definitely restart the portal internally from the app, like the portal management app. This is the another solution. So there are the multiple solution. Whatever fits for you, you could definitely go and explore that one. So what's new coming in the portal, or what's it's recently introduced? So you have a new theming support in the portal design studio. Let me just quickly show firstly, and then I will just give you a walkthrough here. It should be already open. So what I mean to say, like, in the themes, you can go and you have a basic themes. You can go to the edit. You can edit the CSS from there, and definitely you can go and enable it from here for the basic themes. Then you have some predefined and preset of options. You could use anyone from the list, and you can extend it too. So this is the extended support for the theming. Then you have the CDS portal migration schemas, which is provided by the Microsoft product team itself, and it's for every portal's templates. You can go download it and use it via configuration migration tool when you deploy the portal. So it was initially like we developer used to create it, but now it's already available. So definitely it's worth to have a look for that one and reuse it. You can enable, you can embed the Power BI solutions into that one. So definitely you can go and include the Power BI directly. And the best thing is, like, you can configure it directly from here. You don't need to go to the templates and change the code there. Different portal layouts are available there, so you can leverage that also. Apart from that, I already intimate, like, you have a new portal checker rules. So Microsoft keep updating those new rules inside that one. So it leverage and it is beneficial for the end user. So apart from that, like, portal design studio, like if you are adding any list, you directly you can preview the data as well. You don't need to wait to render it. This is also one of the enhancement, I would say. So this is all of the new things which is recently introduced in the portal. Apart from that, like, what is the focus area? So Microsoft is definitely going to make it more and more simple, more reliable. More reliable doesn't mean it's not the reliable product yet, but yeah, definitely the way the user base is increasing, so it's a bit challenging to manage it, but Microsoft is doing good there. It's already integration with the PVA. It's definitely a focus area for that one, which is recently introduced also in the releases. There are a lot to come for the developers also. So if it is a low code, no code solution, it doesn't mean there is nothing for the developer. So like an example, the web APIs has been introduced, like portal web API. So there is again a lot of things to be directly taken care by the developers, like exploring their codes and everything. Okay, and here we go for Microsoft Power Platform 2020 release Wave 2 plans. What's all new? So 2020 Wave 2 features are planned to release from October 2020 through the March 2021. And these features enable for the admins, makers, marketers, and analysts and it's also available automatically, so you don't need to do it anything here. It is automatically available there. So example for the Power Virtual Agent as a component as a for the Power App Portal solutions. The public preview is already, like, it was already in November 2020. Then you have the public preview in March 2021 for the Power App component frameworks controls, which support in the Power App portals. At the same way, like in March 2021, you will get the support for the entity permission configuration using Power App Portal Studio itself. So the public preview is on March 2021, as I said. On Feb 20, like this month, you will get Power App Portal's Web API. It's for the general availability, not a public preview, but yeah, for the general availability. So these all the features are already in the pipeline. The next is 2021 Wave 1 features are planned to release from April 2021 to September 2021. And the support for Microsoft Azure Analytics Services, live connections, and custom data function features must be enabled or the configured by the administrator, makers, or the business analyst to be available for their users. And it enable for users by admins, makers, or analysts. And its general availability will be on April 2021. So as a part of these features, makers will be able to embed Power BI dashboards and reports utilizing live connection with the Azure Analysis Services. These features also allow portal developers to use the custom data, Power BI functions to send additional context from personalizing reports and the dashboard for the users. Now, this is one of the important summary. Basically, I'm not going very detailed. There are a lot of things into that one, but I will just quickly pick 2 or 3 or 4 like highlighted or the most recommended parts with the best of my knowledge, which basically we encountered or we learned throughout across the portal implementation journey. So the portal web APIs basically enable building a richer user experience inside the Power App portals. Portal pages. You can use the web API to perform create, update, and delete operation across all Microsoft Dataverse entities from your portal pages. For example, you can create a new lead, update a account, or you can change the entity permission for a product by using the portal web API instead of portal management app. So what point you need to consider here that your portal version must be must be or later it's 9.2.6.41. To use this feature, you need at least this version or the later one. This feature is in public preview, and as I mentioned, like it's the general availability in this month, but not sure on which date Microsoft released the new build. So they generally give the month duration, not very specific to the dates. The portal's web API is built for creating a rich user experience inside portal pages. It is not optimized for the third-party services or the application integration. So if you're thinking that you are going to create a HTML page, you are going to use all the things and host as a website, it's not recommended for that one. It's not meant for that one. Portals web API operation are limited to the entities related to data, like for example, account, contact, or your custom entities. Configuration and like configuring entity metadata or portal configuration entities data, for example, configuring portal entities such as ADX content snippet, ADX entity forms, or ADX entity list is not supported with the portal web API. And yeah, I know there's a known issue that with the current release, which is available there, the web API operation are not blocked on the configuration entities. However, this issue will be fixed in upcoming releases. And then you need to be very focused on that one. So don't use for the configuration entity if you're already using it. There are a few tips, I would say, or the best practices for the portal performance thing. So you need to disable the web page tracking, like basically enabling a portal web page for the like web pages for the page tracking can lead a performance issue. In your portal, this functionality is deprecated since January 2018, and release of on the release of the Dynamic 365 portal. So it's not important. Like it's important to understand that if you are on Dynamic 365 portal solution version 9 dot something, this field won't be displayed there on the form, and you might need to add it to the form first. But as I mentioned, like it's not recommended. Now it's already deprecated. Then you have a disable of web file tracking. So enabling a portal web enabling a portal web file for the page tracking can lead to the performance issue of your portal. This functionality is again like deprecated on the Dynamic 365 portal releases, but it's the same. Like if you need to add it, you need to add it on the form first, then you can use it. It's not recommended to use it for for until there is very much of some specific business needs, but there is always other way you could use it and leverage it. Then you can disable the login tracking. Like you don't need to enable basically for the login tracking is again is a it create the performance issues for your portals. And the portal checker tool will check if the login tracking is enabled on your portal, and would show the failed check if it is enabled. So what you can do if it is showing this, you can open the portal management tab, go to portal site setting, search for the site setting which call, if I remember correctly, authentication / logging tracking enabled, and you need to change the site setting to the false and then restart the portal. So there's one recommendation: if there is any site setting, there's a band for that, and I generally don't advise to delete any of the existing out of box site settings. Then you can disable the header cache and the footer cache. So like header and footer cache, basically it's not just definitely there's a site setting like header / output cache / enable, and at the same time header / out like footer / output cache / enable. The value is by default I think it should be true. Sorry, it should be false, but if you want, you can turn it to true, and then you can make some specific configuration also. So just changing this value will not work. You need to make some changes on your templates also in the liquid code. So this is all about regarding the tracking things. Then at the same time, like you can reduce the number of web files also. So the web files entities used by the portal to store any static files you want on the portal. So the main use case for this entity, if you really store the static content on your website like CSS, JavaScript, image files, and so on. However, having many such files can cause slowness during the startup of your portal. So the portal checker tool will also check this scenario, and it will provide you the indication that you have more than 500 active web files in your portal. And if all of these files represent the static content like CSS, JavaScript, images, you can actually you can move this to the CDN or the Azure blobs. So this is definitely a worth a step to do this to improve the performance of your portal. At the same time, if you are loading it, always load it as if you are loading any static CSS or JavaScript, then use it asynchronously. Don't go for the synchronous call. And in this way, you can definitely improve your portal performance load or the page load time. Then there is something very important for the like a portal deployment. So because if you are developing the portal, you need to deploy it for sure from the development to the test, and then from test to UAT or the production, so on. So the first thing what you need to consider, like check portal availability in your target Dynamic 365 instance before planning for the deployment. Also at the same time, like you have to plan for the multilingual portal. So if you are gonna deploy this, then you need to configure the language in your target instance before planning for the deployment. If there is an integration like a Power Virtual Agent, Power BI, or like Azure integration, then you need to proactively work on the prerequisites. Like for SharePoint, you need to document management configured on the target instance before planning for the deployment. Then you always use different solution to hold all of the portal related solution components like forms, views, field, etc. It's easy to maintain in the pipeline. Disable all the ADX studios or the Power Portals out of box plugins before starting the deployment. Otherwise, it will create a issue. Like it will slow down the performance, and it will also create a lot of other issues. So always disable that one. And definitely as a post cleanup deployment process, you need to enable them back. And then you need to deploy only the publish component, because there are a lot of draft component also where the developers are working or the functional or the business users are working. So you don't need to push everything. You need to just push what is already ready. Then you don't need to include site setting in your every portal deployment. So you have to deploy it first time, then you need to make some configuration on the particular environment, and then definitely you don't want to try to overwrite it again and again. So keep this mind, keep these things in the mind whenever you're going to deploy for the portal solution. Then cache management is the best thing to talk about. There are a lot of queries and questions coming from these areas. So make sure that the change tracking feature is enabled for all of your entity to avoid the cache issue on the portal. So you have a clear cache, like if you go to the portal page, let me just quickly show that. I told you how to clear the cache. Like if you are here, then in that case, like if you just use the clear cache button, then it's clearing the cache and it will result the temporary slowdown in your portal, and it's reload all the data from the 365. You have a second option for rebuild search index. As mentioned, it rebuild the search index, and again, it will temporarily slow down your portal, and this action should not be performed during the peak load time. Then you have a clear config. So clear config will clear all the config data from the cache, and it will cause a temporary slowdown on the first page load, but then everything should be okay. So it is not recommended to use plugins or the workflow to update data in the other entities or the related entities, and need this data changes to reflect immediately on your portal. So except for the primary record where the create or update action is triggered, data reflection for the common data services or the data was now to portal is never guaranteed to be immediate. So the SLA for the cache refresh is the data transfer between the Dataverse and the portals is 15 minutes. However, the transaction performed from the portal to CDS get reflected to the portal immediately. So PowerApp portals with version 9.2.6. something or the later benefited from the improved caching functionality to increase the consistency and the reliability as follows. So there's one thing like capacity based portal and add-on portal will use the same caching functionality. Initially it was different, but now capacity based portal don't have to, like you don't have to manually clear the configuration entity cache. Add-on portals with the high load will have to improve performance, and it's a reliable data cache refresh. With new releases, cache management is same in the both of the portal. Portal security, because if it is external facing, you need to really think about the securities of your data, of your content, users, everything. So administrator is administrator, and you don't need to distribute the role like anything if it is not required to every users. Don't give website access permission to everyone in order to manage the content, site makers, and website link directly from the portal. Make sure the authenticated user role checkbox is unchecked while creating a custom web role in the portal. Otherwise, the user get authenticated web role as well along with the other with your custom web roles. So keep it in mind this thing. Portal users must have a unique email address if two or more contact record, including if it is a deactive one also, having the same email address, the contact will not be able to authenticate on the portals. So always use the web page access control rule to secure your web pages and the content with which is being displayed on the portal. You can still show the web links to a protected page by selecting the disable page validation in the web link record link options sections. The portal users will still need to log in to access this page. So this is related with the site setting. So first thing, please do not change any value for out-of-box site settings if it is really not required. Sometimes changes made in the site settings take time. Hence, you may be required to refresh the portal cache. If it still doesn't reflect, then you may need to restart the portal as well, depend on the instance to instance. Use site setting to store your CRM and the portal configuration instead of creating the custom entity in CRM. or the Dataverse, also make sure there is no white spaces in the site setting values. Otherwise, it will create a problem. Some site setting values are instance specific. For example, Azure AD B2C related site setting, hence don't include site setting in each portal deployment. Never ever hardcode the web page URLs and the partial URLs of your web page in your Liquid or the JavaScript code. So use the site markers instead. The page that the site markers point to must belong to the same website as the site markers. Do not modify the outer box site markers if possible. Create your own custom one instead. Don't make any changes into the existing one, and changing the name of the site markers is strictly prohibited because you never know where it is being used out of box way, and then it will create an issue. There are some important tips I would say for the portal web pages. So naming convention must be meaningful. Like if you're making the page for the case create, then it should be something like that. So it should not be XYZ or employee form or something like that. So the naming convention must be meaningful, and it's managed the localized content effectively. So make sure your JavaScript and the form list associated with the web page available on all localized content as well. Don't use white spaces in the partial URL. Partial URL of the web page must be meaningful. For example, case create, submit inquiry, something like that. If you really need, you can use the hyphen in between that one. Always use the web page access control rule to manage your web page access security or to avoid the exposing it to the anonymous user. Don't use the change enable tracking option to your web page as it has been deprecated and create a performance issue. So you need to keep all the points in your mind. Then we will go to the portal web templates, and for this do not change any out of box web template for the future reference. If you really need to do this, to make the changes into that one, you can create a copy for that one. For example, if you want to change the out of box header and the footer for the web template in order to change the header and footer layout design as per the client need, then create a new web template for the header and footer both and associate them with the website record instead of updating the out of box template. You can use the web template to avoid writing the same code again and again or the multiple time on the different web pages. So don't write your whole code in one web template, split into the multiple template and pass the data between them. For example, one template you can use to fetch the data from the CRM, and one will be used to call the external services and bind them data in a HTML table. At the same time, you do not hard code the text messages in your Liquid code. Always use content snippet for that one. Content snippet made for that. So it's it support the multilingual websites, and you have to use the content snippet. Also, do not hard code the URL in the Liquid template code. Always use the site markers. I already explained in the site marker section. Please note that always store configuration value in the site setting, for example, web API URL, client ID, secret key, etc. And try not to use also inline CSS or the JavaScript in your web template code. If you really want to use it, refer it, host it somewhere and then refer it. Use a website template to trigger your fetch XML on demand. For example, on button click, apply proper entity permission if you are using the fetch XML in your web template. Also use only required attribute in fetch XML to avoid the performance issue while retrieval. Content snippet, like I talked multiple times about this one. So basically, it's a placeholder. You can put put the values inside that, and by default, like when you change the languages, it will pick the respective content snippet values for the respective languages. So content snippet basically is used to display the dynamic information or the content on the portal. It also holds some hidden information if needed to make some decisions into the Liquid template or the JavaScript. You can validate the localized content as most of the bugs are coming because of the blank or mismatched values in the content snippet. So while testing, you always need to validate this stuff. In order to edit a snippet on the front side, users must be associated with a web role that is associated with the website access permission record with the manage content snippet permission set to true. At the same time, use default values in web template for content snippet for fallback scenarios. So if sometimes the value not found, then it will go to the fallback scenarios for that case. Entity entity forms and entity list are basically two more and important component for the portals. Let's briefly talk about that. So entity form must be associated with a web page for a given website. For the form to be like viewable within the site, the connection entity subgrids are not supported in the entity forms. If you add the connection entity subgrids to the form using the form designer, error message are displayed when you render the form on the portal and use to use the connection entities. So duplicate field, multi-select option sets, custom controls like partial list fields, and business rules are not supported in entity forms. So manage attributes, file attributes, and the entity images are also not supported in the entity forms, web forms, or when using the liquid template tags such as a fetch XML. So you need to keep this thing in mind what is not supported there. So always create a new form for the portal entity. Don't use the existing CRM forms, but please note that if you create an entity forms in the insert mode, you can't change the button alignment or place an action button above the entity forms. Always use captcha on the entity forms especially when it is being exposed to the anonymous users. So someone just wrote a script and they will just keep filling the data on your some contact us form or something. So you need to just avoid this by applying the captcha. Now the entity list, it's the same like entity form. So it must be associated with all the localized content associated with the web page, and avoid using CRM existing views to create the entity list. So always create a new view for the portals. The multi-select option set is not supported in the entity list. And at the same time, like entity list page size must be set to less, for example, 10 to avoid the entity list loading time or searching issue. Write the only JavaScript related to the entity list in the entity list custom JavaScript section. I found few things while reviewing that people wrote the JavaScript for some other stuff in the custom section of the entity list form, which is definitely not required. There is always a different place to write a specific JavaScript. So choose the correct portal type. Like an example, discuss with your customer, do they want a partner, community, event? They want to use the custom portal as per the business requirement of that one. So this is really important before provisioning the portal. Go with all of the use cases and try to find out the best fit for that one. So you need to also identify your portal use cases, as I told, effectively, and based on that, you need to plan for your portal pricing and licensing correctly also to avoid paying extra. So this also you need to keep in mind, and please avoid using multiple portals in the same environment to reduce the portal and deployment complexities. Hence the portal, like plan a portal that can fit all of your business need. If it is not fitting, then you should go with the fit with the maximum fits, and then you can make some additional customization into the same portal instead of spinning 2 or 3 different portal for every set of business use cases. Make sure you have a proper right before provisioning the portal, and you have all the portal component must be in a draft mode unless it is ready to deploy. So don't publish and validate it. You have an option directly to validate, so publishing is not required. So unless you are not finished up with your all of the development activity, try not to publish it and keep everything in a draft mode. There are some set of other general rules. So like don't use portal local authentication, as your default portal authentication has been deprecated. So don't use that one now. You have to avoid saving documents attachment in CRM. Use Azure Blob Storage and SharePoint instead for better performance. So you don't need to upload everything as an attachment into the CRM. Always use GDPR consent setting on the portal. It is available with the forms, every web pages. You can use it. You should opt for the early update in the development or the testing portals only. So which will ensure that your portal production portal remain operational. Is the unlikely event that an early upgrade might cause the issue with the portal application. However, several Power App portal solution such as Azure Web Application and various tools which is required to run and host the portal to monitor the portal are updated automatically. So user will may be notified that, may not be notified that, but it is generally taken care by the Microsoft infrastructure team. So this is all of the things related with the best practices, and this is all based on my learning. And it would be the recommendation. Always feel free to explore more and more, because there are a lot of changes coming here and there related with the product. So always keep eye on the release plans. Just have a handy with some small scenarios. Validate this before implementing. Let me just quickly show you back the portal here. So what I mean to that, like an example, like I already told you the admin panel for that one. You need to just go through for every option here. You should be aware about that one, that by doing what it's making impact on which places. Just an example, like on this page, I have a get public key. So get public key is basically if you need to connect this, like the portal application with some external application like Power BI or something, then definitely you need this key. This is for the latest metadata translation. You need to definitely come time to time and just validate this. At the same time, like if you really want to change the base URL for the portal, you can change the base URL. You can change the dynamic 365 instances also. If suppose if it is pointing to the CRM instance or dynamic 365 instance A, you need to point to the another instance. Then you can definitely come here and make the changes accordingly. So this is all of this step. You can set up the custom domains. Then in the portal detail, basically you will get the information about the portals. This is the portal which is pointing to which area, which kind of portal it is. Each and every information you will get it here. The error, basically what I'm getting here, I told you I will explain it. This is because I have enabled the same kind of portal for the same base language twice, which is not supported by this product. So what you can do, like an example, what I mean to say, like you have a customer self-service portal and the base language is English. You should not spin up the another same flavor on the same instance. So you can definitely go with the customer self-service portal with the French based language, but you can't, and you should not spin up with the English language. If you will do this, there will be a website banding, and then you will face the issue that it will not rendered, and then you need to deactivate the bindings or made some like some actions to make your portal available back there. Now back again. These are the few informations or the important links which I have been compiled. So it's very useful for your portal ongoing portal journey. It's definitely worth to go there and have a look for that. And at last, I'm really thankful to all of you to spend your valuable time today and looking for your positive feedback and suggestions. Please scan the QR code or use the short URL to access the feedback form here. It will not take more than few minutes to provide you valuable responses, and it really means a lot for me to improve myself for the future session. Also, it gives you the possibilities to win the swags from the organizers. You can connect me on my social platform, ask your queries on my Twitter handler, which is @ambisha19. Scan the code and connect me over the LinkedIn. Subscribe my YouTube channels for the slides and more demos and the Azure, Dynamic 365 and Power Platform technologies. I'm really thankful to all of you to spend your valuable time today and looking for your positive feedback and suggestion. I hope you find the session interesting and useful, at least to find a new dimension on your external facing low-code website requirement. You can raise your questions via event platform or get in touch with me in person, available the channel which I mentioned here. So thank you so much for your time, and stay tuned for the next session.
Hello and welcome to the current state of Microsoft automation session as part of the Global Power Platform Bootcamp. Thanks for joining us here today. My name is Kent Weir. I'm a Principal Program Manager lead on the PowerCat team, where I focus on our emerging technologies in the Power Platform, including Power Automate and our RPA investments, and then also Power Virtual Agents, our conversational chatbot experience. And we're going to have a healthy dosage of both of those technologies here in this specific session. So automation opportunities are everywhere. We see it every day on social media, on LinkedIn, whether it's marketing or it's information from analysts. Everyone's talking about automation. We've got companies with large IPOs around the corner as well. Like, this area is extremely hot. And so what's really important to think about is how you can go ahead and improve the productivity of your organization through automation. Naturally, every company on the planet is going through some challenges right now, and typically it involves having to be able to do more with less, or even more with the same. And really that's where automation comes in, to be able to help you focus on more meaningful work while still getting the other work done. It still has to be done, but to ensure that you're doing that in the most effective way possible. Now, here's a study from Gartner back in September of 2020. And what it calls out is that more than 25% of suitable tasks for automation will be automated by 2024. So this is both good news and bad news. The good news is, there's a lot of people that are going to be focusing on automation. It creates a lot of opportunities for you, whether you're an employee of an organization or you're a consultant. But what this also means is that there's still, what happened to the other 75%? And so this just goes to show you that there are a lot of opportunities in this space. And certainly from a Microsoft perspective, our goal is to be able to democratize who can go ahead and build these automation solutions. I have a saying that I like to use, and it goes something like this, where innovation doesn't happen while people are standing in line waiting for a small group of experts to service their needs. And really that's the opportunity of the Power Platform, is to bring more people to that proverbial party in order to help scale. Scale's the next word that will be blatantly abused by way too many people, but it's true. If you want an organization to be able to get greater outcomes, greater results, it means you have to be doing more of the good stuff. And more of that good stuff means lowering that barrier of entry and giving more people the opportunity to go ahead and to participate in that success. The good news is you have the opportunity here to be a part of that. Now, with all of that said, there are a lot of things going on in this specific space. And it's really important to think about automation based upon sort of our current capabilities and current tools available for us. Unfortunately, there's some folks that are, change is difficult and they're very much set in their ways. And they always think that, okay, if I'm going to go do automation, and especially RPA, I have to do it in a specific way. I have to always be recording those mouse clicks, recording those keystrokes, instead of being able to go ahead and say, hey, I want to go ahead and use a connector instead, because that's going to be more reliable and more performant way of going about solving that specific problem. The other thing I would also caution is that it's not always about, what we would typically consider an automation, whether it's, say, just a workflow, a cloud-based workflow, or some sort of automation script in order to solve that problem. We should really start thinking about the problem differently. An example that I've run into in the past is, a scenario where we have people that need to send emails and attach a spreadsheet at the end of the month. And that might be a scenario where, we'll go ahead and we'll submit those emails. We'll detach those attachments, we'll put them in this network folder, and then we'll have an RPA process that's going to go pick up those spreadsheets one by one, doing some sort of validation, and then basically aggregating that information, and then going ahead and just inserting all of that information into a legacy ERP. But there's still a lot of friction involved in that process. Like, what if we just went ahead and created an app? What if we created a Power App and replaced those spreadsheets altogether? Now, it doesn't solve the need of getting that financial information into a downstream ERP. That's okay. That's where we can actually use automation and go ahead and automate all of that data from a Microsoft Dataverse store, and then go ahead and drive those screens. And we know that we're going to have valid data up front because we've got a rich experience in a Power App where we can provide that validation. Instead of a spreadsheet where it's kind of like fire and forget. If there's validation errors, then you have to go back and close the loop with that specific user that submitted that information. Right within a Power App, you can build those business rules in order to enforce that business logic and make sure that you are going to collect good information up front. One of the principles that I live by from an integration or automation perspective, which really I've built my whole career on, is this idea of don't pollute downstream systems. And so where you can enforce good logic up front, you should go ahead and take advantage of that. And this really gets me to my next point, is using that right tool for the job, right? In the example I just gave you, it might mean using a Power App to basically capture that information. Now, but it also has to do with how do we think about connectors, how do we think about screen or desktop automation as well. And so the same thing, like we run into this a lot where we might have customers that are coming from an incumbent tool and they're used to having to use recorders for a lot of things. Like, so for example, even manipulating a SharePoint spreadsheet. But now with our ecosystem, we really have the best of both worlds where we can provide desktop automation, but we can also provide cloud-based connectivity as well and integrate or automate from that perspective as well. So when it comes to SharePoint, don't be recording those screens. Use our connector. Go ahead and retrieve that information, take advantage of OData filters, and take advantage of all the metadata that exists inside of our connectors to basically discover all of those attributes and make it very quickly to build some of those automation scenarios. Now, naturally, we're going to talk about this later. Use desktop automation where it makes sense. I'm not, by no means am I discouraging that, but really with our rich platform, use the right tool for the job. And we're going to see more of that here in the upcoming slides itself. And I'm sure you've all heard this, or you've all seen this specific joke in the past as well, but it does make sense, right? Like sometimes we do get so caught up in what we know and feel like that is always the way forward because it's less risky. But it is important to actually stop, pause, take a look up, and see what else is going on and see where there might be opportunities. So the fact that all of you folks are here and learning as part of this global bootcamp is a great sign that you're all willing to learn and always thinking about how can I improve my skills, how can I improve the outcomes of the projects I'm working on. That is the opportunity. So thanks for taking the time to spend it with us as well. But this is so important where, don't always get stuck in solving the problem using sort of the traditional way. There may be better ways to solve it. And really that's a core part of this talk here today. So naturally, when we think about automation, these are some of the core tools that are available to us inside of the Power Platform. Now, why do we have all of these arrows? Well, what these arrows really represent is how the platform can actually feed itself. And so what I mean by that is, I've been involved in a lot of customer engagements, in the last year or so. And what's super interesting is how when people originally engage us, they may be engaging us for only a part of the platform. They may be just focusing on just Power Automate. And then what they discover, and I call this like the light bulb moment, is like, hey, wait a minute. Like all of this stuff just works together. So back to the example about spreadsheets and a Power App. Well, hey, if I can actually use a Power App and use those same connectors and still leverage automation, but building new experiences on top of it, that actually is better than what I used to have. And that actually helps me retire some of these legacy applications that we've been using to front some of these automations as well. Another example is a chatbot, right? Some folks will start off with just a chatbot. No, we only need chatbots. And then they realize, hey, there's like this great integration story with Power Automate and our Power Virtual Agent. Now we can extend this to RPA as well. And so there's a cycle of people, regardless of what entry point they make, they always tend to say, hey, now I can solve that requirement using these tools. And naturally, Power BI is a great complement to all of these scenarios as well. Reporting is another form of automation. How so? Well, it allows you to develop insights with having to do a lot of like heavy lifting and basically looking at all of these disparate data sets. You can now aggregate that data, have a very clear view of the signals that represent your business process, and then act accordingly. So all of these tools do really complement each other quite well. Now, the Power Platform isn't complete without the core platform itself. So as part of that, we do have our data connectors, over 400 that exist today, and we have the ability to talk to our first-party services in Office 365 and Dynamics and Azure, but we also have the ability to call third-party connectors as well, and that could be related to third-party systems such as SaaS-based services like ServiceNow or Adobe. We also have the ability to create custom connectors and also connect to on-premises systems as well. Maybe it's SQL Server, maybe it's Oracle. We have the ability to use our on-premise data gateway to go ahead and bridge that connectivity. Now next, we also have AI Builder. So much like we're trying to democratize app building, automation building, and chatbot building, we have the ability to democratize AI as well. And so this allows us to take advantage of forms processing, where we can go ahead and ingest samples of invoices or other PDF documents and then be able to scrape them in a very consistent manner and use that information downstream. And we're going to see that in a demo itself. Now, we also have a data platform. This slide's a little bit out of date. It is now called Microsoft Dataverse, but this gives us the ability to centralize and house our data. On top of it, it also gives us other benefits like a very rich security model and a solution packaging paradigm that allows us to combine all of these types of assets in a solution and then be able to promote them from one environment to another. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about how we can empower our people to do more and drive more business value. And part of this I've touched on a little bit already, but it really comes down to how we can go ahead and democratize who can go ahead and build these automated processes out. And part of that comes from the whole strategy of providing a low-code platform that allows people that may not have a ton of prior technical experience to go ahead and build out some of these use cases. Now, before you roll your eyes, I do look at this very much from a spectrum perspective. There's going to be the simple side of the spectrum, and there's going to be a more complex side of the spectrum itself. And naturally, there's going to be needs across that entire spectrum for people to contribute. And there's going to be some use cases where you do need to get into an area where you're writing code and building out custom connectors and doing some of the more technical bits, but there's also going to be a lot of things that you can do without that by just using a drag and drop experience, using connectors in order to go ahead and to automate it. And I think what this really represents is using people's skill sets where they're most needed. There's no point, having someone that's very senior focusing on things that can be done by a lot of other people. And then on the flip side is I very much believe that as people get exposed to the platform, if they're passionate about learning, they're going to upskill, they're going to grow skills, and quickly they're going to be able to build some very complex automation scenarios and really drive a lot of value for the organization itself. And so here's an updated slide. I know in the past there's been some mixed messaging about who is the Power Platform designed for, especially Power Automate. And what I would really focus on is it's available for everyone, right? And everyone has a place to roll, a role to play within this whole ecosystem, regardless if you're a citizen developer, embedded within a business unit, you're a pro dev, or even an IT admin as well. So now what I want to focus on is a bit of an automation journey itself, right? And the whole point of this is to say, we get a requirement and we need to be able to say, okay, is this something that we can go ahead and automate? And what are the tools that are available to us that we can leverage in order to determine what that looks like? And it's really important, these first couple steps in the journey, to take them serious, because what you might end up doing is, hey, I know I can automate that, that's easy. And if you're thinking too much from a technical perspective, you're going to actually make a bigger mess. And it's a situation where what you can do is, if you try to automate a bad business process, all you're going to do is make a bigger mess faster. And that's not going to drive the right level of results within the organization itself. So what can we do about this? So I'm going to talk a little bit about a new service or a new capability that's found inside of Power Automate called Process Advisor. It's going to help us rationalize our process across multiple stakeholders, multiple people that participate in that business process. And then what we're going to do is we're going to be able to identify or remove bottlenecks as a result. And then once we've been able to remove those bottlenecks and streamline our process, at that point, then we can reach out to our automated tools and actually build out that process in Power Automate Desktop. Then the next iteration of this is that we've got our process in place, we've got it automated, we're driving value. Now, how can we go ahead and enhance that experience? And enhancing that experience may come in the form of enhancing it for internal employees. It could be for customers, or in this case, it will be more about our partners itself. So now, what is Process Advisor? What you're seeing here is essentially the analytics for Process Advisor. This is the output. And what we're able to do is we're able to go ahead and use the recorder that's found in Power Automate Desktop, and we give that to people to go ahead and record the steps that they would typically take when they're going to go ahead and fulfill a specific use case. And what we're able to do once that is done is basically aggregate those results, run some analysis on top of it, and then generate these process maps, but then also some time analysis reports as well that helps us identify where our bottlenecks are and how can we go about improving them. And so how it works is you go ahead, you create a recording, you go ahead and record the steps much like you would just perform the steps naturally. Then you have the ability to go ahead and annotate or edit the output of those steps. And you're going to do this for a couple reasons. One, you want to group logically related activities, so that allows you to understand the buckets where you're spending your time, which will then help the analytics and help you determine where those bottlenecks are. On top of that, because you're recording a screen, there might be some PII, personal identifiable information, that you want to redact. And so, for example, if I'm typing in a customer's name as part of my script, I may have some obligations to, from say a GDPR perspective, to remove that. And so what I can do then is I can remove it up front and remove it and replace it with just like a static placeholder itself, so that we're not capturing that PII information into the logs. Once we've been able to analyze the recordings, then we're going to see the analytics basically being derived on the output side of things. And this is something that you can do quite easily, quite quickly, in order to go ahead and get it working inside of your organization. So with that said, what we're going to do is let's just go ahead and skip a few slides in the interest of time and get into a demo just to make this real. Okay, so I am now in Power Automate, the Maker portal. And on the left-hand side here, we're going to discover there's an area called Process Advisor. Now, as part of this Process Advisor, I have a series of recordings that have already been performed. And what I'm going to be able to do now is I'm going to be able to go ahead and add my own recording. And once I've been able to add my recording, it can then be analyzed with the rest of these recordings, and we'll be able to go ahead and generate basically some analysis or some insights. So to add a recording, I can go ahead and click New Recording. In this case, our scenario is going to be about invoice processing. So to give you a little bit more background before I get into this, what we're going to do is we are going to record an existing process that involves a contractor or a vendor doing some work for our company. Then they go ahead and they submit an invoice. And that invoice is typically an attachment, such as a PDF document, that will get sent to a centralized mailbox. From there, we'll go ahead and manually open the email, manually go ahead and open the attachment, and then we're going to go ahead and copy and paste information from that document into our legacy invoicing application. Once we've processed that invoice, we would manually go ahead and send them an email back saying that their invoice has been processed. And so what we're going to do is we're going to record at least a section of that overall process just in the interest of time, and I will show you how you go about doing that. As mentioned before, we're going to use the recorder that comes with Power Automate Desktop itself in order to record these specific steps. So I've already installed all of those components. I'm going to now just go ahead and open up the recorder. Okay, our recorder is now open, and then I'm going to go ahead and open up our invoicing application. And now we have the ability to go ahead and to start recording our steps. So we'll click on Start Recording. And now everything that I do in this app is actually going to get recorded, and we're going to see that showing up. So first thing I need to do is click on Invoices, and so we can see that this has now been updated. Then what I'm going to do is go ahead and click on the new record. I'm then going to click into Account, and I'm going to type the account. Then I'm going to go ahead and click into Contact, and I am going to go ahead and provide our contact information. I'll then provide an amount. And then I'm going to go ahead and flip the status to paid. I will then go ahead and be able to save my record, and I will close my recording itself. And so that's going to now go ahead and save back up into the cloud. So now when I head back over to my recording, what we can go ahead and see is that we've got a new recording that's been added, and it hasn't been analyzed just yet. Now, before we go ahead and analyze this, we do need to go ahead and go through that process of removing any sensitive information. Now, we also need to go ahead and add those activities which represent our sort of buckets and how we want to logically relate different groups. Now, here's an example of where we do have some personal identifiable information, right? This has no bearing in terms of what our outcome is going to be, any of our reporting. So what I can just go ahead and just even remove this and just call it email address, just so we know the type of information that's provided. And same thing, if we went and we needed to go ahead and to delete screenshots, we would have the ability to do so. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an activity. So I'm going to go select this first record, and because I've already have a process that's in place, I've got all of these different activities already created. I could go ahead and add my own if I wanted to, but in this case, this is going to be related to opening the Contoso app itself. Now, the next thing we're going to want to do is we want to add an activity that's going to represent filling out our invoice form. And we would go ahead and continue this with the remaining items as well. I'm just going to stop there for now. When I am done logically relating all of these different activities together, I can go ahead and click on Ready to Analyze and then go ahead and click Close. Now, the next step in the process is we would go ahead and analyze all of these records. We can go ahead and do so by clicking on Analyze right here. That'll take a few minutes, and the output will be these analytics that are available to us. Now, what does this represent here? This is our process map. It represents all of the different variants that have been taken place when people have gone ahead and completed this process. Now, we see everyone is always opening up the Contoso invoicing app, so that step's consistent. But this is where we start to see some deviation of the process. We've got some people opening the invoice document. We have some people opening an email attachment. Then they're creating a new invoice. Then they're filling out the invoice form, versus some people that are going directly to filling out the invoice form itself. So in order for us to go ahead and to automate this process, we want to basically standardize it first. Now, you have the ability to choose how you want to best standardize it. Maybe it's by, the variants where you've got the most frequency. So this is where people are doing it in a consistent manner, right? So here's an example of the most popular way of doing this. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's the right way of doing it, but you at least have the ability to go ahead and slice and dice from that specific manner. Now, if we head over to the time analysis report, we're going to get more insights about the timing, right? So how long, on average, does each of these steps take? So, opening the invoice from an email attachment takes 37 seconds. Filling out the form is 33 seconds. And then we can also take a look at that based on median time as well. And then on top of that, we also have because we know who's providing these recordings, we can also take a look to see who is taking the longest, who is, taking the shortest amount of time. Now, once again, this isn't so much about shaming someone, because you might find that the person that's taking the longest is completing all of the steps. But it does give you some insights from that perspective. Naturally, in a Power BI embedded experience, you do have the ability to filter. So we can go ahead and filter based upon specific recordings that have been provided and gain more insights from that perspective. So at this point, we've been able to identify the variance of our processes, how long it is taking, and then being able to figure out, well, what is the best path forward? And I'll show you that in an upcoming slide itself. But this becomes really important when you think about how do we go about building out automation use cases and ensuring that we're automating the right things. I think we've all been there where a big meeting is called and everyone's sitting around the table or on a Teams call these days. And there's always some differences of opinion as it pertains to the business process. Well, no, we do it this way. No, we do it that way. But this allows you to be more focused on what actually happens. And yeah, you can go ahead and draw all of this out in Visio, but that takes a lot of time. Whereas this is something that's being derived automatically for you just through the use of recording steps and then being able to go ahead and run some analysis jobs. So Process Advisor is currently in public preview. It was originally launched back in December with the GA of Power Automate Desktop. I would look for a GA announcement sometime in the spring with respect to the tool, but you can go ahead and try it out today. There are no charges to use it while it's in preview itself. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about Power Automate now. And naturally with Power Automate, one of our strengths is our connector library. We're now up to over 400 different connectors that exist. It feels like this is being changed every week. We've got Microsoft first-party connectors being deployed, but we also have third parties that are continuing to build on top of our platform as well. Naturally, one of our strengths related to connectors is just the support for the Microsoft ecosystem itself. So Microsoft 365 is just taking off like gangbusters. It's one of those things where, it's hard to run into an organization that isn't using Microsoft 365. And so as a result, we've got a lot of support for building automations with respect to Teams and SharePoint and just Office 365 in general. And this is oftentimes a key enabler for organizations, is this deep, rich integration that we do provide. Now, not to say we only focus on the Microsoft ecosystem. We do have capabilities when it comes to automating scenarios that include some of our competitors, whether that be Salesforce, SAP. Naturally, we continue to build robust experiences around Dynamics 365 as well. We chatted a little bit about AI Builder before, but the core goal with AI Builder is democratizing AI. And this is where we're able to stand on the shoulders of giants. Microsoft has spent, invested a lot of money in artificial intelligence, whether that comes from Azure, whether that comes from Microsoft Research. And really what we're able to do is take a lot of those investments and to build abstractions on top of some of those more complex scenarios and then go ahead and democratize who can go build those out. So a popular use case is having forms. You've got PDF documents that are being sent into the organization through email. How can you go ahead and process those documents, extract key pieces of information, and then use those downstream in your automations themselves? So let's talk a little bit about RPA now, Robotic Process Automation. And this is probably one of the most important slides of the whole deck. And so what I've talked a lot about so far is just, our connectors and our modern automation capabilities, API-led connectivity. But when it comes to RPA, there is this reality that there's going to be some applications that could be old, that could be legacy, where APIs aren't provided and we don't have the ability to use connectors. And so those are going to be natural examples of where you would want to go ahead and use desktop automation and use tips and techniques like recording screens and using mouse clicks and determining specific XY locations on a form to go ahead and click a button. There might be scenarios where there are APIs, but you just don't have access to them anyways. It could be a partner-hosted, say, web application where they don't give you or they don't expose the underlying APIs that could be used in order to both create data in that system or extract data as well. Or it could be another scenario is SAP. SAP has rich experience for integration through their BAPIs, their RFCs, their iDocs, also their web services, their OData services. But you may have some admins that aren't super pumped to go ahead and expose all of that functionality to a citizen developer group. And in that case, it also might make sense to go ahead and automate through the front end because you can't access the back end. And so the whole core point of this slide is that use the right tool for the job. And what we're able to do is provide a holistic experience that allows you to tap into either one end of the spectrum and actually create a hybrid where you can go ahead and use those connectors where it makes sense, and where it doesn't make sense, you can go ahead and use screen recording or desktop automation. And so that's typically how that works. You go ahead and you record the tasks, much like we saw in the Process Advisor example. Then what we can do is basically substitute that hard-coded text that you had previously provided and use inputs and outputs in order to push variables into that script, let them run, and then basically return the outputs back out to the cloud. Cloud orchestration is a core part of our strategy. All of our automation starts from the cloud. It all starts in Power Automate Cloud Flows, and then we can go ahead and create these mashups by using connectors, by using desktop automations in order to go ahead and to solve the overall automation problem itself. Now let's talk a little bit about Power Automate Desktop. Now, Microsoft got into RPA essentially last year in 2020. Well, I guess it was probably even before 2019 with some of the preview capabilities that were released. But we did launch UI Flows back in last April, and they reached general availability at that point in time. Then what happened is Microsoft acquired Softomotive back in the spring of 2020. They had a tool called Win Automation, which was a desktop automation tool used by a lot of customers. And so they had a lot of experience with desktop automation. And what's happened since then has been really exciting and really encouraging, how the Softomotive team has joined Microsoft. And essentially what's happened with that tool, Win Automation, is it has been evolved into Power Automate Desktop, where we've got a rich integrated experience between our cloud flows and this desktop automation itself. And so this allows us to go ahead and author with ease using the recorder that we saw before. We've got capabilities around enhanced error handling, and then this ability to both integrate across these different ecosystems, whether it's desktop automation or cloud-based SaaS automation itself. Here's some of the capabilities that were introduced to Microsoft as a result of that Softomotive acquisition. Support for Java, Citrix, I would call it more advanced automation capabilities with SAP, the ability to go ahead and automate those green screens like AS400, and additional support for web browsers as well. The authoring experience is quite easy. We do have a desktop install, kind of like Power BI Desktop. We now have Power Automate Desktop for building these desktop automations, and we can go ahead and drag and drop actions onto our canvas and then go ahead and provide local debugging experience on top of that as well. Here's just another example of how we can go ahead and build out some of those experiences. On top of this, we also have support for calling scripting scripts. So things like VB script, Python, JavaScript, PowerShell, those now can be orchestrated with Power Automate. I don't know how many times I've been asked, how can I go ahead and automate PowerShell with Power Automate Cloud Flows? Usually it involves doing something with an Azure function, having to write code, probably creating some sort of VPN connection because you need to be able to run this against your local assets. But now this is much easier. Orchestrate PowerShell using Power Automate and Power Automate Desktop. What's also really nice, and this was occurred as a result of our GA announcement back in December of Power Automate Desktop, is the integration of our logs. So you're not going to have to worry about collecting logs from a local device in order to see if it executed properly. All of those logs get synced back up to the cloud, where we can go ahead and start from our cloud flow and go through our debugging steps, and then being able to easily jump over into the desktop automation. Once again, seeing per action level debug telemetry, including inputs and outputs. So that makes debugging a specific use case or an instance of that use case quite easy because all of that data is available to you. Now, here's an example of how we go ahead and basically integrate Power Automate Desktop with our cloud flows itself. So you always start in cloud flows. I've mentioned that as part of our cloud orchestration strategy. You can use any of the existing triggers that you use today, whether those are based upon a data event, whether they're based upon a schedule, or even a manual button click. Once we've done that, we now can go ahead and use connectors and actions. And all of our Power Automate Desktop flows will be available within the same environment. And when we go ahead and add the run a flow built by Power Automate Desktop action, we will be able to iterate all of those different desktop flows that we have access to. We can go ahead and select it and then choose the mode. And the mode can be attended or unattended, depending upon your needs. And then we'll be able to go ahead, call out to that, pass context to the desktop agent. It'll run the script. It'll then return context and any outputs back up to our cloud flow. And much like you would expect, we can use those outputs downstream in any subsequent action. So if you already have experience with Power Automate cloud flows, integrating Power Automate Desktop flows will be easy peasy for you. Okay, so let's just update our automation journey here. We've gone through the Process Advisor stage. We now know that we want to be able to go ahead and build that automated process using Power Automate Desktop and our cloud flows. And then in a little bit, we'll talk about Power Virtual Agents. So this is essentially the process that we've landed on. Our contractor will continue to email their invoice into an inbox. From there, we will have a cloud flow that's monitoring that inbox, being able to retrieve that attachment, pass it to AI Builder, where we'll be able to get just the values we're interested in. We'll send them off to Microsoft Teams, where our project manager will go ahead and approve the expense. This is also known as human in the loop, right? So we're getting a human that's participating as part of this automated process. Provided they approve, we'll then go ahead and drive a UI, which happens to be that legacy invoicing system that we saw before. And then we'll go ahead and close the loop by sending back the outcome to the contractor itself. So let's go ahead and let's jump into a demo to show this in more detail. Okay, so let's walk through the cloud flow first, and then we'll run it, and then I'll show you more details about how that was constructed. So what we're going to do is we're going to use our cloud flow. We're going to use the Outlook connector. We're going to look for any emails that have this subject, and then we're also going to want to include those attachments. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and use the AI Builder connector and call the predict action, which will allow us to go ahead and pass our invoice into an existing model that we've gone ahead and trained by using some sample documents. We use sample documents. We then go ahead and determine, what are the fields that we're interested in, save, publish that model, and then we can go ahead and call it from a connector. Now, here what I've done is I've got a bit of an audit step. This is going to be useful when we go ahead and call this from our chatbot. But the whole idea is what we're going to do is basically just record the fact that we've received a contract from a specific partner, and that will help us go ahead and give them status updates through the chatbot itself. Now what we're going to go ahead and do is we'll post an adaptive card to a Teams user, that project manager, and include the details of the invoice itself without having to show the invoice. They'll be able to take a look at who it's from and the amount, and provided they're good with that, we will go ahead and drive that Power Automate desktop flow. And I'll show you that in a little bit here. Now, as part of that Power Automate desktop flow, we go ahead and establish 3 different inputs. When we establish those inputs, then what happens is they get exposed automatically, and we have the ability to pass dynamic content into them, much like you would expect with anything related to a cloud flow itself. Once we've gone ahead and driven that UI automation and it's successful, we'll go ahead and update our audit log, which will help with our chatbot. Then we'll go ahead and send an email back to our requester indicating that their invoice has been approved. Now, in the event our project manager rejects their request, we'll once again update the audit log, and then we'll send them an email indicating that it was rejected. So what we're going to do is we're going to send in this invoice, and I will show it to you once it actually has been sent. Okay, so that's been sent. It'll take a couple minutes to process. It gets scanned for viruses, etc. And as part of this invoice, there's going to be a few different values we're interested in. The bill to, that's essentially our account. The contact, that is going to be essentially the person that's sending this in. Naturally, the balance due. And then also this invoice is going to be important for us, especially from a chatbot perspective when we want to be able to look up the status of it. So that has been processed, and it looks like we now have a message inside of Teams. And in this case, we have all of that information we just spoke about, and we can go ahead and click approve. When we go ahead and click approve and then confirm, at this point, what's going to happen is we're going to pass context over to Power Automate Desktop, and Power Automate Desktop will go ahead and launch and drive our UI automation. Okay, so now you can see that we've opened up our legacy app, we've passed in those inputs, and we've gone ahead and closed that out. And if we head over to our inbox, we can go ahead and see that an email has been sent that the contractor will receive and indicate that their invoice request has been approved, which is great to see. Now, if we head over to our Power Automate Desktop, we can go ahead and take a quick look at what this script looks like. Now, to generate this script, I would have used the desktop recorder, much like I did with Process Advisor. It would have recorded all of those interactions in the application. I would have had hard-coded text when I recorded it for the first time. Then what I can go ahead and do is create inputs, that represent our account, amount, and contact. I then go ahead and replace the hard-coded text with our input variable here. And then I can also go ahead and capture the output as well. There was a specific ID that I have the ability to go ahead and retrieve as well. I can go ahead and run this locally and use some default values as I'm going through my default experience. When I'm done, I go ahead, I hit save. It gets pushed up to the same environment that I was previously working on, and everything becomes integrated from that perspective. Okay, so that helps us address step 2 of our journey. Now what we're going to do is we're going to be able to enhance the experience of that overall solution. Now, wouldn't it be great if you were the contractor, if you could go ahead and talk to a chatbot to get more information about the payment terms of this specific organization, but also be able to see what is the current status of the invoice, just to get a sense of where it might be in the overall process itself. And so that's what we're going to do, is we're going to introduce Power Virtual Agents, our conversational chatbot experience that will allow our partner to go ahead and to get that type of information. Now, Power Virtual Agents aligns really well with the overall strategy of the Power Platform, and that's how can you democratize who can go ahead and build out these chat-based solutions. In the past, you would have needed to write a lot of code in order to do that, but what we're going to see here today is we can go ahead and use a low-code, no-code approach in order to go ahead and build these solutions. Now, it also allows people like subject matter experts to focus on delivering good content and then allow technical folks to handle some of the more technical requirements that could involve how you would integrate this with other systems using Power Automate or other extensibility features like Bot Framework Composer itself. Now, when we think about challenges that exist with chatbots today, we often find that people are looking for self-service experiences instead of contacting an agent for assistance. We've all been there. Being on hold is not fun, right? You're like, what is really going on? If there's things that you can go ahead and address using a self-service manner, everyone is happy. Once again, we talk about scale. We talked about this earlier in the presentation. Organizations are looking to do more. They want to be able to scale. So naturally, people are going to be part of that solution. There's no doubt about it. But you want to make sure that those people are being used to solve the more challenging problems, not to determine things that can be easily looked up by essentially a chatbot or an automation itself. There's another expectation that customers have, and that's how can I go ahead and contact an organization and ensure that I have a consistent experience regardless of the channel that I go ahead and choose. You know, I think I've always been dumbfounded sometimes when I will call, a specific organization looking for help, and they're like, oh, I don't have access to that system. So-and-so, this group only has access. And it's like, why? And, I'm sure part of it has to do with like the internal bureaucracies that exist with accessing that sort of data. But if you can now build out experiences that can easily integrate with those systems, then why not? And really that's the goal of Power Virtual Agents itself. The other thing that you will find is that these different channels can be managed in silos. Oh no, the social team only does this. And it's like, oh, you have to go talk to this team. Like that is the most frustrating experience ever. And if you can go ahead and reduce that friction through chatbots, you're going to be much further ahead. Much like a lot of the Power Platform, we are standing on the shoulders of giants when it comes to Power Virtual Agents. And there's a few different layers here that goes into being able to provide the service that exists today. So it all starts with AI, right? So Microsoft has invested a lot of money through Microsoft Research and even Azure in AI and how that can go ahead and be democratized. So we do have capabilities like natural language understanding and Azure Cognitive Services that are building blocks in our PVA solution itself. Then the next level up, in terms of like our communication channels, we are very much leaning on the bot framework to allow for that to take place. And then the next layer up is we've got the Power Platform. So we've got things like Microsoft Dataverse, the ability to go ahead and use that data platform to, number one, store and retrieve data, but also we get a lot of things as part of that ecosystem, like granular access control, RBAC. We also have the ability to use solutions to package all of these together, and then also environments, right? That's another construct that's available to us that allows our chatbot to be seen by other tools, Power Platform tools in that same environment, such as a Power Automate flow itself. Now, another big capability that's highlighted here on the screen is all of those different connectors. And so we can access these connectors through a Power Automate cloud flow that the integration is, couldn't be easier from that perspective. So if we want to go ahead and transact with, say, like a ServiceNow, we can go ahead and do so. Because naturally with chatbots, once again, there's a spectrum, we've talked about that a lot today, is there's going to be some things that are quite simple, like FAQs, frequently asked questions that you want to expose through a chatbot. And that's great, and that's a great place to start. But where you're going to find even more value is where you can go ahead and automate a request that an end user, customer, or partner has. If you can go transact on behalf of them, you're going to get even more value from your chatbot. These connectors are going to allow us to do so. The other thing we've talked a lot about is this whole democratization and this spectrum, this complexity spectrum. And PVA does a great job of enabling development as a team sport. And what we'll often see is that customers will have an IT group or a pro dev group that's often involved in setting up a lot of the chatbot, all of the sort of the environments, the DLP policies, any extensibility needs, integration, third-party connectors, gateways, things of that nature. But you've got subject matter experts such as like a customer support department that knows the questions that customers are going to have. They know the language they use. They know the language that they want to be responded to. And really giving those people the ability to focus on content by using an easy to use drag and drop configurable like conversation editor is what helps you build chatbots faster. We've had customers take chatbots to production in less than 2 weeks, and they're able to do that by truly creating partnerships in order to focus on the right people working on the right things and getting more people in the mix in order to turn around that solution quite quickly. Now, in the interest of time, I probably won't go through this in a whole lot of details, but the core piece here is when you have a chatbot, it's not a scenario where there's a project has a start date and an end date. The whole idea is with chatbots is you want to be learning from your customers. You want to understand what are the things they're looking for so that you can go ahead and incorporate them in the chatbot. If you put a chatbot out there and it's like, okay, it's live, we're done now, you're going to be missing out on opportunities. You want to look at the signals that you're going to find inside of your analytics and then use those signals to drive further prioritization of content and features that people are looking for so that they can get the most value from your chatbot. Now, in terms of our journey, we've gone ahead, we've automated our process, but now how can we enhance that experience? And in this case, what we want to do is we want to ensure that our partner, in this case, can go ahead and look up the status of their invoice at any point of their journey. And that's what we're going to focus on here through a demo. Okay, so we're now in the Power Virtual Agents Maker portal. And here is where we go ahead and define all of our topics. These are essentially dialogues that we have with customers. You could kind of think of it as creating a workflow, and you're modeling a conversation inside of this experience itself. Now, we also have this powerful routing engine that exists, and this essentially is that natural language understanding capability that allows us to detect the essentially the intents or the utterances of our customer or our user and then direct it to the right topic to engage in the right conversation. So what we're going to do here, just as a starting point, is, it's quite typical for someone to walk up to a bot and just say hi. And then as a result, we're going to kick off this system greeting. So this is provided out of the box. And then what I've done is I've extended this specific dialogue to ask a couple questions. I want to know who I am talking to on the other end of this chatbot so that I can service them better. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to request for the email address, and then I'm also going to request the partner ID. When I go ahead and do so, I can go ahead now and call out to a Power Automate flow that is going to go ahead and validate this information. As we can see that we've been able to return the user-friendly name, and we can include that as in a more personalized message itself. Now we've got two options here. We've got our payment status and we've got payment terms. And what we see here, this is essentially a Bot Framework Composer thumbnail card. And so what we've been able to do is integrate with Bot Framework Composer in order to provide a richer experience for our end users. This is essentially a hello world type example, but it does prove that we have the ability to provide a rich experience. Now in this case, I want to go ahead and I want to go and retrieve the payment status for an invoice that I've gone ahead and received. Naturally, we need to make sure that we've gone ahead and done so. So let's just go ahead and seed that information just so we have a more meaningful demo itself. Okay, so that's now been sent. What we should see is that we'll have a record inside of our Microsoft Dataverse instance that will say pending approval. So what we can go ahead and do is click on payment status, and this is going to route us to another topic. This is going to be essentially our payment get invoice status topic itself. And here we've got a trigger phrase of payment status. And what we're going to now do is we're going to ask for the invoice ID, and we're also going to pass the partner ID into this flow to be able to determine the status. But notice I'm not being prompted for the partner ID because I've already provided it. And what I've done is I've declared that as a global variable so that I don't have to go ahead and ask for it again because I already know it as part of our chatbot conversation itself. So here we go. We can see that our invoice is in a pending approval state. And then so, okay, well, I wonder how long it will take for me to go ahead and receive payment. So now I'm going to go ahead and reach out to another topic. And this topic will be able to provide me payment terms. And in this case, I'm being asked, how much is the amount of the invoice? Well, it's less than 50K. And now as a result, I see that it's subject to 30 days. So within 30 days, I will now be able to go ahead and expect payment from that perspective. But to close the loop on this, let's just go ahead. Now, our project manager has received that request. We'll go ahead, we'll confirm it. We'll kick off this RPA process once again, and it will go ahead and drive that GUI for us, that UI, and be able to process that invoice itself. Now that's running, we're going to go ahead and enter all of that information, indicate that it's now been paid. And what this allows us to do is we can go back over to our chatbot and go ahead and enter payment status, provide the invoice, and we should now see that it has been approved. And so once again, this is taking a chatbot experience, providing real value. We've addressed both an FAQ in terms of what are the payment terms that I can typically expect. But on top of that, I've been able to transact on behalf of that user and actually tap into other systems as well, which is great. It allows me as a partner in this case to know real-time information about where I'm at within this company's business process itself. And so you probably can imagine a million other ways that you could use this type of experience to actually build on top of automation. And this is why it's so important not to think in just traditional ways of automation. We have a lot of great tools and capabilities that allow us to evolve and actually provide even better experiences. And sort of back to that thumbnail of the caveman, no, we've always done it this way. I would encourage you to challenge yourself and think about new ways using this technology to drive even better experiences for your customers. Hopefully you enjoyed that end-to-end demo and that gave you some ideas on how you can go and modernize your automated scenarios and really drive more value for your stakeholders itself. Now, in terms of call to action, I do have some follow-up material here that you can use. The scenario that I did walk you through with Process Advisor and Power Automate Desktop is all part of our RPA in a Day package. So I would encourage you to go ahead and check out RPA in a Day. You can download that. I include that sample application and all of the instructions step by step on how you can go ahead and build out a similar use case. If you're interested in PVA, I do have PVA in a Day link here. It's not the exact scenario that we talked about, but a lot of the same capabilities are demonstrated in that training itself. The ability to go ahead and retrieve information from Microsoft Dataverse or CDS is all in there. In terms of additional content, the team that I'm part of, PowerCat, we do have regular content on the Power Platform YouTube channel. So we've got content focused on RPA called Automate It, and then we also have content focused on PVA called Build a Bot. So go ahead, check that out. We typically focus on enterprise use cases, so if that's your area, you should find some good information there. And then lastly, go ahead, follow me on Twitter. You can add me on LinkedIn, no worries. Just tell me that you watched my session, that would be great. And then on top of that, I do have a YouTube channel. Go ahead and check that content out. I publish weekly. I focus on Power Automate and Power Virtual Agents. So I think my time is up here, but thanks all for joining me here today, and take care and enjoy the rest of the event.